Chapter 1361. As the nomological imprint unfolded, a dazzling saber light filled Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, there was nothing but this saber light in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen was very familiar with this saber move. It was this stunning saber move that had completely destroyed his saber and shield combination. After seeing this saber move, Zichen finally understood why the same saber would have such a big difference in power in the hands of different people. The difference was this gradeless combat skill, the saber drawing technique. As the stunning saber move unfolded, the entire saber drawing technique was presented in front of Zichen. This saber drawing technique was naturally not the technique that Zichen had used when he was still very weak. This was a technique that integrated the power of space and could only be truly mastered by those in the domain realm. Although there was no grade, this saber move was divided into several levels. Excluding the entry level, this saber move was divided into 6 levels. In short, this move had no grade, but it was very powerful. It was even more powerful than Zichen's current beheading saber move. As he gained a deeper understanding of the saber drawing technique, the halo around Zichen's body gradually dissipated. Next, if he wanted to enter the entry level, he would need to practice diligently. As Zichen opened his eyes, everyone surrounded him and asked curiously, "How was it? What did you get?" Seeing the joy in everyone's eyes, Zichen kept them in suspense and asked, "How about you guys?" "Hee, I got something about activating the bloodline and awakening the innate skills." Manshur scratched his head and said with a smile, "Wuxia got the same as me." Dongqing and Shengwan Hong also got similar results. As for Gu Wei and the others, they got combat skills. Oh, the Gowen brothers got 2 king-level formations. Manshur finished speaking in one breath, leaving the others speechless. They could only laugh dryly. "Oh, it seems that everyone got a good harvest," Zichen said with a smile. "Of course. What about you? What did you get?" everyone asked. Zichen smiled and said, "I also got combat skills." "What? Why did you only get a battle skill? What grade is it?" Everyone was flabbergasted. Back then, Zichen's ball of light was even bigger than theirs. It was almost half the size. How could it be a battle skill? "It's a battle skill without a grade," Zichen answered honestly. "How can a battle skill not have a grade?" Gu Wei asked doubtfully. The others also had doubtful looks on their faces. "I don't know about that either. That's what it says. However, it's very difficult to cultivate, and its power isn't weak either." Zichen spread his hands and said, "What kind of battle skill is that? This is the first time I've heard of a gradeless battle skill." Jing Gongwei asked. This was the first time he had heard of a gradeless battle skill. "It's the move that the black-robed battle spirit used earlier." Zichen's face was clearly filled with joy. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief at first, but in the next moment, their faces changed. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and looked at Zichen. They cried out in surprise. "What? It's that amazing blade technique from before? Heavens, how can such a powerful technique not have a grade?" Obviously, everyone had a deep impression of the black-robed battle spirit saber. If the black-robed battle spirit wanted to, none of them would be able to survive. Immediately after, everyone started to clamor for Zichen to demonstrate. The latter had no choice but to try to draw the saber. With a shing sound, the long saber was pulled out. A dim light flashed and disappeared. The saber wasn't powerful at all. This technique is very difficult to learn. It will take some time to comprehend it. Zichen didn't seem too embarrassed. He just smiled and said, "Then what should we do next?" They had gained a lot this time, but the domain realm wasn't over yet. There was still a long way to go. Everyone was waiting for Zichen to make a decision. After sheathing the long saber, Zichen suddenly remembered the voice transmission that the black-robed battle spirit had sounded in his mind before he left. He guessed that I'm from the Thunder Clan and said that there's something I'm interested in. Could it be something from the Thunder Clan? Zichen glanced at the crowd as he pondered. As soon as they arrived, they encountered a level 3 battle spirit and Su Ming, who had broken through to the domain realm. The latter's strength was also very strong. On the other hand, they were only ranked 83. Once they left this place and continued to go deeper, they would encounter cities ranked 60 to 80. If Yamba Castle could cultivate domain realm experts, then the cities ranked higher would naturally be able to do so as well. Moreover, this time, after killing Su Ming and the others, Zichen didn't find Ling Dong and the others. It seemed that the latter had already gone deeper. From this, it seemed that Yamba Castle still had many experts. Whether or not there was something from the Thunder Clan in the depths, Zichun couldn't let everyone go deeper at this moment. At the very least, they couldn't go deeper before they officially learned the combat skills they had obtained this time. Zichun paused for a moment and said, "There's a killing array outside, so there shouldn't be any danger. We need to find a place to meditate. The illusion here isn't bad, and there isn't any danger. Next, everyone should comprehend the combat skills here." Haha, I also have the same idea. This time, I've obtained great benefits. I'm going to comprehend my innate skill. Hearing Zichen's decision, Manshur laughed happily. Yes, indeed. This time, we should go into seclusion for a period of time. Obviously, the others nodded in agreement. Among the group, Zichun was strong enough. However, Zichun wasn't the only one in the team. Just like this time, Zichun didn't have time to take care of the others. The team had also lost members. In the end, they had to rely on themselves. This space was very safe. Next, everyone found a place to quietly study their combat skills. After Zichen saw everyone sitting cross-legged, he turned around and looked into the distance. There, the milky white spiritual gathering pearl was still lying quietly. Zichen slowly walked forward and bent down to pick up the spiritual gathering pearl. The spiritual gathering pearl looked like a small crystal ball, only the size of a baby's fist. However, the power contained in it almost made Zichun suffer a loss. If Su Ming hadn't just entered the domain realm and wasn't familiar with this realm, he wouldn't have been able to draw out the power in the spiritual gathering pearl. Otherwise, Zichen wouldn't have had a good time. However, there was only 1/3 of the power left in the crystal ball. Zichen estimated that if he drew out all of it, its attack power would be equivalent to the attack of the peak of the early stage of the domain realm. This kind of thing could be regarded as a trump card. At a critical moment, it could play a huge role. Zichen carefully put away the spiritual gathering pearl. Then, he greedily thought that if he hadn't been in a daze when the black-robed battle spirit left, he would have quickly picked up the spiritual gathering pearl and let the other party recharge it. How strong would the power in the spiritual gathering pearl be? Of course, this was just Zichen's imagination. Even if the black-robed battle spirit had given him the long saber, he was still afraid of the former. Next, it was time to comprehend the technique. Zichen found a remote place and sat down cross-legged. The perfect spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness turned into a figure. This figure had the appearance of Zichen. He held the sheathed long saber in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. Then, according to the control of the power of space recorded in the saber drawing technique, he injected a little power into the saber through the hilt. Then, he pulled out the saber. Zung. In his sea of consciousness, there was a sound of the saber being unsheathed, followed by a flash of light. The light was slightly bright, but unfortunately, it contained a very weak power. This power was not even half of what Zichen had just injected. In other words, the power of this attack was not even as powerful as the power Zichen had just used. This was the effect of combat skills on power. The combat skills in the past were like this. Not only could they not be of help, but they would also become a burden. However, the reason for this was because Zichen had not mastered the saber drawing technique. The power was too scattered. When he pulled out the saber, more power had already dissipated when he pulled it out. In his sea of consciousness, the figure of light, Zichen, was pulling out the saber over and over again. The sound of the long saber being unsheathed was constantly heard, and the saber light was constantly disappearing. However, after an entire day, Zichen did not make any progress. On this day, the figure of light had probably pulled out the saber more than 10,000 times, but Zichen did not comprehend the slightest bit of insight. This was under the condition that he had already grasped the true meaning of the power of space. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to get started with the gradeless saber drawing technique. The next day, Zichen pulled out the saber more than 10,000 times, but he still did not gain anything. However, it seemed that the number of times he pulled out the saber had increased, and the speed at which he pulled out the saber had also increased a little. However, there was no improvement in his control of power. On the third day, Zichen pulled out the saber 15,000 times, which was more than 1,000 times more than the day before. However, he still did not gain anything. However, while Zichen was not making any progress, the others had gained something from studying the technique. Among them, the ones who improved the fastest were not Wu Xie and the others with unique bloodlines. Instead, it was the brothers Go Wan and Yuan Shiqiang. The new king-level combat skill had allowed the two brothers to completely bid farewell to the era of array flags and array bases. The two of them used space power to condense some marks, which could be used as materials for array bases. From there, an array formation would appear out of thin air. It could be said that even if the two brothers were bare-handed, they could still form an array formation out of thin air. Over the past few days, explosions could be heard constantly in the distance. Of course, this was the sound of the array formation collapsing on its own due to a mistake in the seal. Although the two of them had not completely mastered it, it was still much better than Zichen, who had not mastered it at all. For 5 days in a row, other than the increase in the speed at which he pulled out the saber, Zichen still did not find any entry-level techniques. For Zichen, who had perfect spiritual senses, this was simply an unbelievable and unacceptable blow. However, on the 6th day, Zichen felt that perhaps he had used the wrong method. After all, this drawing technique was extraordinary. It was a classless technique, but its power was extraordinary. Perhaps he should not have used his spiritual senses to comprehend it. He should have tried it out. Therefore, on the 6th day, Zichen opened his eyes from his cross-legged state. He then stood up and stood in front of a huge rock. He held the scabbard in his left hand and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber. Waves of golden power were injected into the saber through the hilt. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Blue veins appeared on his arm as he exerted force and pulled out the saber. Whoosh! Chapter 1362. This time, the cut was neat and clean. The long blade returned to its scabbard in a flash of brilliance. Zichen shook his head and chuckled as he looked at the marks on the huge rock. Success was not that easy. This was only the first cut. He would probably have to draw the blade many times before he could reach the threshold. As Zichen drew the blade over and over again, the two dark green void trees in Zichen's corporeal realm swayed their branches and leaves as they worked tirelessly. Their roots absorbed the power of the void from the void, which was then refined by the tree trunk. Finally, the refined power was released through the branches and leaves to fill the corporeal realm. Zichen's breakthrough had come to an abrupt halt last time, so he had not reached the peak of the mid-stage corporeal realm. As the void trees worked tirelessly, Zichen was very close to the peak of the mid-stage corporeal realm. Fighting was the fastest way to raise one's cultivation base. The group of people who had followed Zichen here had a lot more power in their bodies as they fought. Wu Xie and the others had reached the peak of the corporeal realm and were only one step away from the domain realm. Shi Fengwei had already taken half a step and was considered half a step away from the domain realm. As long as he took half a step further, his strength would break through in one fell swoop. In this space, which was not very big, everyone stayed in their own places and comprehended their own battle skills. Rumbling sounds, blade cries, sword cries, loud shouts, feminine scoldings. All sorts of sounds resounded in this space. Naturally, Zichen's area had the most monotonous sound. There was only the monotonous sound of dull movements and the constant unsheathing of a blade. As the days passed, everyone gradually grasped the knack of comprehending the technique. As for Zichen, although he still had not reached the threshold, the speed at which he drew the blade was much faster. The blade light seemed to have become brighter, faster, and sharper. It was obvious that he was gradually entering a better state. The number of mistakes made by Go Wan and Go Chang's king-grade array formation was also gradually decreasing. Everything was progressing in a good direction. It was the same for those in the Manor World and Huping City in the outside world. Due to the infusion of the inexplicable energy and vitality, the number of cultivators breaking through in Huping City gradually increased. Just the domain realm alone had increased by a few people during this period. Furthermore, after Lord Wu's inquiries, They also learned about the changes that had taken place in Luguangqing and Xibeicheng. They were even more certain that Zichun and the others in the domain prefecture were behind this. Lord Wu's expression became extremely excited when he learned that 10% of Northwind City's vitality had permanently disappeared. Not only Lord Wu, but the entire Hunter's Castle and the Castellan's mansion celebrated after receiving the news. This was because Zichun had done something that they had always wanted to do, but had never been able to do. Huping City's ranking would definitely change after the end of the domain realm, and their title of being the last in a million years would finally be removed. While the people of Huping City were celebrating, Lord Wu wasn't satisfied with the current situation. He quietly inquired about clues regarding Yamba Castle's entry into the domain prefecture. During this time, he found an ancient record regarding the secrets of the city's ranking. According to the record, when the number of people entering the domain prefecture reached a certain number, it would be closely related to the number of people entering the domain prefecture. Once all the people entering the domain prefecture were annihilated, the city's ranking would naturally drop. Because Northwind City had embezzled their entry tokens, close to 200 people had entered the domain prefecture this time. Therefore, after all of them were annihilated, the city's ranking would drop. Because of the ranking, Northwind City would at most drop to the bottom. However, Yamba Castle was different. This time, hundreds of people had entered Yamba Castle. If all of them were annihilated, the city's ranking would plummet. Of course, Lord Wu knew how difficult it would be to kill these hundreds of people and annihilate all of them. However, deep down, he still had some fantasies about Zichun. In the 5th level of the domain prefecture, all kinds of sounds were still ringing in that space. However, other than the sound of scabbards, there were also excited and joyful shouts among the other sounds. Guwen sat cross-legged on a huge rock with his eyes slightly closed. His fingers were constantly moving, and rays of light appeared from his fingertips, forming seals in front of him. As the light flashed, 99 seals appeared in front of Guwen. At this time, he opened his eyes, and a light flashed in them. He slowly spread his hands to both sides. Whoosh! At this time, the 99 seals flashed, releasing lines of patterns. These patterns connected in the sky, forming a circle of light that was hundreds of meters wide. The moment the circle appeared, Guwen shouted, "Ice Spear Array!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold aura came from the array of light. Traces of cold fog appeared in the void, and soon the fog covered a part of the world. This cold aura seemed to be able to freeze even the soul. Once someone was enveloped by the array, they would feel a great sense of danger. Immediately after, the white fog began to tremble, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. As the white fog trembled, cold light rushed out from within, and every cold light was a long spear that was condensed from ice chi. The long spears were 3 meters long, and they brought with them a terrifying aura as they descended. Poof, poof, poof. When the spears landed on the solid ground, they easily pierced through. The earth trembled as a result. Immediately after, within the range of the 99 ice spears, the yellow earth turned into a sparkling white, translucent and bright. Boom! In the next moment, these ice crystals exploded, an endless cold aura spread out. A bottomless black hole with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground. Inside the hole, traces of cold aura kept surging. Such a movement directly caused the entire space to tremble, and it attracted everyone's attention. After seeing the scene that appeared on the ground under Gu Wen's feet, everyone was shocked. Obviously, the array master who had mastered the king-level array was finally going to display his true power. Guwen felt a little embarrassed when he saw so many people looking at him, especially when they were shocked. When he was about to lower his head, he saw that Zichun in the distance had stopped pulling out his sword and turned to look at him with an encouraging smile on his face. On the other side, seeing that his elder brother had succeeded, his younger brother, Guwen Chong, took a deep breath and formed 99 seals. Then, these seals spread out in the air and turned into a huge array pattern. Red flame sword array. Go Chong bellowed. Then, streaks of scorching sword aura appeared, and flaming sword lights formed a killing array that fell from the sky. As the sword aura vibrated, the earth rumbled again. and a hole that was not inferior to the previous one appeared again. Everyone's attention was attracted again. Gu Wenchang straightened his back. At this moment, he felt that he could finally stand up and do more for the team. Haha, good job. Come and take a look at mine. A loud laugh came from not far away. The laughter came from Gu Wenchang. He had obtained an upper rank technique, and he had been comprehending it recently. It seemed that he was stimulated by the two brothers, and he had made some progress. 100 punch. Wei growled. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. His body released a brilliant light, and the fusion power converged towards his right fist like a stream. A thick and powerful aura was faintly discernible from the flowing light on his right fist. After shouting, Gu Wenchang threw out a punch. It was just a punch, but in the next moment, fist shadows appeared in the sky. There were 30 to 40 fist shadows, and they carried a strong, oppressive aura as they blasted towards a mound. Boom! The energy was violent, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The huge mound was blasted into a flat ground in the next moment. Although Gu Wenchang had yet to train this punch to the true 100 punch, he was very satisfied with the current power. Humph! Isn't it just a competition of comprehension? I have it too. Watch my mountain spirit tyrant body. Manshur also roared, not to be outdone. His originally tall body transformed in the next moment. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, and he released a strong and oppressive aura. Compared to before, the aura of the transformed Manshur was even more frightening. In addition, there was also a water-like black energy flowing on the surface of his body. This energy was like a liquid barrier that protected his entire body, and there seemed to be a faint, flickering black light at his heart. After releasing his aura with all his strength, everyone could feel that Manshur's realm had already crossed the peak of the corporeal stage. He had taken half a step forward and reached the half-step domain realm. He threw a few punches in the air, and explosions sounded in the sky. Fist shadows shot into the distance like cannonballs. At this moment, Manshur was like a steel war god. At this moment, everyone took turns to use their Do skills. Wuxia was also somewhat unwilling to be outdone. After all, he believed that he was second only to Zichun in this group. Undying devil body. A low cry was emitted from Wuxia's mouth. Black light lingered over the surface of his body. His originally evil eyes seemed to have black lightning within them. His eyes were truly like lightning. The vertical pupil between his brows was a pair of evil and stern eyes. The indifferent feeling that appeared after they opened caused one to feel respect in one's heart. At this moment, Wuxia's aura was actually equal to Manshur's. Clearly, his undying devil body was also an extremely powerful existence. After awakening the undying devil body, Wuxia's realm had clearly risen once again. He had also taken that half a step forward and was only half a step away from the domain realm. This time around, I have awakened the undying devil body and will definitely be able to fight those of a higher level. I'm afraid that some people can only dream of killing me now. After sensing the powerful aura around him, Wuxia's confidence once again soared. After which, his gaze looked towards Zichen's location. His eyes contained an extremely clear provocation. Seeing Wuxia's direct provocation, Zichen softly sighed. After which, he turned around and drew his blade. Chapter 1363. A glaring blade light appeared in this world. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. The glaring blade light flashed and disappeared. No one knew when the long blade had returned to its scabbard. Zichen stood in front of the huge rock. His dark eyes stared at the many sword marks on the huge rock. Everything seemed like an illusion. However, no one thought that what had just happened was purely an illusion. When the saber light appeared, everyone felt that there was a sharpness in that dazzling saber light. This sharpness pierced their skin faintly. Although the saber light flashed and disappeared as if it was an illusion, the sharpness in their perception did not weaken at all. Everyone's expression changed because of this sharpened tint. They did not face it personally, but they could already feel the extraordinariness of this blade. From this, it could be seen that the ungraded technique Zichen had obtained was indeed extraordinary. In the next instant, the crowd saw that the huge mountain rock in front of Zichen was actually split into two. The cut of the rock was neat and smooth, reflecting a cold light. As the rock collapsed, Zichun turned around and looked at Wu Xie, whose expression was constantly changing. He raised the scabbard in his hand and asked with a smile, "What? Do you want to spar with me?" The pride on the latter's face had long disappeared. His expression was changing, and he was obviously thinking about his chances of winning. After serious and careful consideration, Wu Xie seemed to feel that there was no chance of winning. His expression gradually became gloomy. He snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong seemed to have opened her beautiful eyes because of the commotion around her. There was a flash of light in her beautiful eyes. Then, a ball of green light flashed in front of her. Although she had no intention of showing off, the joy in her eyes proved that her harvest this time was not small. At this moment, the roars of beasts suddenly came from afar. Just when everyone thought that exotic beasts had appeared in this world, they saw that the roars came from Dong Qing's side. At this moment, Dong Qing was standing on a huge rock. Under the soft and tight armor, her slim figure was curvaceous. Her pair of dark and lively eyes were slightly closed. Her nimble jade-like fingers were constantly changing, forming seals. A mysterious energy fluctuation was released from her body in the next moment. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, dancing with the energy fluctuation like waves, drifting with the ripples of the energy fluctuation. The battle beasts that Dong Qing had tamed were either lying down or sitting around her at this moment. Each and every one of them was emitting light from their bodies. They had intoxicated expressions on their faces as they raised their heads to absorb the energy radiating from Dong Qing's body. This energy seemed to be extremely beneficial to the battle beasts. As the battle beasts continued to absorb, a powerful aura surged from the bodies of the Aurora Pegasus and the Scarlet-Eyed Boar Demon. Moreover, this aura was still rising. These two battle beasts, who were originally at the peak of the corporeal stage, actually forcibly took half a step forward, becoming half-step king-level battle beasts. Immediately after, resounding and loud beastly roars rang out all around Dong Qing. The roars were deafening and continuous. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately thought of the words Beauty and the Beast. Other than a few people, the battle skills that the others had obtained this time had basically reached the entry level. Thus, the seclusion ended. Now that the seclusion was over, everyone was about to go deeper. Due to the black-robed battle spirit's voice transmission before he left, Zichun was also filled with anticipation towards the things in the depths. How are we going to go deeper? After leaving that space, Wu Xie asked. Due to his breakthrough in strength and the immortal demon body, he had become very active. Zichun looked at the large mountain forest in front of him and said indifferently, "Go straight ahead. Going straight ahead is good. We can kill people and beasts if we meet them. We can kill anything that dares to block our path." Manshur shouted excitedly. At this moment, the group had already reached the 5th layer's inner area. The next area would be the 4th layer's outer area. Just like this, the group advanced for 2 days. For the past 2 days, battles had occurred frequently. However, this time, because everyone's strength had increased by a lot, every time they encountered a beast along the way, they would fight to kill it. Zichun, who was the strongest in terms of battle power, did not have many opportunities to fight. The number of beasts we encountered along the way is increasing. It's really worthy of the saying that the deeper we go, the more dangerous it is. After encountering a group of beasts again, Shi Gongwei couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, the levels of the battle beasts they encountered were getting higher and higher. Most of them had reached the half-step king level. If it weren't for the fact that they had reaped some benefits and gone into seclusion for a period of time, most of them would have been stuck at this level. One by one, the beasts fell at their feet. Looking at the constantly increasing luck points, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They were also more grateful to Zichun in their hearts. Especially the people from Luguangqing, each of them admired Zichun even more. Just like this, the group advanced for another 2 days, killing many beasts along the way. Looking at the beasts that appeared in front of them again, Shi Gongwei's face was filled with disbelief. No way, why are there so many beasts? It's not good to have so many beasts. Killing one will give you more than 10 luck points. Manshur laughed and rushed forward. His body was wrapped in dazzling light. His whole person was like a high-speed cannonball, rushing into the group of beasts. Boom! A surge of energy shook, and a loud bang was heard. The group of beasts in front of them were sent flying in all directions. After directly knocking the group of beasts away, Manshur flashed again and attacked a king-level beast. At the same time, Wu Xie and the others followed closely. Then, the battle began. Zichen stood at the back, frowning slightly, but he didn't take action. In the past few days, the number of beasts they encountered was really too many. On the contrary, the number of battle spirits they encountered was much fewer. In the last 2 days, they actually didn't see a single battle spirit. The beasts' roars and roars were constantly heard. When this group of beasts encountered powerful existences like Wu Xie, they were quickly killed. While everyone was distributing their luck points, Zichen walked over from behind. He frowned, as if he was worried about something. After coming in front of everyone, he said, "Everyone, be careful. I feel that there is something wrong here." "What's the problem?" Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure, but it's always good to be cautious." After that, everyone still encountered many beasts, but they didn't encounter any battle spirits. Soon, everyone passed through the 5th layer of the region and arrived at the 4th layer. The obvious difference between this layer and the outer layer was that there was more vitality here. They could even see some green vegetation, unlike the outer layer, which was either deep pits or huge rocks. It seemed lifeless. When they felt the rich vitality, the group also felt that the air was filled with a sense of oppression. This oppression seemed to be some kind of danger. Everyone's expression became very serious, and even the group of beasts looked around uneasily. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar, and the earth trembled violently, as if thousands of horses were galloping. This vibration came from the front of the group. As they looked over, they saw a huge area of smoke and dust. The billowing smoke and dust seemed to have turned into a tornado, spreading from afar. Roar! The red-eyed boar demon's scarlet eyes looked at the dust storm in front of it, and it let out a low roar of uneasiness. The hair on its back stood up like steel needles, and it had already entered a battle state. Soon after, the roars of beasts were heard one after another. It was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. Some of the roars came from Dongqing's side, but even more came from the endless dust storm. The dust storm gradually approached, and the earth trembled violently. When everyone saw the figures in the dust storm, their expressions changed abruptly. Wu Xie exclaimed, "It's beasts, a lot of beasts." Wei also had a look of disbelief. There are so many beasts forming a beast tide. It seems like they're running away. What's going on inside? The dust storm formed by the beast tide was approaching, and there were even some king-level beasts among them. With such power, no one could stop it. "Hurry up and get out of the way." Zichen's expression turned cold as he shouted, and his body dodged to the side. Next, the others also rose into the air and rushed into the distance. The earth trembled as a group of beasts ran past, and some flew across the sky. There was also a strong impact in the dust storm, and a few people in Zichen's team were accidentally swept up, and their bodies were also sent flying in all directions. Fortunately, this group of beasts seemed to be running away, and did not pay attention to them, which allowed them to avoid danger. After the beast tide, the whole world fell into silence again, but the oppressive aura from before did not weaken, and instead became stronger. After instructing everyone to be careful, they continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered even more beasts, but they did not encounter a beast tide. The 4th area was the 61st and 80th ranked cities. Once the two sides met, it would be another fierce battle. Even Yamba Castle had a domain realm, so these top-ranked cities would naturally have one as well. Fortunately, the group did not encounter any humans, other than beasts, and they did not even encounter any battle spirits. As they went deeper, the oppressive aura became stronger and stronger. In this way, they went deeper into the area, and when they approached the inner area of the 4th area, Zichen and the others did not encounter a single human or battle spirit. This situation was very strange, and everyone felt that something was wrong. During this time, they killed a lot of beasts, and even Zichen, who rarely fought, had more than 1,000 luck points. Third-level beasts were king-level beasts, and killing one would give 100 luck points. Among the group, Dongqing had the highest score, followed by the two brothers, Go Wan and Go Chong. Since the two of them had king-level formations, their killing speed had surpassed everyone else, followed by Manshur and Wuxia. Zichun had more than 1,000 points and was behind the two of them. Chapter 1364. Just as Zichun and the rest discovered traces of the human, the latter had also spotted them from afar. The few of them could clearly see a stunned expression on the other party's face. Soon after, he transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the depths. He ran away. Manshur couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. He scratched his head and said, "Are we that scary?" Wuxia glanced at Manshur and curled his lips. "Why don't you just say that he went to inform the others?" The others couldn't help but smile when they heard the conversation between the two. Along the way, as the number of king-level battle beasts they killed increased, the confidence of the group gradually reached an explosive state. The group didn't stop there. The person who had just left quickly returned. Just as Wuxia had said, the latter had gone to inform the others and brought a group of people with him. There were more than 20 people in this group, led by a man in black armor. The aura surging around his body clearly indicated that he had reached the domain realm. Beside him were 7 or 8 half-step domain realm cultivators, while the rest were at the peak of the corporeal realm. The two sides quickly met. The group didn't directly surround Zichun and the others. The black-armored man landed on a huge rock and looked at Zichun and the others in front of him. He shouted, "Halt!" Zichun and the others stopped after walking for a few dozen meters. At Zichun's signal, Manshur stepped forward and asked the group, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, the two sides were about 100 meters apart. This distance was enough for them to sense the numbers of the other side's cities. 107, 108. When the group of cultivators sensed the two numbers, their expressions changed. It was obvious that they were very surprised by this scene. It's the people from Huping City. Perhaps they didn't know who 107 was, but the name of the last city of 10 million years old was as well known as Shuntian City of Shuntian Prefecture. However, one was the last city of 10 million years old, while the other was the first city of 10 million years old. This had never changed. The group looked surprised, and there was a strange look on their faces. However, there was no contempt or disdain on their faces. The fact that the people from these two cities were able to make it here after the opening of the prefectural realm was enough to prove that they were extraordinary. As for the so-called luck, it was no longer useful at this point. While the group was sizing up Zichun's group, the latter was also looking at them. After Zichun sensed the number, he frowned slightly and asked, 61. "What city is this?" Hearing this, Guwei smiled bitterly and said, "Xuancheng, our luck is really good. We actually encountered the strongest city in this region." The cities in this region were ranked 61st to 80th, and without a doubt, 61st was the strongest. Just as the two sides were sizing each other up, the atmosphere in the field became silent. The other party didn't make a move immediately, which surprised Zichun. In his opinion, any force that arrived at the prefectural realm would probably make a move as soon as they saw each other. The reason why the other party didn't make a move immediately was probably because they had some concerns. This kind of cautious existence was relatively troublesome. While the two sides were silent, Zichun said, "We're just passing by." Upon seeing Zichun's position, a trace of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the man in black armor. It was very obvious that the leader of the group should be standing there, but from what he could sense, the other party was only at the mid-corporeal stage. The surprise in his eyes disappeared as the black-armored man said indifferently, "This path is blocked. Please take a detour." Before Zichun could speak, Manshur glared and said, "How can we take a detour? We've encountered countless battle beasts along the way. It took a lot of time and effort to clear a path, and you're telling us to take a detour?" When the group of people in front heard this, their faces changed. Originally, they were casually sizing them up, but now, they were carefully observing them. To be able to clear a path through a group of war beasts, this was enough to prove that this team was extraordinary. The black-armored man's expression was still fluctuating. A moment later, He stared at Zichun and said indifferently, "This path is blocked." Zichun smiled faintly and asked, "What if I insist on going?" "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so," the black-armored man said coldly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Manshur snorted. With a tap of his foot, he dashed forward. The expressions of the group of cultivators changed slightly when they saw the big guy charging towards them alone. However, out of caution, they all took out their weapons and didn't mock the other party. Boom! A berserk aura was released from Manshur's body in the next moment. Black light was suddenly released from his body as he charged forward. As the black light swirled around him, Manshur's body clearly began to grow. The black light on the surface of his body was like steel. Thump! Thump! After transforming, Manshur's strength had increased by a lot. As he stepped on the ground, the earth trembled continuously. Footprints appeared behind Manshur one after another. Such a change caused the faces of the crowd to turn solemn. The black-armored man's pupils shrank slightly. An aura belonging to the domain realm was released from his body. Then, he clenched his fist and let out a roar as he punched towards Manshur. When Manshur, who was advancing, saw this punch, a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. A berserk aura surged from his right hand. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched forward. A pitch-black fist radiance, carrying a powerful aura, swept forward. Boom! The earth rumbled as a surge of power surged. Cracks spread out from under the feet of the two men. When the two fists collided, Manshur, who had transformed into a giant, only shook his body slightly and neutralized the power. On the other hand, the black-armored man was forced to take a few steps back. When the people behind the black-armored man saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly. While Manshur and the black-armored man were fighting, groups of cultivators had gathered hundreds of miles away from this area. There were more than 200 cultivators in each group. Powerful auras were being released from their bodies one after another. In front of these cultivators, there were a few core members. At this moment, these core members' gazes were fixed in front of them. In front of them was a spacious area. It looked ordinary, but if one were to look closely, they would discover that the power of space here was constantly distorting. Between the distortions in space, one could occasionally see a blurry image. This image looked like a towering tower. The main reason why a group of cultivators gathered here was not because of the distorted space, but because of an extremely oppressive aura. This aura seemed to cover several areas. The cultivators here followed the oppressive aura. The source of the oppressive aura that Zichun and the others felt was here. Among them, there were more than 300 cultivators stationed here by Xuan City. The leader was a man in white who looked very elegant. Compared to the nervous and hostile gazes of the leaders of the other groups, his expression was much calmer. As the 61st city, the strongest faction in this area, they had an extremely strong foundation. When they had just arrived in this area, they had already sensed the abnormality of this place. After waiting for a period of time, they still did not sense any abnormalities. Thus, their main force headed deeper into the area. Although they had lost their main force, the remaining cultivators were still the strongest among the several groups. While the other forces were extremely nervous, a few powerful cultivators in Xuan City's group were still in the mood to chat. "I wonder how Little Wei is doing. Did he chase away those people?" A domain realm cultivator said faintly. When the cultivator beside him heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Little Wei's strength is not weak. It shouldn't be a problem for him to chase away a group of more than 10 people." The cultivator who just spoke smiled, then looked at the man in white and asked, "Brother Ming, what do you think?" The man in white glanced at a group in the distance. His expression did not change. After a while, an indifferent voice came out from his mouth. "The fact that they can come here proves that they have some tricks up their sleeves. Even if Little Wei and the others can chase them away, I'm afraid that they will attract some trouble." The few of them nodded and did not express their opinions. In fact, after Xuan City discovered this place, he did not deliberately block the news and stop others from coming here. As long as they had enough strength, they had the qualifications to stay here. Other than Xuan City, there were 4 other forces here. These 4 forces all had the qualifications, but one of them was slightly weaker. However, it had more than 200 people. In the distorted space in front of them, the pagoda-shaped image appeared frequently. The frequency was much faster than before. Obviously, this was a sign that this place was about to appear. Almost everyone's attention was focused on the front. As for those who had left earlier, they were gradually ignored. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads. When they saw that the group of people who had just left with Xue and City returned dejectedly, a strange expression appeared on everyone's faces. One had to know that just now, his subordinates had reported that there were only a dozen people, but Little Wei had brought more than 20 people and returned dejectedly. What's going on? A cultivator in battle armor asked. The cultivator named Little Wei shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The people who came were too stubborn." Oh. The few of them raised their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. Even the man in white turned his head and looked at the other party with a slightly surprised expression. At this moment, a voice came from the forest again. Soon after, a group of people came from afar. This group was very small in number, less than 15 people. However, the moment they appeared, they successfully attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1365. Compared to a group of hundreds of people, a group of 15 people was clearly different. Zichen's group became the focus of many cultivators as soon as they arrived. They had different expressions on their faces as they watched the group approaching from afar. However, most of them were shocked when they sensed the city numbers on the dozen or so people. This was the 4th level, where the 80th and 61st levels were. This was a much higher level place than the outside world, so it was only possible for Ian's End to come here. The Manor Realm had opened many times, but this was the first time Ian's End Hu Ping City had appeared in front of everyone. Apart from being shocked, there was also some curiosity on their faces, as if they were sizing up some rare species. Little Wei, this is what you meant when you said they were too tough. A domain realm cultivator in front of the Xue and city cultivators could not help but laugh. The black-armored cultivator named Little Wei glared at him and said, "You can go and try if you don't believe me. You can't even handle a dozen or so people." The other party shook his head and laughed. The others could not help but laugh as well. Little Wei's expression was a little ugly. However, when he thought about the shocking scene earlier, he did not even have the courage to fight back. He believed that if he had had any killing intent earlier, his group of more than 20 people would not have been able to make it back alive. Everyone felt that it was extremely strange when they heard that Little Wei did not explain himself. The man in white also turned around and looked at Little Wei in surprise. He asked, "You guys suffered a great loss?" Little Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We didn't suffer a great loss. We just felt a little aggrieved." "What's there to be aggrieved about? Tell us about it, and let us laugh a little." The few people who had spoken earlier asked with interest. Little Wei glared at them before looking at the man in white and saying, "I brought more than 20 people with me. We did not even get into an intense fight before one of them defeated us." "What? One person defeated more than 20 of you? How is that possible? None of them are at the domain realm." A low exclamation was heard. A strange look flashed through the white-clothed man's eyes. He then looked at Zichen's group and said, "The fact that someone from Huping City could make it here is enough to prove that he is extraordinary. Who is it? Is it that black-robed young man in the middle?" In front of the group, other than the two beauties, Zichun was also the one who attracted the most attention. This was not only because of his looks, but also because of the position he was standing in. As he walked, other people would look at him with questioning expressions. "No, it's that big blockhead." Little Wei pointed at Manshur. Compared to Zichun, Manshur was indeed an idiot. It was obvious that this kind of person only had brute force but no brains. Hearing that Little Wei and the others had been defeated by such a person, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The white-clothed man looked at Manshur, then at Wu Xie, who was to the right of Zichun. His gaze then fell on Zichun as he said faintly, "It seems that Huping City really has a few decent people this time." Little Wei nodded. He had dealt with this group of people before, so he knew that the big blockhead was purely a mindless thug, while the black-robed young man was the one who was truly difficult to deal with. Moreover, danger was always present in the Manor Realm. Almost everyone was wearing armor, But that young man was wearing an extremely ordinary black robe. He was not an idiot, but a truly powerful existence. He was just like the leader of their group, the white-clothed man, Xueming. Because of Xueming's evaluation, the others' expressions became much more solemn. Should we go and test them again? A domain realm cultivator beside him asked. Xueming glanced at the group in the distance and smiled faintly. There's no need. I believe that someone will test them for us. When Zichun led the group out of the dense forest and saw so many cultivators, his expression changed involuntarily. When Manshur saw that Little Wei had actually walked into the largest group, he could not help but mutter, "Fortunately, we listened to Zichun and did not start a massacre. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble." Just as Manshur was muttering to himself, Shang Guanhong noticed something unusual in the open space in front of them. She exclaimed softly, "Look! What's that?" Zichun and the others also looked in that direction. They saw a majestic 9-story pagoda suddenly appear in the distorted space in front of them. The 9-story pagoda disappeared in a flash. The space started to distort again, but this time, the distortions were even more intense. That should be the source of the oppressive aura. It seems like we have come to a treasure trove, and we came at the right time, Zichun said faintly. This should be considered a surprise, right? Wu Xie smiled. It is indeed a surprise, and there's more than one. Suddenly, Dong Qing's cold voice came from the side. Just as Dong Qing opened his mouth, Zichun and the rest could clearly feel a dense murderous intent. This murderous intent directly landed on their bodies, firmly locking onto them. Turning his head to look at the place filled with murderous intent, Zichun saw many pairs of icy cold eyes. In front of these icy cold eyes, there was an extremely familiar existence. Yamba Castle, Ling Dong. It's this damned guy. Slaughter all these bastards. When Manshur and the others saw the other party, their faces were filled with anger. At the same time, dense killing intent surged around them. Other than Yamba Castle and Xuan City, there were people from 3 other cities. They were respectively from City 71, City 68, and City 78. The murderous atmosphere in the field made them look at the scene with interest. In front of them, Ling Dong led a few people and walked towards Zichen's side. "I didn't expect you to be able to make it here." Ling Dong stopped when the two sides were 100 meters apart and said coldly. Zichun smiled faintly and then led the group towards Ling Dong. He stopped 10 meters away from Ling Dong and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." "Why? Are you very surprised, very scared, and very regretful of coming here?" Ling Dong curled his lips and laughed coldly. Beside him, several half-step domain realm experts were also glaring angrily at Zichen's group. Manshur and Wu Xia also responded with cold gazes. Zichun, on the other hand, smiled in a relaxed manner and said, "I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky to be able to meet you here. It just so happens that I was lucky enough to let you escape last time. This time, you will stay." "You? A mere mid-corporeal realm expert?" Ling Dong mocked. "I was able to chop off Chuanxing's head when I was at the early corporeal realm. What more now?" Zichun indifferently replied. At the mention of Chuanxing, the surging killing intent on Yamba Castle's side grew increasingly obvious. A cold light flashed in Ling Dong's eyes as he shouted, "Zichun, you should know best what happened to Lord Chuanxing, of course. I chopped off his head." Zichun indifferently replied, "You're courting death." Beside Ling Dong, a half-step domain realm expert could no longer hold back. With a shout, he charged towards Zichun. Die. A long sword appeared in his hand. As he gripped the long sword, water-like energy gathered towards the long sword. A swift and fierce aura appeared as he charged towards Zichen with the sword in hand. He had clearly used a battle skill in this attack, and it was a mid-grade battle skill at that. As the dazzling sword light arrived, a feeling of oppression appeared in the surrounding space. In the face of this attack, Zichun did not dodge. A faint smile hung on his face, and he did not even look at his opponent. In the eyes of most people, such an action was arrogance, because no one could ignore the attack of a half-step domain realm expert. Scram! A shout rang out between heaven and earth. It was from Manshur, who was standing beside Zichen. Black light surged around his body as a similar half-step domain aura emerged. As the black light swirled around his body, he clenched his fists and took a step forward, smashing towards the sword light in front of him. Fist kill. Mansher's attack was only a low-grade battle skill, but the power it contained far exceeded the might of a fist kill. This punch seemed to tear apart the air as it smashed towards the tip of the sword. Bang! As the two forces collided, a loud sound rang out. A huge crack extended from under the two's feet as ripples of energy spread out in all directions with the two at the center. Mansher's eyes were cold as he roared again. He stomped one foot on the ground, and a pitch-black energy blocked in front of him, blocking all the remaining energy waves. Looking at the half-step domain realm expert opposite him, he was directly pushed back by the energy waves. At the same time, the scattered energy waves also rushed in that direction. Ling Dong rolled up his sleeves, but the surging energy seemed to have met with resistance and was unable to move forward. Scram! When Mansher saw this scene, he immediately let out an explosive shout. The originally surging energy once again became berserk. Rip! Ling Dong's robe was directly torn apart, and the energy swept towards the back. Although this energy was not fatal, it still made the people behind Ling Dong somewhat embarrassed. Damn it! Looking at the torn robe, Ling Dong's face was cold. He originally wanted to show his strength to his opponent, but he did not expect that he would end up in such a sorry state. Moreover, it was at the hands of a blockhead. When the others saw Mansher's attack, their faces were also filled with shock. Schwemming nodded and said, "Very good strength. It's not unjust that you were defeated by him." In a few other places, words of recognition for Mansher's strength were faintly heard. It was rare to see someone who could defeat someone of the same level with a single blow. Hearing the faint praise in his ears, Ling Dong felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in the face. Beside him, the few people who were originally angry also felt embarrassed at this moment. Behind them, the cultivators from Yanbo City also felt that they had lost face. Chapter 1366. Everyone was paying attention to Zichen's group. It was extremely surprising that a mere dozen people dared to go against the people from Yanbo Castle. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the leaders of the various forces changed one after another when they heard Zichen's low roar to kill. They never expected that this small group of a dozen people would not only not fear the 200 people from Yanbo Castle, but also dare to take the initiative to cause trouble. Interesting, Schwemming chuckled as he looked at the black-robed Zichen, whose face was cold. The others, on the other hand, widened their eyes as they looked at Zichen's group. They wanted to see if these people really dared to make a move, or if they were just putting on a show. Since Zichen had said to make a move, Mansher and the others naturally wouldn't be polite. After Zichen's low roar, Mansher roared and took the lead to charge toward the mausoleum in front of them. Immediately after, rays of light curled around Wu Xie's body as he transformed into a stream of light and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Die! Wu Xie charged directly toward a half-step domain realm cultivator and threw a punch that surged with a powerful aura. It was still the simplest punch, but its power wasn't any weaker than Mansher's. Swoosh! An extremely agile green light shot out from Shangguan Hong's jade-like hand and headed toward another half-step domain realm cultivator in front of her. The latter looked at the green light with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Then, he raised the blade in his hand and slashed at the green light with a flash of blade light. Puffed! Under the spatial pressure, the green light was instantly sliced into two. The half-step domain stage expert grinned as the disdain on his face grew even denser. However, before his smile could fully spread, he saw the light that had been sliced apart in front of him actually fuse together once again, before charging towards him. After merging, the green light became even faster. The green light flickered and disappeared, looking very strange. This scene caused the cultivator's expression to change drastically. He immediately put up a defensive light shield and retreated rapidly. However, the defensive light barrier was completely useless in front of the green light. It was instantly pierced through by the green light. Immediately after, the green light disappeared into the half-step domain expert's glabella. The latter's body shook violently and stopped retreating. Then, the light in his eyes dimmed. Just as Shangguan Hong was about to succeed, Wu Xie and Manshur had already clashed with each other. Amidst the shock waves of energy, the cultivator fighting Wu Xie was sent flying, coughing out blood. Immediately after, Ling Dong was also forced to retreat over 10 steps by Manshur, who had unleashed his full power. His expression became very ugly. Back in Huping City, he was no match for these people because he had held back some of his strength. As for king-tier battle skills, he had not used them at all. However, he did not expect that even after using his full strength, he would still be no match for them. The battle continued, roar. Before the cultivator who was sent flying by Wu Xie landed on the ground, he heard a deafening roar of a beast. Then, he felt a huge shadow above his head. He saw an extremely ugly black battle beast appear in his line of sight. That's the red-eyed boar demon. Seeing this scene, the cultivator's eyes were immediately filled with horror. However, before he could react, the black shadow suddenly pressed down, opened its mouth, and swallowed him. After landing on the ground, the red-eyed boar demon glanced at the Yamba Castle team in the distance with its red eyes. Finally, it turned its head again and opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of cold teeth. In the next moment, the red-eyed boar demon spat out a stream of water arrow filled with the stench of blood. It shot forward. Before the water arrow could reach the rest of the Yamba Castle team, it directly exploded, splashing water everywhere. In the midst of the splashing water, there was a strong corrosive smell. Green smoke immediately rose from the defensive light barrier that the team had put up. Then, their magical power light barrier was corroded, and the splashing water landed on their bodies again. In the next moment, shrill screams rang out in the open area. Because they could not expel the corrosive acid water, in addition to the indescribable pain, they could not help but fall to the ground and roll around. Die. On the other side, Wu Xie coldly looked at Ling Dong, whose expression was extremely ugly. The vertical eye between his brows trembled slightly, and then opened. The moment Wu Xie's vertical eye opened, Ling Dong felt a sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. Without another word, he activated his domain energy to form a defense. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed in front of him. Clang! As the long sword slashed through the air, a clanging sound rang out, following which, a powerful rebounding force knocked the long sword out of Ling Dong's hand. A pitch-black beam of light shot towards Ling Dong the moment the long sword was knocked out of his hand. Puff! The pitch-black beam of light broke through Ling Dong's defense the moment it hit him. Then, it pierced through his heart. A powerful force directly sent Ling Dong flying several hundred meters away. Looking at the flying Ling Dong, the vertical eye between Wu Xie's brows closed. Then, he shook his head in disappointment. His opponent's reaction was very fast. Otherwise, he would have died. The battle started and ended very quickly. After the transformed man finished off a half-step domain practitioner with a powerful blow, he turned back and returned. Although he did not kill Ling Dong, Wu Xie did not continue to pursue him. After the red-eyed demon boar finished off one person, it returned to Dongqing's side. Shangguan Hong indifferently swept a glance at the slowly growing small tree in front of her. She seemed to be able to faintly hear a human voice from the small tree. The shrill screams were still ringing out. They came from the 3 cultivators who had been corroded by the red-eyed boar demon's saliva. They fell to the ground and kept rolling about. Their bodies were corroded, revealing ghastly white bones that were visible to the naked eye. Even those ghastly white bones were showing signs of corrosion. In the distance, all the cultivators widened their eyes and were almost petrified. They had originally thought that Zichun was just putting on a show. Even if he dared to cause trouble for Yamba Castle, it would only be a small matter. But the reality was that Zichun's side only had 3 people and 1 beast. Yet they'd instantly annihilated numerous cultivators from Flamebow City. Even Ling Dong from the Domain Realm was defeated in a single move, and he was heavily injured in a single move, almost losing his life. As for the other 3 screaming fellows, it seemed that they would not survive. As they looked at the 3 with pity in their hearts, the crowd became even more fearful of the red-eyed demon boar. It's not an injustice to be defeated by this person. After witnessing Man Shi's true strength, Xiao Wei was completely convinced. Even the few people who had been mocking him before now had solemn expressions on their faces. Extraordinary indeed. A bright light flashed in Xue Ming's eyes. At this moment, the attention of the other leaders, including Xue Ming, fell on Zichen's group. In addition to the few powerful existences that had attracted the attention of others, the leader of the group, Zichen, was also extremely eye-catching. To be able to make these seemingly unruly subordinates obedient, as a leader, he was naturally extremely capable. Interesting indeed. Another leader looked at Zichen and smiled faintly. However, there was a trace of fear in the depths of that faint smile. Looks like Huping Castle has made sufficient preparations this time. The people from Yamba Castle have kicked an iron plate. Similar voices continuously rang out, as many of the gazes turned serious. Only the people from Yamba Castle were spitting fire from their eyes, as if they had eaten gunpowder. If they were not stopped by the few domain practitioners, they would have already rushed forward and drowned Zichen's group in a sea of people. The frequency of the three people's struggles decreased, and their screams became extremely weak. Their enormous vitality was forcibly corroded and swallowed up. In the end, even the three of them died. In this battle, several half-step domain practitioners from Yamba Castle had died, and even Ling Dong was seriously injured. However, they had not even been able to touch the corner of their opponent's clothes. It was undoubtedly a crushing defeat. Zichen's gaze had been very calm. After watching the three people die, he slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the group from Yamba Castle. At this moment, everyone's attention was also on Zichen. When they saw Zichen looking in the direction of the group from Yamba Castle, they couldn't help but make bold guesses. He wouldn't be looking for trouble with that group of people, would he? Just as this thought appeared in their minds, they saw Zichen move. He took a step forward, and a second step closely followed. His target was the group from Yamba Castle. Whoosh! The crowd couldn't help but be in an uproar. It should be known that this was a group of more than 200 people. Zichen had actually taken the initiative to look for trouble with just a dozen people. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for hundreds of people. Once the two sides fought fiercely, the battle would be one-sided. In the eyes of many people, Zichen's actions were too reckless, too arrogant, and too ungrateful. After all, the people from Yamba Castle had already chosen to endure after suffering a great loss. However, he had once again led people to go forward, which seemed a little insatiable. However, there were also some people who understood the deeper meaning of Zichen's words and nodded slightly. Zichen walked forward step by step. Wu Xie and Man Shi followed closely behind him, followed by Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing. The others followed behind them. Following Zichen, they were fearless, even if they were about to face a group of more than 200 people. Seeing Zichen walk over, the leader of Yamba Castle narrowed his eyes and a cold light gradually appeared in them. His expression also gradually became gloomy. Zichen didn't stop in front of him and asked indifferently, "You are their leader. How should I address you?" The leader clearly didn't understand Zichen's intentions and replied indifferently, "Yen Fon." Zichen nodded slightly and then said, "My name is Zichen, and I come from Huping City. Thanks to your help, we were only able to send 13 people this time." Yen Fon didn't understand the meaning behind Zichen's words. He thought, "Are you telling me this now to make peace with me, or are you looking for trouble?" The others also didn't understand. Chapter 1367. Zichen's words caused an uproar among the crowd. He had actually set his sights on the area where more than 200 cultivators from Yamba Castle were standing. However, there were only a dozen or so of them. At this moment, even more people understood Zichen's intentions. Among all the forces present, Yamba Castle was originally the weakest. However, after Zichen's arrival, it had undoubtedly become the weakest. Ling Dong had taken the initiative to cause trouble for Zichen not only because of the grudge between the two sides, but also because he wanted to suppress Zichen and drive away or kill Zichen's group. After all, Zichen was an existence that had obtained the qualifications, and this qualification had been obtained by Zichen's group after Little Wei's failure. The people from Yamba Castle had made a move against Zichun for a very deep reason. Similarly, Zichun's current actions of causing trouble for Yamba Castle and even going against more than 200 cultivators wasn't just because he was hot-headed. He also needed a qualification that could be recognized. If he wanted to obtain this qualification, he could only cause trouble for Yamba Castle, because both sides were the type that would not rest until one of them was dead. Even more cultivators, who had sensed Zichun's intentions, were in an uproar. Then, their gazes were fixed in front of them. At the same time, they were very eager to see which force had the upper hand. "What did you say?" Yin Fern's eyes turned cold as he asked indifferently. Zichun drew a circle in front of Yin Fan with his finger and said indifferently, "I said that I've taken a liking to this place. Take your people and find another place. You're courting death." Beside him, a domain realm cultivator was already unable to contain his anger. He roared, took out his weapon, and attacked Zichun. However, before his attack landed, he felt an extremely dangerous premonition in his heart. This danger came from Zichun's side, where the vertical pupil between Wu Xie's eyebrows was faintly trembling. A powerful and terrifying aura was awakening. This move had nearly killed off Ling Dong. When the cultivator saw Wu Xie, who was about to attack, his face sank sharply. At the same time, he stopped his next attack. Although he no longer attacked, the domain expert glared angrily at Zichun, just like the others. He wished he could kill Zichun with his gaze. The leaders of the various forces in the distance were watching this scene. They were surprised by Zichun's actions, but they were also surprised by the emotions displayed by the cultivators of Yamba Castle. Under such a serious provocation, shouldn't they throw caution to the wind and go all out? Of course, this was just a thought in their minds. If they really went all out, even though Zichun's side had fewer people, Yamba Castle would still suffer great losses. This would be extremely disadvantageous for their following journey. If things went wrong, they might be swallowed up by other forces before they could find any opportunities. Yin Fan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The sinister gazes from all around seemed as if they wanted to eat Zichun alive. However, Zichun didn't care at all. He smiled faintly, but there wasn't the slightest hint of satisfaction in his smile. There was only a sinister killing intent. "My time is limited. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, if you're still standing here, I will regard your actions as a provocation." Zichun's voice suddenly became very cold. It was cold and sonorous. The dignity of Huping City cannot be challenged. Anyone who tries to challenge the dignity of Huping City will be killed without mercy. The cultivators of Huping City behind Zichun naturally straightened their backs when they heard this. Even the blood in their bodies couldn't help but boil. Huping City was the oldest city in the domain realm. No one in the domain realm had ever looked them in the eye. When had the people of Huping City ever had dignity? They hadn't in the past, but now they did. Furthermore, he had said this in front of several cities, especially a city that ranked 83rd, Manshur, and the others believed that if Lord Wu or the city lord were present, they would definitely feel proud of Zichun's words. Compared to the pride in the hearts of the people of Huping City, the people of Yamba Castle felt like they had been greatly wronged. Every one of them had sullen and angry expressions on their faces. However, Yin Fan didn't say anything, and there were other domain realm cultivators stopping him. Nobody dared to step forward at the moment. The crowd was once again in an uproar because of Zichun's words. They had not expected that a mere leader of Huping City would be able to say such a thing and actually dare to say such a thing. Of the two factions, one was as large as a tiger, while the other was as small as a house cat. There was simply no proportion between the two. However, at the moment, the small house cat was flaunting its might to the tiger, while the latter seemed helpless. The cultivators of Yamba Castle weren't the only ones who felt sullen. Even Yin Fan and the other domain realm cultivators felt uncomfortable. Some cultivators from other factions also felt that it was unfair for the people of Yamba Castle. The tiger hadn't touched the house cat not because it was afraid, but because there were other lions eyeing it covetously not far away. Yin Fan hadn't directly slaughtered Zichun's group because of the other factions in the surroundings. Zichun's actions at the moment were purely a fox exploiting the tiger's might. 10 breaths are up. As if he felt that he hadn't done enough, Zichen spoke again. He directly said 10 breaths, not even giving the other party a chance to count down. Boom, boom. The auras around Manshur and Wu Xie began to surge. This was also in coordination with Zichen's 10 breaths. The two of them wanted to kill everyone who dared to challenge the dignity of Huping City. In the distance, even more cultivators curled their lips. They all felt that Zichen's actions were shameless. After all, if the people of Yamba Castle really attacked, the mere dozen people on Zichen's side wouldn't be enough to kill them. You win. Yin Fan gritted his teeth in the face of Zichen's indifferent and mocking gaze. He turned his head and said, "Let's go." Even now, he still didn't have any killing intent in his heart. Or rather, he had already suppressed it and prioritized the overall situation. As Yin Fan turned his head, the other cultivators of Yamba Castle also turned and left after glaring fiercely at Zichen's group. However, their ferocious gazes seemed to be warning everyone that if they offended Yamba Castle, they would be completely finished. Looking at Yin Fan's back, Zichen smiled gently, then pointed at him and said, "Did you see that? A person without any guts like him is not only unfit to be a leader, he can't even be considered a normal cultivator. That's because he has already forgotten that the principle of this world is that the strong are respected, not some **T of forbearance." When he heard Zichen's harsh evaluation, Yin Fan's body clearly trembled slightly, as if he was forcefully restraining his emotions. After 2 breaths, he finally turned around. After turning around, he calmly looked at Zichen and said in an indifferent voice, "The purpose of this world is not to talk big. As for the principle of the strong being respected, I think I will make you understand." Zichen smiled and replied, "I've already understood this principle. Unfortunately, the one who doesn't understand is you." Humph! Yin Fan snorted and turned his head. However, the moment he turned his head, he couldn't restrain the murderous intent in his eyes. As one of the leaders of the biggest city and a domain realm cultivator, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Zichen and the people he had brought with him were already on his must-kill list. In the end, this battle didn't happen. This was somewhat unexpected, but it wasn't beyond everyone's expectations. Although many people understood that Zichen's actions were obviously for the sake of obtaining the qualifications, they also concluded that Yin Fan wouldn't dare make a move. It was obvious that he was an intelligent person. However, it seemed that everyone was used to the delightful method of killing people with a single slash. At this moment, when they saw Zichen's method of killing people without shedding any blood, they felt some disdain in their hearts. When they looked at Zichen and the others again, there was some pity in their eyes. Although they had one, it was merely a gamble. What would they do if they met again? If they offended the people of Yamba Castle, wouldn't they be cutting off their own path of survival? After occupying the territory of Yamba Castle and the others, Zichen and the others continued to wait. In the open space before them, the image of the 9-story tower kept flashing. The last story seemed to be flashing with a bright light. The 9-story tower was about to take shape. While Zichen and the others were waiting for the 9-story tower to appear, many forces in the entire domain realm were also waiting for the 9-story tower to appear. The same thing happened on the 3rd level, the 2nd level, the 1st level, and even the 3rd level. The 9-story tower appeared in the distorted space one after another. While many people were waiting for the 9-storied tower to appear, there was a force waiting there for a long time. Compared to the other forces who were waiting blankly, the expressions of the cultivators of this force became very excited. I didn't expect the Tongyu Tower to appear in the domain realm this time. The appearance of the Tongyu Tower means that all the forces will gain more this time, but at the same time, the danger level will also increase greatly. The Tongyu Tower leads directly to the depths of the domain realm. I wonder if Shuntian City will be able to reach the final step this time and obtain the legendary Tongyu Core and Perfect Domain Seed. In the distorted space, there was a 9-story Tongyu Tower. It appeared on the 4th floor of the outer area. The domain realm opened at an indefinite time, and the Tongyu Tower was a legend in the domain realm. It was said that it might not appear even once 100 times it opened. There were many legends about the Tongyu Tower, but other than the endless resources and treasures, the most famous ones were the Tongyu Core and Perfect Domain Seed. Every time the Tongyu Tower appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. There were many forces who rose to prominence, but there were also many who fell into decline because of it. In the Tower of Seclusion, it could be said that danger and opportunity coexisted. Often, behind great danger was great opportunity. Similarly, behind great opportunity was great danger. Just as the Tongyu Tower was about to appear, another group of people came to the area where Zichun was. Chapter 1368. The appearance of this group of special characters was even more eye-catching than the arrival of Zichun and the others. Although the former was an enemy, at least he was still human. However, the group of people that came later, strictly speaking, were no longer human. Battle spirits, why are battle spirits here? What's going on? We haven't seen battle spirits for a long time. Why are there so many of them? The group of people that came were all battle spirits. They were like normal humans, gathered together and walked over from afar. Humans could obtain luck points by killing battle spirits. At this moment, seeing a group of close to 100 battle spirits, a commotion broke out among the human teams. What's going on? Besides Zichun, Wuxia and the others were also very puzzled after seeing the battle spirits. Zichun looked back at the 9-story tower and said indifferently, "They should be the same as us. They're all here to hunt for treasures." Beside him, Manshur blurted out, "They're here to hunt for treasures too? Isn't this a joke? They're just battle spirits. They're here to train us and provide luck points." What a joke. Have you forgotten about the black-robed battle spirit from before? Zichun glanced at Manshur. Thinking about the terrifying black-robed battle spirit, Manshur immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, in front of the group of battle spirits, there was also a black-robed person leading them. Although he wasn't holding a sheathed saber in his hand, he didn't look like an existence to be trifled with. What should we do? Ma Wei could feel the pressure from the group of battle spirits. He pursed his lips and couldn't help but ask. The strength of the leading battle spirit is probably at grade 4. It's very dangerous. We don't have many people, so we can only wait and see. Zichun's line of sight followed the movement of the leading battle spirit. The arrival of the battle spirits was very surprising. The small commotion in the team was quickly stopped. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same. They silently acknowledged the existence of these battle spirits. Nearly 100 battle spirits gathered together like well-trained soldiers. After they arrived, they stood still and stared at the distorted space in front of them without glancing sideways. Everyone was happy to be ignored by the battle spirit. Moreover, with the appearance of the battle spirit, they were even more curious about the tower within the distorted space. "Zichun, look over there." Lu Wei's low voice rang in Zichun's ears. Zichun turned around. Under Lu Wei's signal, Zichun saw that burning flame, who was supposed to be in another direction, had actually joined an unfamiliar team. It was a group that was second only to Xuancheng. They were ranked 68th, and they had more than 200 people. At that moment, Yin Fan and Ling Dong, who had recovered from his injuries, were at the front of the group, talking to the leader of the other party in a low voice. From time to time, the other side would cast glances at them. It was obvious that both sides were harboring malicious intentions and were targeting them. "Damn it, he must be scheming against us." One of the cultivators from Lu Guangqing swore. "This group of people is really shameless. There are over 200 of them, and they actually found others to deal with us." Another person cursed. "What are they discussing?" Wuxia looked in that direction. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "What else can they be talking about? Of course, they are discussing how to deal with us." He Wei was puzzled. Number 68 is Miao Dongqing. They have so many people, and their leader is definitely not an ordinary person. Why would he listen to Yamba Castle and provoke us for no reason? Zichun snorted softly and said, "Just give them some compensation." Furthermore, Burning Flame doesn't need them to listen to him. He just needs to say that we have something that interests them. This group of people is really shameless. Shang Wanhong had obviously guessed that the other party was after the Void Tree. She gritted her teeth, and anger appeared on her beautiful face. "It's not that shameless. It's just a method." Zichun shook his head and said, "You must be careful when you see Miao Dongqing's people. When we enter here, everyone follow me closely. I want to see if they can gather a team of hundreds to besiege us. There were forces from several cities here, and only Miao Dongqing and Yamba Castle were interacting with each other. The space in front of them was distorting even more violently, and the 9-story tower was disappearing even faster. This was a sign that the tower was about to appear, and everyone's emotions were fluctuating violently. Those who were most familiar with this place were naturally the battle spirits, so Zichen's attention was always on those battle spirits. Under careful observation, he found that the battle spirits, who had not moved until now, had a kind of burning passion in their eyes. This kind of passion was like a hunter seeing his prey, or a hungry man seeing his food. Time passed as they waited. It seemed that because they had too many people and were too confident, there was almost no communication between these forces, and they had no intention of cooperating. Only Yamba Castle had been very close to Miao Dongqing's people recently. When they glanced at Zichun from time to time, their eyes were full of malice. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of energy trembling between heaven and earth. A violent force surged out of the distorted space in front of them, and this force spread out with a strong aura. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as this force appeared, the battle spirits reacted. They immediately turned into streams of light and retreated into the distance. Let's go. Zichen's perception was sharp to begin with. In addition, he had left a part of his perception to deliberately pay attention to those battle spirits, so his reaction was very timely. As he spoke, a substantial force rushed out of his body. This force directly enveloped the group of people beside him and then led them to retreat. Because they trusted Zichen very much, they did not struggle. On this side, Zichen and Zhanling's side had all retreated, and the leaders in the other directions had also reacted. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, and adding on the fact that their reactions were just a split second too slow, it directly led to chaos in the group. Amidst this chaos, the violent energy in front of them spread out. The violent energy spread out like a ripple. Wherever the ripple passed, the cultivators seemed to have been subjected to a body-fixing technique. Their bodies actually stopped in midair. When their bodies stopped, the expressions on their faces also froze. The ripples swept past them and went into the distance. As for the cultivators who were enveloped by the ripples, their bodies dissipated like smoke. Not even a scream could be heard between heaven and earth. These people just turned into nothingness and disappeared. Several forces had lost dozens of experts, and some of them were half-step domain realms. This made them, who had retreated far away, have the urge to curse. Boom! Another tremor came from the front. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly, and they reflexively dodged back. The ground was constantly shaking like an earthquake. It seemed that the energy this time was even stronger. While everyone was retreating far away, those battle spirits were looking ahead with excited expressions. They saw that the distorted space in front of them had returned to normal, and a huge 9-story tower appeared in their line of sight. The tower stood between heaven and earth, but there was still spatial energy surging around it, as if it was in another void. This spatial energy was very violent, and it turned into ripples of light that spread out in all directions. In the middle of these ripples of light, there was a transparent safe passage that led directly to the bottom floor of the tower. Zichen also noticed the passage immediately, and his expression turned serious. However, before he could make his next move, he saw the battle spirits not far away turn into streams of light and rush toward the safe passage. Let's go too. After seeing Zhanling's actions, Zichun did not hesitate. His energy wrapped around everyone as he charged forward. Both sides were very fast, and the battle spirits were prepared in advance. Therefore, by the time Zichen rushed into the safe passage, the figures of the battle spirits had already gradually disappeared into the depths of the passage. Obviously, they had all entered the 9-story tower. Damn it, let's go quickly. What cunning battle spirits, what cunning brats. People of Huping City, stop right there. Die. The other cultivators who had retreated far away all reacted at that moment. When they saw the figures disappear into the passage, they became furious as well. They gnashed their teeth, itching to devour the people of Huping City. Unfortunately, no matter how they roared behind them, Zichun did not stop at all. Just as the battle spirits disappeared, Zichun led everyone into the passage. However, as soon as they entered the passage, a powerful spatial hurricane appeared. The hurricane directly broke through the barrier of light that Zichun had created for everyone. When the barrier of light shattered, Zichun's face suddenly changed, and he cried out, "Oh no!" The spatial hurricane disappeared in a flash, and there was not a single person around Zichun anymore. Just as the tower appeared in the outer region, the same scene appeared in the other three regions as well. However, what was different from Zichun's was that in the other three areas, the direction of the spatial passageways had changed. Some led directly to the 8th floor, while others led directly to the 7th floor. There were even some factions that saw the passage to the 6th floor open. Obviously, the less floors there were, the less time it would take to reach the top of the 1st floor. Haha, Tongyu Tower, the people of Hidden Fog City are here. Humph, let's see if the final harvest from the opening of Tongyu Tower goes to your Shuntian City or our Destiny City. People of Golden Leaf City, follow me. Voices rang out outside the 9-story towers. Soon after, figures rushed in through the passageway. When the cultivators entered the 9-story towers, many battle spirits also rushed in ahead of them. These battle spirits exuded an extremely powerful aura, and some of them were even close to the 7th level. A 7th level battle spirit was equivalent to a cultivator at the 2nd domain realm. People of Hu Ping City, I'll wipe you all out this time. Ling Dong of Yamba Castle looked at Zichun's disappearing figure with a trace of murderous intent in his cold eyes. Chapter 1369. The bottom floor of the 9-story tower was the largest, while the top floor was the smallest. At this moment, Zichun was at the bottom level, which was the 9th level. This place was like another world, with unlimited space. Roar! Zichun heard the angry roars of battle beasts as soon as he arrived. Then, there were explosions caused by powerful energy waves. Clearly, there was a battle going on. Stop, that thing should be mine. A cultivator transformed into a stream of light as he flew into the distance. Behind him, there were streams of light chasing after him. Various types of energy attacks were constantly unleashed. The cultivators in front and behind him all whistled past Zichun, but none of them were in the mood to pay attention to him. Go to hell. Another angry roar came from another direction. It was a human cultivator fighting with a battle spirit. The reason for their fight was a ball of light that suddenly appeared. Get lost. Go to hell. Similar noises continued to ring out. Battles also began to break out all around Zichun. Looking at the streams of light that kept exploding in the sky and the dazzling light of treasures, Zichun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the domain manor, there are treasures everywhere. Indeed, Zichun had just appeared, and in just a short while, several domain weapons had appeared. Although some cultivators didn't need these domain weapons for now, it wouldn't be long before many people broke through. Suddenly, Zichun's pupils shrank. He looked up at the sky. The space there suddenly started to distort rapidly. A small space covered by the power of space appeared in his sight. There were 5 or 6 balls of light in the small space. They were all the size of a human head and emitted a dazzling light. From afar, it looked like a huge bubble had suddenly appeared in the sky. Inside the bubble were some small glowing bubbles. What's that? King-level origin life serum? King-level origin life serum. It really is King-level origin life serum. This thing is extremely valuable outside. I didn't expect to see 6 drops here. Just as Zichun was looking at the large bubble in front of him, excited voices rang out from all around. Then, cultivators flew forward. The space that appeared out of thin air did not attack. The cultivators smoothly passed through it and headed straight for the clumps of light. Swoosh! An energy ripple visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the air bubble. After the ripple went around the light ball, it spread out and swept towards the few cultivators who had just arrived. Pooh! 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 The ripples of light carried a materialized energy attack. These cultivators, who were pleasantly surprised and excited, were directly cut apart by the ripples of light before they could even approach them. As the corpses fell, a layer of crimson blood formed in the air bubble. A huge beast shadow appeared in the bubble. This beast shadow had the head of a beast and the body of a human. It held two black scythes in its hands. It looked like the scythes of death. The ripple of light just now was an attack from these scythes. What is that? A phantom blade beast. Damn it, there's actually a phantom blade beast guarding it. All of the peak corporeal stage cultivators who had entered earlier had already died. As for those who were a little slower to react, they were greatly startled by the sight of the beast, causing their bodies to come to an abrupt halt. King-level Origin Life Serum could be used to save lives at a critical moment. It was extremely valuable. In the outside world, ordinary cultivators might not be able to obtain it. Even if they had a drop, it would be used to save their lives at a critical moment. Compared to the life-saving King-grade Origin Liquid, this Blade Devil Shadow Beast was purely a death machine. Like its name, it did not have a real body. It looked like an illusion, but it had a materialized attack power. The two black scythes in its hands were true death scythes. They were not inferior to a domain weapon in quality. Its attack power was extremely strong, and its speed was also very fast. It was very difficult to deal with. If there was only a single drop of King-level Origin Life Serum in that big bubble, these people would have turned around and left without hesitation. It was not worth it to gamble their lives for a single drop of King-level Origin Life Serum. But at this moment, there were 6 drops in the bubble. This was also the reason why these people were unwilling to leave after knowing how terrifying the Phantom Blade Beast was. Instead, they lingered around the periphery. Swoosh! While the crowd was hesitating, someone made a move. It was a half-step domain expert from Shuaanqing. He was holding a giant axe in his hand. After charging into the space, he immediately launched an attack on the demonic Blade Shadow Beast. Poof! A waterfall-like axe light flashed past and directly cut open the Phantom Blade Beast's body. However, before a joyous expression could appear on his face, he felt a threatening, killing intent surging from behind him. He held the giant axe tightly without hesitation. The veins on his arms bulged. Under the powerful surge of power, he turned around and slashed backwards. Plang! The giant axe carried a powerful force as it chopped down on the death scythe that had appeared out of thin air. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out through the space. The brawny man holding the giant axe was directly forced back several steps. His blood boiled as fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This attack had made him pay a price, but at least he had blocked the opponent's attack. However, before the two sides could clash again, streams of light rushed in. After entering the space, these streams of light turned into figures. Some directly charged at the King-level Origin Life Serum, while others charged at the Phantom Blade Beast. Of course, there were also some humans who charged at the injured cultivator from Shuaanqing. What was originally a one-on-one battle turned into a chaotic battle in the next moment. In this chaotic battle, almost all of the humans killed whatever they saw. Zichun had learned about the use of the King-level Origin Life Serum from the discussions in the surroundings. Naturally, he was tempted. At this moment, he could not help but shake his head as he watched the chaotic battle in front of him. The Phantom Blade Beast was actually not that scary. 2 half-step domain realm experts working together could definitely kill it. However, in this chaotic battle, more than 2 half-step domain realm experts had died, but the Phantom Blade Beast was still alive. After his gaze paused on the King-level Origin Life Serum for several breaths, Zichen's figure flashed as he charged into the chaotic space. Just as he stabilized his body, a cold sword light pierced towards Zichen from behind. Even though he had only used the most ordinary sword strike, his advantage lay in its speed and the element of surprise. After this sword attack, there was a figure filled with indifference. His cold eyes seemed to have turned crazy from excessive killing. Swoosh! In the face of this attack, Zichen did not even turn around. He held the scabbard in his hand and swept backwards. A golden light mixed with silver appeared on the scabbard. This caused the already extremely fast saber strike to become even faster. This blade attack arrived first, sweeping past the sword light. Bang! The sword light immediately shattered. Then, the power of the blade light did not decrease as it rushed forward again. Under the shocked expression of the cultivator, the blade light swept past his neck. A human head with a shocked expression flew high into the air. After killing the sneak attacker, Zichun did not even turn around. Instead, he held the scabbard in his hand and flew forward. As Zichun moved forward, a large ball of light rushed out from the dead cultivator's body, caught up to Zichun, and merged into Zichun's body. These were the luck points. Zichun's luck points had increased by more than 600 points, and Zichun's luck points had finally crossed the 1,000 mark. The chaotic battle in front of him was still ongoing. Relying on its speed, the Phantom Blade Beast was like a fish in water, shuttling between cultivators and taking advantage of the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. As for the cultivators who tried to bypass the Phantom Blade Beast to steal the King-level Origin Life Serum, they were still empty-handed. The Phantom Blade Beast seemed somewhat smug. Due to the fact that the cunning humans were killing each other, it did not have to bear any pressure. "What are you guys doing? Can't everyone join forces to kill the Phantom Blade Beast first?" The brawny man who had rushed in first could not help but shout. He had suffered several sneak attacks and was now injured. Hee. Killing is still killing. Luck is also very useful. A sinister laugh rang out beside the brawny man. Then, a half-step domain realm cultivator charged at him rapidly. On the other side, a cold light flashed as another half-step domain realm cultivator charged at him. The brawny man's expression changed when he saw the two of them besieging him. However, there was no point in criticizing them at the moment. The brawny man seemed to be having a hard time fighting one against two. Just as he decided to defend with all his might, he suddenly felt a dense killing intent surging toward him from the front. When he sensed the source of the killing intent, his expression became very ugly. This killing intent was coming from the Phantom Blade Beast. At his peak, he could only fight to a draw with the other party. Moreover, he was currently injured and besieged. Damn it! The brawny man cursed angrily. His angry expression was already filled with despair. In front of him, the Phantom Blade Beast waved its death scythe at him. The death scythe turned into a cold, pitch-black light and shot toward the brawny man. There were attacks from both sides and from the front. Under the pressure of the powerful space force, the brawny man had no way to dodge. Bang, bang, crack. The two attacks landed on him one after another, shattering the defensive barrier around him in an instant. Even his armor became extremely dim at that moment. Cracks appeared on the surface of the armor. Now that the two of them had broken through his defense, the Phantom Blade Beast's next attack would be fatal. The brawny man stared ahead with wide eyes. He was already in despair. The death scythe turned into a ray of black light and suddenly stopped in front of him. Then, the despairing brawny man saw a look of pain appear on the demonic blade shadow beast's face. A mournful cry came from its mouth, and its figure disappeared. The disappearance this time meant that it would disappear forever. Chapter 1370. The brawny man immediately recognized the black-robed man in front of him. He was Zichun, the leader of the Huping Castle group. In the outside world, he had followed Xueming and witnessed how the man had forced the people of Embark Castle to retreat with only a dozen people. At that time, he had felt somewhat ashamed of Zichun's actions because he had obviously taken advantage of the situation. However, his elder brother, Xueming, had praised Zichun very much. Now, the man had killed the Blade Devil Shadow Beast with a single blow. It was obvious that his combat strength was not weaker than a first domain realm cultivator. Before the brawny man could express his gratitude, he saw that Zichun did not even look at him. Instead, he looked around coldly. In the surroundings, the other cultivators who were originally fighting and killing all paused for a moment because of the sudden death of the Saber Devil Shadow Beast. They all turned their heads and looked at the black-robed man. It's him. Almost instantly, more than half of the people recognized Zichun. As for the others, they were from other cities and were not at the same entrance as Zichun's group. Although Zichun did not make a move at that time, he had left a deep impression on them. Now that they saw Zichun kill the Blade Devil Shadow Beast with a single blow, their expressions changed. The cultivators of Miao Dongqing took a step forward almost instinctively, while the cultivators of Embark Castle stared at him with cold eyes. The people from other cities also stepped forward when they saw the situation. If they were outside, they would have some scruples. But here, they did not have to worry about anything. At this moment, many people took a step forward. Their eyes turned ice cold as killing intent surfaced. While some people were filled with murderous intent, some cultivators saw that the situation was not good and took a few steps back. Obviously, they did not want to get involved. Among the group, Zichun, who had killed the Blade Devil Shadow Beast with a single blow, seemed to have the strongest combat strength. Therefore, he naturally became the target of everyone's siege. "Kill him, or he'll kill us," a cultivator of Embark Castle said. "That's right. If we want to get the king-level origin liquid, we have to join forces and kill him first," a cultivator of Miao Dongqing echoed. Many people began to purse their lips, and a murderous sneer appeared on their lips. Looking at the people around him, Zichun smiled faintly and said softly, "Well, my luck points are too little, so I'll increase them appropriately." Shameless boasting. Die. Upon hearing Zichun's arrogant words, everyone's faces were filled with anger. Even a true domain expert would find it difficult to deal with the siege of so many cultivators, let alone a mere mid-corporeal stage cultivator. Kill. Following the explosive roar, the crowd attacked at the same time, charging towards Zichun. As for the others in the distance, their eyes were wide open as they watched the battle. As for the king-level origin liquid, there were fewer people paying attention to it now. This was especially true for the burly man. His gaze was fixed forward. He wanted to see whether or not the person his big brother Shui Ming admired so much possessed extraordinary battle prowess. Sword kill. Raging flames kill. 10-layered waves. 100-layered stones. Following the low roars, king-level battle skills appeared one after another. The crowd of cultivators gripped their weapons and turned into beams of light, charging towards Zichun. Facing the attacks from all directions, the faint smile on Zichun's face did not diminish. He slightly tightened his grip on the scabbard and took a step forward. He held the scabbard in his right hand, clearly not intending to draw it. After taking a step forward, he held the scabbard and slashed forward. Gold and silver light suddenly flashed on the scabbard, and a powerful aura was released from the scabbard. Demonic blade slash. As an indifferent roar sounded from his mouth, a blade gleaming with gold and silver light shot out from the scabbard and slashed forward. The blade gleam clashed with a flaming sword gleam. The moment the two came into contact, the flaming sword gleam immediately dissipated. The power of the blade gleam did not weaken in the slightest. After extinguishing the sword gleam, it continued forward. Poof! The blade gleam flashed past, and a head flew into the air. A half-step domain cultivator from Embark Castle had died. When the blade gleam flashed out, Zichun's body took a step to the side. It was only one step, but 3 attacks missed. Immediately after, Zichun took another step forward, and then another step to the right. In just 3 steps, Zichun had dodged 90% of the attacks. The remaining 10% dissipated in front of the blade gleam that Zichun had slashed out. Poof! Poof! The blade gleam flashed past, and a head flew into the air. Under the tremendous spatial pressure, it was almost impossible for others to move an inch. However, Zichun looked as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. His calm expression, unhurried pace, and the scene of him decapitating a person with a single slash stunned many people. This is too terrifying. Terrifying, truly terrifying. I can't believe that one person can block the spatial seal released by a group of people. The nearby crowd was also extremely shocked as they watched Zichun take a step forward. Blade gleam flashed past, and a head flew into the air with a poof. Immediately after, he took another step to the left and right, and most of the attacks were directly neutralized. Zichun had already killed 7 or 8 people since the start of the battle, but none of the others had even managed to touch the corner of his clothes. Just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, a low cry rang out from the crowd once again. That's not right. Even those in the domain realm can't withstand this kind of spatial pressure, let alone a mere mid-corporeal realm cultivator. The fact that he can move unimpeded in the spatial pressure should be because of the footwork he's using. It's a king-rank battle skill. As one person pointed this out, the others focused their eyes. Only then did they realize that Zichun's every step would land on a spatial node, which was the weakest point of the spatial pressure. Being able to accurately find the weakest point of a spatial node while also avoiding the other spatial nodes was also very impressive, but the crowd was somewhat relieved. After all, Zichen was not an existence that could ignore spatial pressure in the slightest. Poof, poof. Heads were still flying. From the indifferent expression on Zichen's face, it was as if he was not killing people, but rather cutting grass and cutting melons. Run. This slaughter finally scared the rest of the crowd after a dozen or so people had died. They looked at each other, before turning around and fleeing without any hesitation. They did not even want the king-level Yuan liquid. All of you stay. Zichen's indifferent expression turned indifferent when he saw these people preparing to flee. He coldly snorted, and his advancing footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Veins popped up on his arm that was gripping the scabbard. A cold light suddenly flashed in his indifferent eyes. He tightened his grip on the scabbard, causing specks of gold and silver light to flicker on the scabbard's surface. Beheading. As a low cry was emitted from Zichen's mouth, Zichen held onto his scabbard and spun a perfect circle on the spot. After he spun a perfect circle of ripples spread towards Zichen's surroundings. The ripples of light emitted a gold and silver light, containing a powerful and suffocating aura. The spectators in the distance clearly saw that the fleeing cultivators suddenly slowed down after the circle of ripples passed by. They seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, constantly struggling, their faces filled with fear. Poof, poof. The ripples of light arrived first, sweeping past the crowd. Some heads fell, some bodies were split into two. Looking at the blade that had annihilated everyone, the surroundings were deathly silent. When they looked again at the black-robed man holding the scabbard, the crowd's hearts could not help but twitch. This combat strength is indeed powerful, as expected of the leader of those fierce people. The brawny man was also incomparably shocked. Where Zichen stood, there was an empty space around him. Following this, orbs of light appeared around Zichen. These orbs of light were all very big, and they represented hundreds or thousands of luck points, and they all rushed towards Zichen. This was also the first time something had touched Zichen since the battle began. Zichen's luck points were also increasing rapidly. Almost no one around him moved. As for the 6 balls of light formed from king-level liquefied essence, they were still there. Zichen recovered his indifferent gaze and looked ahead. The cultivators there subconsciously retreated, and a path leading directly to king-level liquefied essence appeared. Zichen walked forward step by step. Everywhere he passed, the crowd avoided him. The shock in their eyes did not fade for a long time. Zichen arrived in front of a ball of light. Inside this ball of light was the image of a fawn jumping back and forth. The fawn was very cute, but it was just an illusion. Zichen smiled faintly and extended his left hand. Swoosh! But just as he extended his hand, the ball of light in front of him seemed to have sensed it. A trace of panic appeared in the fawn's eyes, and it directly jumped to the side. And in that jump, it moved the ball of light. The ball of light was like a cold bolt of lightning, shooting into the distance. The king-level liquefied essence was like a life form. Its speed was very fast, which was why the crowd had not succeeded for so long. But since Zichen had been observing for a while, he naturally knew that such a scene would occur. Without waiting for the fawn to escape, his left hand emitted a gold and silver light. A fierce aura emerged from the gold and silver light. The power of space within several meters of Zichen began to distort. Amidst this distortion, the power of space became extremely viscous. The ball of light's speed greatly decreased in the viscous power of space. Then, the viscous power of space began to compress layer by layer, finally transforming into a large spatial net that enveloped the ball of light. The struggling fawn within the ball of light also disappeared after the king-level liquefied essence was completely controlled. Then, a jade-green pill the size of a longan appeared in Zichen's hand. The pill emitted a strong vitality. It was as warm and soft as jade, and a halo naturally emitted from its surface. The inside of the pill was like a drop of sparkling water. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Chapter 1371. Everyone had been working hard for a long time, but had yet to capture a single drop. When they saw Zichun so easily grab a drop, everyone's expressions changed. The fear that had arisen in their hearts due to Zichun's massacre instantly dissipated. Instead, greed surfaced on everyone's faces as their breathing grew ragged. Smoothly capturing a drop of king-level yuan liquid might seem very easy to outsiders, but only Zichun knew how difficult it was to do so. This test tested one's extremely high comprehension of king-level battle skills. Even a mid-grade king-level battle skill would not be able to capture the target. Although Zichun had only grabbed at thin air, he had used an extremely well-practiced chop. The oppressive aura that had appeared in the air indicated that only a high-grade king-level battle skill comprehension would be able to trap a drop of king-level yuan liquid. Zichun had long sensed the strange expressions on everyone's faces. He had also heard their somewhat ragged breathing, but he did not reveal a ferocious expression. He was still very indifferent, as if he had not sensed anything at all as he walked towards the second drop of king-level yuan liquid. Using the same method as before, this drop of king-level yuan liquid was also trapped. In the end, it materialized and was collected by Zichun. Next, the third, fourth, and fifth drops were all collected by Zichun. Everyone stared blankly as Zichun collected the 5 drops of liquefied origin essence. There was only 1 drop left, but Zichun still didn't give up. He walked straight towards that drop of king-level origin essence. Everyone's expressions changed several times. One of them could not help but say, "Hey, you should at least leave a drop for us. It's not good for you to take it all for yourself without considering everyone's feelings." At this moment, everyone stared at Zichun, seemingly united against a common enemy. Zichun did not stop. He directly extended his hand and enveloped the last drop of king-level yuan liquid with strands of gold and silver energy. The face of the cultivator who had spoken earlier turned extremely ugly at Zichun's disregard. After subduing the 6th drop of king-grade essence liquid, Zichun fiddled with it in his hand. At the same time, he turned to look at the armored cultivator and asked, "What is it? Do you have a problem with that?" The cultivator had just witnessed Zichun's massacre, so he naturally didn't dare to underestimate him just because he was from 108. His expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid your monopolizing behavior is somewhat inconsistent with the purpose of our visit. Not only me, but also the city behind me is very displeased." "I don't like it." Zichun smiled faintly and asked, "What city is number 63? Zichun's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the other party. Who didn't know the 63rd 10,000 origin city? In the hearts of the crowd, Zichun was being too arrogant. Although he was extremely powerful, in front of a colossus like the city of 10,000 origins, provoking them was simply courting death. Only the brawny man from earlier seemed to understand that Zichun really didn't know, so he kindly reminded him, "Number 63 is the city of 10,000 origins." Zichun glanced at the brawny man and nodded. Never heard of it." Zichun had never even heard of the 61st Xuan city, let alone a mere city of 10,000 origins. The cultivator of the city of 10,000 origins looked as though he had been humiliated. He glared at Zichun furiously and said, You are challenging the dignity of the city of 10,000 origins. The dignity of the city of 10,000 origins is not to be challenged. Those who challenge it will die." When the cultivators from the other cities heard this, they also retreated without leaving a trace. Clearly, they didn't want to get involved after the other party moved out of the city of 10,000 origins. The brawny man from Xuan City curled his lips. Only those small factions would care about such a title. Since they were already here, who cared about who else was there? Zichun's originally indifferent expression gradually turned apathetic. He frowned and said seriously, "I should be the one saying that. Not only did you steal my line, but you also didn't have that kind of aura when you said it. It's disgusting. Also, if the city of 10,000 origins really has dignity, it's not something you can represent. I really hate people like you who are greedy but use justice as a slogan. You're not just insulting me, you're insulting everyone in the city of 10,000 origins." The cultivator from the city of 10,000 origins was both embarrassed and angry. Zichun coldly smiled. "If you really think so, then let's just take it that way." With that, Zichun walked forward. What are you doing?" When he saw Zichun walk over, a trace of panic appeared in the cultivator's eyes. I'll give you a chance to defend the dignity of the city of 10,000 origins. Zichun's cold eyes flashed with killing intent. He was angry. You dare attack me? I'm from the city of 10,000 origins. You. The cultivator was clearly panicking, especially when he saw that everyone around him had retreated far away. Even someone from his own city had quietly fled. In his panic, he began to regret his rash actions. However, since Zichun wanted to kill him, he could only use the colossus that was the city of 10,000 origins to suppress Zichun. However, Zichun clearly didn't fall for it. Before he could finish speaking, a shining gold and silver blade light flashed in front of him. As blood spurted from his neck, the battle for the king-level Yuan liquid was officially over. Zichun calmly walked out of the large bubble and scanned his surroundings. When he did not discover any traces of other people, he shook his head and said, "It seems that I was too sensitive. I should be a fool who lost his rationality due to greed." After walking out of the bubble, he looked for a direction and flew forward. As soon as Zichun's figure disappeared, two people appeared in the air nearby. One of them was the leader of Embark Castle, Yin Fan. As for the other person, he was a stranger. He had a pair of small and cold eyes, and he stared in the direction Zichun had disappeared. "Brother Wan, what do you think?" Yin Fan looked at the man beside him and asked. Wan Xiong shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. However, since this person can easily slaughter a half-step domain expert, his true battle strength should be at the peak of the first-layer domain realm. This person isn't easy to deal with. I didn't expect Huping City to be able to nurture such an existence." Wan Xiong's evaluation of Zichun caused a strange look to appear in Yin Fan's eyes. Wan Xiong was the one who had suggested that move earlier. After all, no one would be foolish enough to find trouble with a powerful existence that could slaughter them. However, at the last moment, Wan Xiong still hadn't made a move. He had even asked the others to retreat. It was obvious that he was afraid of Zichun, so he had given up on the half-step domain expert. After hearing Wan Xiong's evaluation, Yin Fan asked doubtfully, "Brother Wan, this Zichun?" Wan Xiong glanced at Yin Fan and said indifferently, "Don't worry. If what you said is true, I will naturally make a move. However, I don't want to spend so much effort only to end up with nothing." Yin Fan nodded and said with a smile, "If that's the only problem, Brother Wan, you don't have to worry at all. I'm 100% sure that Zichun has the Void Tree. Not only does he have the Void Tree, but he also has other things that Brother Wan is interested in." Wan Xiong said, "Oh, in that case, let us deal with Zichun." Yin Fan said, "That's good too. Let the people of Embark Castle deal with the other people in Huping City. We'll settle our old grudges here." The two of them parted ways and went about their own business. Humph, the opportunities here are nothing compared to theirs. Yin Fan's eyes flashed coldly as he left. Embark Castle had already thoroughly investigated what had happened back then. They guessed that there was a 90% chance that Zichun's group had obtained the items of the foreign tribes and the experts who had died. However, they had no way to verify this. However, this was a great opportunity in the Manor realm. Hundreds of cultivators from Embark Castle had come this time. Together with a few other forces, it wouldn't be a problem to find the people from Embark Castle. After discovering the people from Lu Guangqing, these cultivators would also kill them while they were at it. The 9th level was very spacious. Zichun wasn't familiar with this place, so he could only move forward aimlessly. During this time, he was a little worried about the safety of the others, but he had no way to find them. Along the way, there were frequent battles. If it wasn't the appearance of a realm weapon, it was the discovery of other things. During this time, Zichun would occasionally attack a few times. However, he hadn't found anything good yet. Just like that, Zichun moved forward for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zichun's luck points had skyrocketed from the original few hundred to more than 10,000, almost reaching 20,000. More than 90% of them were obtained by killing people. Whoosh! Another day, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the distant horizon. This beam of light seemed to be a transmission signal from some force. Many people looked up at the sky when they saw the signal. The light from the signal was only 100 miles away, but the strange waves from it could travel very far. Zichun didn't see the beam of light, but he felt the energy waves. He couldn't be more familiar with this wave of energy because this was the transmission signal he'd sent to the others in the outside world. At that time, Zichun had also considered the fact that everyone was scattered, and Zichun had given each of them one such signal to use when their lives were in danger. Zichun's indifferent expression immediately changed when he felt the wave of energy. In the next moment, the heavenly lightning wings appeared on his back. He flapped them and turned into a ray of light, flying rapidly towards the source of the wave of energy. After Zichun had flown for nearly 1,000 miles, he arrived at the source of the signal. However, there was nothing here other than the aftermath of a battle. There wasn't even a trace of blood. Who is it? Zichun couldn't help but frown. However, at this moment, Zichun once again felt that familiar wave of energy. Someone was in danger again. Zichun could only anxiously head to the next location. However, just like before, Zichun didn't see a single person when he arrived. Not seeing anyone meant that things were not looking good. In just one day, Zichun's side lost 3 people. Chapter 1372. In Hunter's castle, several stewards, including Lord Wu, had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because the group of people who had entered the manor world had died again in the past few days. Moreover, it was multiple deaths. Now, only 9 people were still alive. Apart from Zichun's group of 5, Go Wan and Go Chong were still alive, and Wang Jun was the only one left. As for Lu Wei and the others, they were all dead. After receiving the news, City Lord Mu Feng quickly rushed to Hunter's castle. Other than Mu Feng, City Lord Lu Guang also followed closely behind. City Lord Lu Guang had guessed the reason after his city gained a new lease of life. That was why he had come to Huping City. Since then, he had been living in the City Lord's mansion, secretly anticipating something. Did something big happen? Mu Feng couldn't help but ask. Lord Wu shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but this is the first time that multiple people have died in one day. Who's still alive? Mu Feng asked again. Zichun's group of 5 are still alive. The 2 Formation brothers are still alive, as well as Wang Jun, who was given the token by Zichun. Lord Wu frowned. Although the key people were still alive, no one knew what would happen next. Could Zichun and the others be bitterly holding on? Lord Wu looked at the dejected City Lord Lu Guang and asked, How's Lu Guang City? City Lord Lu Guang sighed and said bitterly, It's not good. In just 2 days, only Go Wei is alive. Now, I'm sure that they've all gathered together. With such a large number of casualties, could they have been besieged by other forces? Ling Xing frowned. After all, they had just received news that Yamba Castle had suffered heavy losses this time. Although they weren't sure if Zichun and the others were responsible, they had some guesses in this regard. No one can say for sure. Now, we can only hope that Zichun and the others will return alive. Lord Wu sighed. That's right. I hope nothing happens to them again. Just as the officials in Huping City were worried about Zichun's group, Zichun sensed that something was wrong when he did not see anyone after searching for several signal points. Is it a coincidence, or is it intentional? Zichun stood in the air. He looked down at the battlefield with a gloomy expression. Swish! Another signal light shot up into the sky, followed by a familiar fluctuation. Zichun's gloomy face was instantly filled with killing intent. He looked up to the sky and roared, If I find out that someone is deliberately plotting against me, then don't blame me, Zichun, for being impolite. With that, Zichun rushed towards the source of the signal. At this moment, thousands of miles away, a woman wearing tight armor with a ponytail and emitting green light was being besieged by a group of cultivators. Among these cultivators, there were more than a dozen half-step domain realm cultivators and 2 first-stage domain realm cultivators. As the woman attacked, beams of green light flashed. The green light seemed to have a life of its own as it rushed towards the cultivators in front of her. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these green lights appeared, a look of shock appeared on the faces of the cultivators. Then, they retreated. Hee, little beauty, we've already broken your trick. It's useless. After dodging the attack, a domain realm cultivator rushed forward and smiled lecherously at the woman. The woman was none other than Shang Guanhong. Her whereabouts had been discovered, and she had been besieged. Shang Guanhong glared at Miao Dongcheng and said coldly, "Miao Dongcheng, you will regret it in the future if you attack me today." The people besieging her were number 68 Miao Dongcheng's men. Regret. The leading cultivator laughed sinisterly and said, "If I, Miao Wei, don't take you down today, little beauty, I'll really regret it." As he spoke, Miao Wei licked his lips with a lecherous look in his eyes. Go to hell. Shang Guanhong's body suddenly released a powerful aura. Rays of green light were like life seeds that had opened their eyes as they quickly flew forward. The speed of the life seeds was much faster than before. This made it impossible for the crowd to avoid them. Several of them were accidentally hit. Damn it! Attack with all your might and injure her first. Miao Wei's face turned ugly when he saw that he had lost 5 or 6 half-step domain realm cultivators. He growled and prepared to launch a powerful attack. Explode! Shang Guanhong suddenly yelled coldly. The towering trees formed by the cultivators in the surroundings unleashed powerful auras at the same time. Boom! 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 The towering trees exploded in an instant. A destructive aura rippled between heaven and earth. The other cultivators were instantly enveloped by this violent aura. Swish! Shang Guanhong gritted her teeth when she saw that her attack was effective. She fled into the distance. However, before she left, she condensed a light spot with one hand and dropped it to the ground. Zichun, if I die, avenge me. Shang Guanhong shot towards the distance at extreme speed. However, she had only traveled a kilometer when she stopped. She saw that another group of cultivators had appeared there. The leader was a domain realm cultivator. The rest were half-step domain realm cultivators. The leader of the group smiled at Shang Guanhong and said, "Beauty, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" He waved his hand. The half-step domain realm cultivators spread out and surrounded Shang Guanhong. Because of this delay, a few people rushed out from the violent energy. The leader was Miao Wei. However, at this moment, he appeared to be in a very sorry state. There were many deep holes and cracks on his armor. The attack just now was so powerful that it almost destroyed his armor. Apart from him and another domain realm cultivator, only 2 half-step domain realm cultivators survived. The rest were all killed. Damn it! How dare you kill so many of us? Kill her. Miao Wei was furious as he shouted at the domain realm cultivators in front of him. Boom! The 3 domain realm cultivators attacked together. The other dozen half-step domain realm cultivators also attacked with all their strength. The surging energy directly drowned Shang Guanhong. Let's see if you die. Miao Wei looked coldly at the violent energy in front of him. However, as the energy gradually dissipated, he saw a ball of green light. This green light was like a tree seed. It exuded a surging vitality and stood in the sky. Humph, is this a defensive light shield? Boom! Blast it with all your strength. Miao Wei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He felt that his opponent was extremely difficult to deal with. If it was a one-on-one battle, he might be killed even if he had the strength of a first-stage domain realm cultivator. This damned Hu Ping City. It's only the end of 1,000 years. Why did such a troublesome existence appear? Surging energy appeared in the sky again. Then, it blasted toward the tree seed with a terrifying aura. Boom! As the energy raged, a series of tremors sounded in the sky. The tree seed's light dimmed. The tree seed's powerful defense was extremely shocking. After all, 3 domain realm cultivators and a dozen half-step domain realm cultivators had joined forces. However, they still could not break through. Boom! The third wave of energy attacks appeared again. As the terrifying energy vibrated, the light around the tree seed finally dimmed. Then, the tree seed exploded with a loud bang. Shang Guanhong's figure appeared. Her face had turned pale and blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. Die! The fourth wave of energy between heaven and earth raged. Then, the surging energy drowned Shang Guanhong. There was a group of cultivators in the distance. They looked indifferently at the battlefield in front of them. Big brother, this woman is really difficult to kill. A domain realm cultivator could not help but sigh. At the front of the group was Miao Dongqing, who was leading the group this time. He nodded and said, It is indeed very troublesome. I didn't expect such a beautiful and extraordinary existence to appear in Huping City. It is really a pity that such a beautiful woman will be killed just like that. The domain realm cultivator beside him said, killing a woman is a huge loss. I really don't know what will happen if she kills other people. However, no matter how difficult it is, the end result will be the same. Miao Zhendong smiled coldly. At that moment, he and the others were looking at Shang Guanhong, who had been engulfed by the fourth wave of energy. However, the indifferent expression on their faces turned into shock in the next moment. By the time Zichen arrived, the battle had already ended. The world had become empty. There was nothing left except for the aftermath of the battle. The battlefield seemed to have been deliberately cleaned up. Zichen could not find any useful clues. At this point, if Zichen still believed that this was just a coincidence, then he would be too stupid. Is it Yamba Castle or Miao Dongqing? Zichen's mood became very bad. Although he was not responsible for the death of his companion, he still felt very guilty. His mood became worse and worse after missing his target time and time again. Due to the self-blame in his heart, he had accumulated too much murderous intent. Just as Zichen was at his wit's end and did not know who to look for revenge, a ball of green light suddenly appeared in the void. The green light flew directly in front of Zichen. The moment Zichen saw the green light, he froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. This was because he recognized that the green light came from Shang Guanhong. When the green light arrived in front of Zichen, it released rays of light. The water-like rays of light turned into images that appeared in front of Zichen. Miao Dongqing, you'll regret it in the future if you attack me today. If I, Miao Wei, don't take you down today, I will really regret it. As the images played, Zichen heard these words. The monstrous murderous intent that he had accumulated for a long time surged between heaven and earth. Miao Dongqing, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. The murderous intent around Zichen was almost tangible. Zichen, avenge me. Zichen, I have never regretted meeting you and falling in love with you, even if you have never cared about me. In the end, the image froze on Shang Guanhong's beautiful face. Chapter 1373. Zichen's cold, murderous voice reverberated in the air. He was completely enraged. If he still had some illusions in his heart before, they were completely shattered after he saw the image left behind by Shang Guanhong. Now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. To kill crazily. When he had first met Shang Guanhong, she had been a lofty existence that had stunned him with one look. Back then, Zichen had not expected that he would have such a deep relationship with this beauty in the following days. As they had gone on missions and fought enemies together, Shang Guanhong had started to care about Zichen. However, Zichen's heart had already been divided up many times and could no longer contain anyone else. Therefore, he could only shut his heart and keep Shang Guanhong out. Now, Shang Guanhong was dead. Zichen, I have never regretted meeting you and falling in love with you, even if you never cared about me. Those gentle words were still echoing in Zichen's mind. Zichen's pitch-black eyes seemed to be on the verge of losing control as they turned red. Just as Zichen was about to lose his mind, the green light in front of him disappeared with a bang. This meant that the last thing Shang Guanhong had left behind in this world was also gone. Zichen's eyes regained clarity because of the disappearance of the green light. He looked into the void and said as if he was making an oath, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Zichen, even if I don't get anything in the manor realm, I will kill all the cultivators in Miao Dongqing and make them all die with you this time." After realizing that this was a scheme, Zichen began to think about what to do next. He had not killed many people along the way, not even when he had encountered Miao Dongqing's people. However, now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that the latter might have been monitoring his every move. The long saber appeared in Zichen's hand. The murderous aura that surged around him disappeared bit by bit. In the end, all the murderous aura gathered on the long saber in Zichen's hand. With a single step, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. As if the ground had shrunk to an inch, Zichen appeared and disappeared with each step. After a few steps, he was already 10 miles away. After appearing, Zichen looked at a certain spot in the void and asked indifferently, "Where is your leader?" In the void, there was nothing. There was no one there, so naturally, no one answered. "Tell me where your leader is, and I can spare your life." Zichun once again spoke to the void, but there was still no one there. It was as if Zichun had completely lost his mind and was speaking to the air. The indifferent Zichun had clearly lost his patience. He gripped his scabbard and slashed at the void in front of him. A dual-colored saber light swept toward the void in front of him. The space there seemed to be distorted, and there were energy waves. Puff! The sound of the saber light cutting through something was suddenly heard. Then, a figure appeared in the void. At this moment, there was a bloody wound between the figure's eyebrows that extended to the bottom. Dark red blood was flowing out from the wound. The figure's shocked expression froze. The next moment, it was directly cut in half and fell to the sides. After the saber strike, Zichun did not even turn his head as he walked in the second direction. A clump of dim light flew over from behind and merged into Zichun's body. In this way, Zichun began to return the way he came. When he encountered Miao Dongqing's cultivators, he directly killed them with one slash. Of course, Zichun would not let those Yamba Castle's cultivators go. After that, Zichun no longer fought for the treasures that had appeared. He just focused on killing. The murderous aura around him was almost tangible, like a layer of blood armor that enveloped him. Along the way, many cultivators avoided him. In this place, if Zichun wanted to kill, there were not many people who could stop him. Even those battle spirits, after seeing Zichun, also stayed far away from him. The news of Zichen's massacre of Miao Dongqing's cultivators quickly reached Miao Zhendong's ears. The latter was surprised and asked, "We were so careful every time. How could he be sure that we were the ones who did it?" "I'm not sure. In short, he has been looking for you, my lord." All those who died by his saber were killed because they lost patience after the interrogation failed, Yu Jing replied. Miao Zhendong's expression immediately turned cold. "What is Zichun? I haven't even caused you any trouble, but you actually dared to provoke me. Men, tell me where Zichun is. I want to meet him personally." Yu Jing hesitated and said, "My lord, I don't think that's a good idea. I heard that Zichun is very powerful and difficult to deal with. Since he dared to find trouble with you, he should have some hidden skills. Don't be fooled. Go find him directly. We'll just wait for news from Yamba Castle." Miao Zhendong's eyes flashed. If the others were so difficult to deal with, Zichun would be even more troublesome. He nodded and said, "All right. Tell Yin Fan and the others to hurry." Yes. While Zichun was looking for Miao Zhendong, the people from Yamba Castle found Wu Xie. A group of cultivators surrounded him, intending to kill him. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Wu Xie looked at the cultivators from Yamba Castle with a cold smile. Then, the vertical eye between his eyebrows opened again. Swoosh! A beam of light that was many times more powerful than before shot toward a domain realm cultivator in front of him. Wherever the black beam passed, the space rippled and an extremely strong pressure appeared. Pfft! The domain realm cultivator was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge the attack. He could only counterattack or defend himself. Helpless, he put up a light shield and maximized the defensive power of his armor. However, it was useless. The black beam flashed and pierced through the defensive armor and the domain realm cultivator's body. Killing a domain realm cultivator with a single blow shocked the surrounding people. However, they didn't feel afraid. Instead, it aroused their ferocity. Following the death of the domain realm cultivator, another great battle broke out. After the start of the battle, the people of Yinbo City lost another domain realm expert. Among them, Ling Dong was also injured. However, Wu Xie himself was seriously injured. Although the undying demon body was very powerful, he couldn't withstand the number of opponents. The encirclement ended with Wu Xie's defeat. Looking at Wu Xie being swallowed by the giant black beast, Ling Dong sneered. "You're lucky to have become food for the war beast. If you fall into my hands, I will cut you into pieces." Swoosh! In another direction, Dongqing sat on the back of the Aurora Pegasus and flew toward the horizon like a shooting star. Behind her was a group of cultivators from 10,000 Origin City. Among them, There were 5 first domain realm cultivators who were desperately chasing after her. The Aurora Pegasus in front of them had many wounds on its body. Dongqing's face was also pale. After being ambushed, she had killed several people and rushed out. One of the war beasts had died in battle, and the red-eyed demon boar had also been seriously injured. She had put it away. It's a land of death in front. Once you enter, you will definitely die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Like I said, I will use you as bait. As long as you lure Zichen here, I will ensure your safety. Dongqing turned around and glanced coldly at the domain realm cultivator from 10,000 Origin City. Dream on. With that, she also signaled the Aurora Pegasus to fly toward a black area without any signs of life. Looking at Dongqing's disappearing figure, the group of cultivators stopped outside the black area. One of them asked, "Should we chase after her?" The leader of the domain realm cultivators shook his head and said, "No need. She is already seriously injured. She will definitely die if she enters there." Boom. A terrifying force shook the area. A giant with a steel-colored body was crazily attacking the group of cultivators. Mountain Spirit dominating body. Mountain Spirit explosive fist. A huge fist glowing with a dark light and a powerful force shook the ground as it fiercely hit a domain realm cultivator. Boom. As the fist hit the ground, the entire area shook. The domain realm cultivator was also sent flying by the punch and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. As for the others, they all stared at the giant in horror. "How dare you cause trouble for Master Shi? Die!" The giant roared again as black halos formed on the surface of his body. The powerful aura that surged around him became completely berserk in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant punched again and again, the energy in the area began to shake violently. The space in the area also began to distort violently. Vaguely, there seemed to be a huge stone forest emerging from the void. Manshur was having a good time fighting and did not sense the sudden boiling of blood. He thought that it was caused by the battle. As the last punch landed, there was no one around Manshur. The cultivators who had besieged him had already been sent flying and fell everywhere. Some of them were either dead or seriously injured. Who else? Manshur's cold eyes scanned the surroundings as he roared angrily. His voice was like rolling thunder. At this moment, he was like an invincible god of war who looked down on the world. However, in the next moment, rays of light shot over from afar. Each ray of light was a cultivator. Judging from the aura that they exuded, they were all half-step domain realm cultivators. There were even quite a few domain realm cultivators. Manshur was stunned as he stared at the formation with wide eyes. His previous imposing manner was completely gone. Damn it, why are there so many people? Yamba Castle, Miao Dongqing, and City 65. Manshur admitted that he was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the siege of so many cultivators. Even if Zichen was here, he could only run away after seeing such a formation. However, there were people in all directions. Manshur could not escape. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Manshur without warning. Above the beam of light was a huge mountain forest. The mountain rocks were jagged and strange. At first glance, they looked like strange statues. Before Manshur could react, he felt a strong suction force coming from the beam of light. Then, his body flew toward the stone forest of Heaven Vault Mountain. Chapter 1374. Ninth floor of Tongyu Tower. This was the lowest floor of Tongyu Tower. Most of the forces gathered here were from cities ranked below rank 61. 4 of the most active cities in this area were Xuan City at rank 61, Wanyuan City at rank 65, Miao Dongqing at rank 68, and Yamba Castle at rank 83. Besides Xuan City, the other 3 cities had obviously joined forces to fight for the various domain weapons, techniques, and king-grade origin liquid that had appeared in the world. With the advantage in numbers, these powers weren't even afraid of the people of Xuan City. In terms of gains this time, these 3 forces had reaped the most benefits. According to rumors, their leaders were trying to break through to the mid-stage of the first-grade domain realm. However, Just as the cultivators of the three forces were using unscrupulous means to obtain the treasures, another force appeared out of nowhere. This force only had one person, but it made the arrogant three forces keep a low profile. This force was none other than Huping City, and its only person was Zichan. After learning about the deaths of the others, Zichan fell into a frenzy. These days, he stopped fighting for treasures and focused on gathering information about the people of the three forces. Whenever he saw one, Zichan would kill one. He alone killed so many cultivators of the three forces that they chose to retreat. That day, Zichan saw Mansher's figure being taken away by a beam of light from afar. He looked up at the sky and said, "I'll wait for you to come back." After that, Zichan began his killing journey. In a forest, an ancient castle was destroyed just like that. Domain weapons flew out of the castle one after another, turning into streaks of light as they flew into the distance. The destruction of the castle had caused a lot of damage, which attracted a lot of cultivators. There are so many domain weapons. I'm rich. I'm about to break through to the domain realm. Now I can finally find a suitable weapon. Everyone, hurry up and don't let the domain weapons escape. The cultivators in the vicinity were all very excited. One by one, they rushed over and began to subdue the realm soldiers. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. The three forces found the things here first. Everyone else, get lost. Get lost. A group of cultivators appeared on the horizon. There were more than 50 of them, and they were led by two first domain realm cultivators. It's people from the three forces. Why are they everywhere? How overbearing, chasing people away as soon as they arrive. Faced with so many people from the three factions, the cultivators from the other cities all stopped and subconsciously gathered together to stare at the people in the distance. Of the two domain realm cultivators in the lead, one was wearing green armor and was Miao Dongqing's subordinate. The other was wearing dark gray armor and was from 10,000 Origin City. Behind them were the people from the three forces, including Yamba Castle. The cultivators of 10,000 Origin City wore ferocious looks as they glared at the cultivators in front of them and yelled, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to get lost? Get lost. Are you talking about us?" The three forces are really overbearing. An indifferent voice sounded from the front. It was a half-step domain realm expert from Xuan City. Most of the cultivators from Xuan City had entered this time, but they did not gather together. Therefore, there were only two people in this group of itinerant cultivators. The cultivator from 10,000 Origin City glanced at the other party but did not even frown. He only said coldly, "Those who don't leave will die." How arrogant. If the three forces had not joined forces, do you think you would have been able to do anything to us? Another cultivator who was ranked very high said, "That's right. You only dare to say that because our people are not here." The other cultivators also complained unhappily. The domain weapons were still shooting in this area, and some of the people from the three forces had also gone forward to snatch them. As for the cultivators from 10,000 Origin City, they were being watched closely by these people. These are the rules. The cultivator from 10,000 Origin City snorted coldly when he heard the complaints of the other cultivators. Rules? Are your rules to bully the weak and fear the strong? What do you mean by bully the weak and fear the strong? The other party raised his eyebrows. Zichan, the Zichan from Huping City, is only one person. However, he managed to force your three forces to retreat. Isn't that bullying the weak and fearing the strong? It's said that your three forces schemed against his friends, the cultivator from Xuan City said. Bullsh *T. Amir Huping City is nothing in front of our three forces. Amir Zichan is nothing. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely kill him here, the cultivator from 10,000 Origin City said angrily. However, in the eyes of the other cultivators, he was completely angry out of humiliation. That's right. As long as Zichan dares to appear, we will naturally be able to kill him, another domain realm cultivator from Miao Dongqing said coldly. I caught it. A surprised voice was suddenly heard from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a half-step domain realm cultivator who had actually caught a domain weapon. It was a long spear that was silver and dazzling. One could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. At that moment, the domain weapon was in the hands of the half-step domain realm cultivator. The weapon was emitting light and trembling at the same time, as if it was trying to escape. When he saw that everyone's attention was on him, the half-step domain realm cultivator smiled proudly. Then, a powerful force rushed out of his body and enveloped the domain weapon. At the same time, he shouted, "Behave yourself." Then, he saw that the domain weapon was trembling violently. Sure enough, he smiled and looked at the people in the distance with a slightly smug expression. However, he realized that the people who were supposed to be envious now had stunned expressions on their faces. There was also a hint of shock in their astonishment. The cultivator could not understand the reason for the expressions of the people around him. He turned to look at the two domain realm cultivators and the other people on his side. Then, he saw that most of them seemed to have a hint of fear in their eyes. Just as he was puzzled, he felt that there seemed to be an additional oppressive force in the space around him. As this oppressive force appeared, it was accompanied by a strong killing intent. Not good. This killing intent caused the cultivator's heart to tremble. His expression changed drastically, and he clenched the domain weapon tightly and charged toward the back without hesitation. His reaction was very fast, but unfortunately, his attack speed was too slow. The moment he turned around, he saw a bright black blade light in front of him. When the blade light flashed in front of him, he saw a figure in cold clothes with eyes full of killing intent. He did not even sense the other party's city number, but he guessed the other party's identity at a glance. Zichun. The blade light flashed, and a head flew into the air. The power around the cultivator disappeared, and the domain weapon in his hand turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone's attention was focused on the cultivator, who was surging with monstrous killing intent. They did not even need to guess to know who the other party was. After killing one person, Zichun looked indifferently at the rest of the people, and the black blade in his hand began to tremble slightly. "Haha, aren't the three of you very strong? You just said that you were going to kill. Why aren't you doing anything now?" A loud laugh broke the silence, and the cultivators of the three forces turned very ugly when they heard it. "Zichun, we've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to dare come here," the domain realm master of 10,000 Origin City said coldly. However, as soon as he spoke, a sneer came from the side. "Looking for you everywhere? I'm afraid you're hiding everywhere." At this moment, the people of the three forces saw Zichun as if they were facing a great enemy. Naturally, they were not in the mood to care about the others. "Looking for me? Are you courting death?" Zichun said, his voice somewhat hoarse. Then, he walked forward step by step, and the killing intent surging around him grew stronger as he moved forward. "Go, kill him." Zichun gave him a lot of pressure, so he had no choice but to signal for the others to go first. The group of half-step domain realm cultivators nodded, and 7 or 8 people charged forward. As for the others, they were in a state of alert. If there was an opportunity, they would be the first to follow. 7 or 8 people charged towards Zichun, each of them tightly gripping their weapons. Judging from their expressions, they seemed very nervous. However, Zichun did not pay attention to the 8 of them until they surrounded him. He glanced indifferently at the 8 people, and rays of light flashed on his black blade. Then, a two-colored blade light spread out in all directions like ripples on water with Zichun at the center. Zichun's footsteps did not stop at all, and he followed the energy ripples forward. Pop, pop, pop sounds rang out as the cultivators who had surrounded Zichun fell one by one. He had killed 8 people with a single move. Moreover, the 8 of them did not have the slightest chance to react. The sight of this caused the onlookers to exclaim in shock. The other cultivators looked at the unsightly expressions on the faces of the 3 great powers and were filled with schadenfreude. Kill. Zichun was still moving forward, and his killing intent had already locked onto the domain realm cultivator of 10,000 Origin City. The latter had no choice but to roar and charge towards Zichun. In the surroundings, the people from the other 3 forces also charged towards Zichun. A battle ensued. However, to be precise, this should be a simple massacre. In the eyes of the crowd, the half-step domain realm cultivator was already unable to withstand Zichun's attack and died before he even drew his blade. Like moths to a flame, The group of cultivators charged towards Zichun, but none of them returned. Heads flew up one after another. Even the spectators felt their scalps go numb from the wanton slaughter, and their hearts could not help but tremble violently. However, the most frightening thing was Zichun's unchanged expression. It was as if he was not chopping people with his blade, but pieces of wood. When everyone was dead and only 2 domain realm cultivators were left, their faces were filled with terror. At this moment, he wanted to ask for help, but all he saw were indifferent and mocking gazes. Swoosh. Chapter 1375. The moment Zichun drew his saber, an extremely bright saber light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The saber light was so bright and dazzling that everyone's eyes immediately teared up and they could not help but close them. However, even with their eyes closed, they could still feel the dazzling light from before. The dazzling light flashed and disappeared as if it was an illusion. However, no one thought that it was an illusion because the tears on their faces had yet to dry up. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Zichun. However, there was only Zichun. As for the 2 first domain experts, they were nowhere to be seen. Then, someone found 2 corpses on the ground. They were the 2 from before. They were dead. Zichun, who had drawn his saber, killed them with a single blow. The surroundings became deathly silent once again. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror as they looked at Zichun. He had single-handedly annihilated a team of dozens of people. Among them, there were more than 20 half-step domain experts and 2 first domain experts. The fighting strength of this group was definitely considered to be an extremely powerful existence on this level. However, they were unable to pose any threat to Zichun before they were all killed. After killing all 3 forces, Zichun's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. When these people met Zichun's eyes, they felt their hearts twitch violently. None of them dared to breathe loudly. After looking around indifferently and not discovering anyone from the 3 forces, Zichun did as the rumors said. He did not want anything, turned around, and walked out of this space. When everyone saw Zichun disappear, their faces were filled with disbelief. I did not expect the rumors to be true. In order to avenge his friends, Zichun did not even want any resources. I did not expect that there would be someone like Zichun in this world. It is really rare to be able to make a friend like Zichun. After Zichun completely disappeared from everyone's sight, the crowd sighed and began to scramble to collect the domain soldiers. After Zichun left, he moved forward again. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill everyone from the 3 forces. Since those leaders still hadn't shown up, he would kill until they showed up. Just as Zichun was killing wantonly, tens of thousands of miles away, the leaders of the 3 forces also gathered together. Amongst them, Wanxiong from Thousand Origin City had the ugliest expression. This was because he had obtained an opportunity and was preparing to break through to the intermediate first-layer domain stage. However, news of Zichun massacring his subordinates continued to spread. Hence, he was naturally not in the mood to go into seclusion again. One must know that this region was very large. Furthermore, it was clear that there were 8 or 7 layers. Their ultimate goal was to go up layer by layer and not stay here forever. Therefore, his subordinates were all very important. He couldn't let them all die here. Therefore, he was forced into a corner. He also called the other 2 people to discuss how to kill Zichun in one fell swoop. "How is it? Have you found the place where Zichun was killed?" Wanxiong asked anxiously. Yin Fan had been looking for the place since they were discussing how to kill Zichun. However, after searching for so long, he still hadn't found it. When he saw Wanxiong's expression, Yin Fan guessed that he was really anxious. The deaths of his subordinates pained him greatly. However, he also felt the same way. Zichun had killed more than 1 or 2 cultivators from Yamba Castle. Yin Fan recalled the strange place he had encountered 2 days ago. He nodded and said, "I found it. Where is it?" Wanxiong asked, "Brother Wan, this is no small matter. We must not be anxious." Miao Dongqing's Miao Zhendong also spoke up. He seemed very calm. Wanxiong glanced at him and said angrily, "Don't tell me you're not anxious. You're not anxious because the people who died had little to do with you. However, The people who died on my side were all from my family. They were the main force of my Wan family. Without them, I won't be able to explain myself when I return." Wan Xiong's words were obviously not polite. Although he represented the Wan family and there were others, his cousin could still make things difficult for him even if he didn't kill him. This time, it was because he took the initiative to leave one step later that they encountered the 9-story pagoda. However, Miao Zhendong was different. Although more than half of the people he brought with him had died, as long as he encountered Miao Dongqing's people, he could still mobilize others. "Brother Wan, you're wrong. Everyone lost their subordinates and lives. How can there be a distinction between inside and outside?" Miao Zhendong said with some displeasure. Although those people were not his direct subordinates, they were still people after all. So many of them had died, but in the end, other than a few lucky points, they did not obtain anything else. Anyone would be angry if they were in his shoes. "Both of you, don't be anxious. My ultimate goal is to get the things on Zichen's body. So what if we didn't get those things? As far as I know, the real big fish is on Zichen." Yin Fen stepped forward to smooth things over. The two of them gradually calmed down. After all, things had already developed to this point. They could only work together. However, the power that Zichen displayed made them feel a sense of danger. "I've already chosen the place where Zichen will be buried. Next, we just have to design it carefully." Then, the three of them began to whisper. After a while, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. Zichen finally met some people who were afraid of death. Gradually, he found out the location of Miao Dongqing's leader. After asking for the location, Zichen went directly to where Miao Dongqing's leader, Miao Zhendong, was. Along the way, he encountered some Miao Dongqing cultivators. Zichen naturally wouldn't let them go. In the process of going in a straight line, Zichen passed by a huge, dense forest. Ancient trees towered in the forest, their branches and leaves covering the sky. As he flew through the air, Zichen felt that the place was filled with an oppressive aura. His indifferent expression changed for the first time. "Come out." A cold voice sounded from the sky to the dense forest below. "Haha, as expected of Zichen. Your senses are so sharp. I just revealed my killing intent, and you already sensed it." A faint laugh sounded from the dense forest below. Then, a cultivator with a cold expression appeared below. The moment this cultivator appeared, the space in the forest distorted. Then, one cultivator after another appeared. After these cultivators appeared, they stared at Zichen with murderous intent. Their intentions were obvious. 63, Wan Yuan City. Zichen said coldly as he looked at the man in front of him. "That's right. I'm Wan Xiong." Wan Xiong smiled coldly at Zichen. Light flashed and 6 cultivators appeared behind Wan Xiong. All 6 of them were at the first domain realm. With the opening of Tongyu Tower, all kinds of resources appeared. Many people had encountered opportunities and broken through. Zichen glanced at the 6 of them. Then, he looked at Wan Xiong and said disdainfully, "You don't have the guts to stop me with just these few people. Tell the others to come out." The corners of Wan Xiong's mouth twitched. Dissatisfaction appeared on his face. However, Zichen was right. After learning that Zichen had killed 2 first domain realm cultivators with a single slash, he naturally didn't have the guts to go against Zichen before he broke through, even if there were 6 people behind him. The space behind Zichen started to tremble. Then, a space passage appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, 8 cultivators walked out of the passage. All 8 of them were at the first domain realm. The leader was at the peak of the first domain realm. He was qualified to break through to the mid-stage first domain realm. Hee. After the 8 of them appeared, the leader smiled coldly at Zichen. Miao Zhendong. When Zichen saw the other party, his indifferent eyes flashed with murderous intent. At this moment, he naturally understood that this was a scheme. Zichen rarely used schemes, so he hated people who use schemes. "Zichen, today is the day you die," Miao Zhendong said coldly. Zichen's eyes were filled with disdain. He said mockingly, "It seems that you people have learned from the deaths of people recently. You know that half-step domain realm cultivators are nothing but dead meat in front of me. You didn't bring anyone this time." "Zichen, don't be so smug." The faces of the people from the 2 factions turned ugly. During this period, Zichen had killed many of their people. The corners of Zichen's mouth curled up. The mockery in his eyes grew. Since all of you are here, the people from Yamba Castle must be here as well. Yinfun, why are you still not showing up? Are you going to be a coward until the end? Coward, Zichun. Do you still think that this is the outside world? I, Yinfun, will not give in to you. As the cold voice rang out, Yinfun and Lingdong appeared at the same time. Behind the two of them were 5 first domain realm cultivators. More than 20 domain realm cultivators had appeared at once. From this, it could be seen how important Zichun was to them. The momentum of this battle was naturally incomparably vast. Zichun, now that you are alone, let's see how arrogant you can be. Ling Dong stared at Zichun with a face full of resentment. Alone? You guys would need to carefully plan for a long time to attack a lone person like me. I don't know where you get your sense of superiority from standing in front of me. Ling Dong's face immediately turned green in the face of Zichen's mockery. It seemed that he had never gained the upper hand in his fight with Zichun. Humph, my sense of superiority comes from the fact that I am still alive, while you are about to die. Ling Dong coldly said, We will only know who will live and who will die after we fight. Zichun tightly gripped the long blade in his hand. Everyone had naturally heard of the scene where Zichun had drawn his blade and killed someone, causing their expressions to turn a little serious. The atmosphere in the arena practically instantly became stifling. A group of more than 20 domain realm practitioners actually appeared very nervous when facing a mid-corporeal stage practitioner. This scene was truly somewhat comical. Zichun placed the scabbard on his long blade in his left hand, while his right hand rested on the hilt. This battle would be the most difficult one Zichun had ever encountered. If things went wrong, he might even fall in this battle. He seemed indifferent, but in reality, he was paying full attention. Chapter 1376. The atmosphere was oppressive, and a battle could break out at any time. Everyone was tense, and Zichen's sudden words gave many people a fright. A few people couldn't help but take a step back. They were too nervous, and their faces were immediately filled with awkwardness. This included Ling Dong. Manshur and Wu Xie had almost killed him back then, and his experience with Zichun had almost become a nightmare in his heart. Therefore, he reflexively retreated when Zichun made a move. After all, he was the one Zichun hated the most among them. He was worried that Zichun would kill him without saying a word as soon as he arrived. However, the awkwardness on his face disappeared in a flash. He then said coldly, Dead. Everyone is dead. You're the only one left. They're all waiting for you. Zichen's initial nervousness slowly disappeared when he heard this. He took a deep breath, and a murderous intent appeared in his cold eyes. His companions were dead, and his enemy was right in front of him. Even if he had to die in battle, he had to avenge himself. Die. Murderous intent filled his eyes, and he shouted in a low voice. He held his saber, took a step forward, and rushed toward a cultivator. Decapitation. As he rushed forward, the scabbard in Zichen's left hand turned into a ray of black light and swept toward the neck of a cultivator. The saber was fast and ruthless. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, and a powerful pressure appeared. The cultivator felt his body being obstructed, and his speed slowed down significantly. However, there were more than 20 cultivators around him, so he wasn't afraid at all. With a loud shout, he raised the domain weapon in his hand with difficulty and blocked the attack. Clang! The domain weapon blocked the saber, but then a huge force came out and sent the domain weapon flying. After sending the domain weapon flying, the saber light was still dazzling, and its speed didn't slow down. It swept toward the neck of the cultivator in front of him. However, the pause in the attack allowed the others to attack. As rays of light flashed, 3 domain weapons passed through the oppressive space and arrived in front of the saber light. Clang! Clang! Following the crisp sound of vibrations, streaks of energy shot out in all directions like snakes. In the end, Zichen's attack was blocked by the 3 of them. Although he had already guessed that they would be able to block this attack, Yijing's face still turned deathly pale. He had been so close to death just a moment ago. Swoosh! Although he had blocked the attack, Zichen's attack was not over yet. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly, while his right hand was already on the hilt. The moment he gripped the hilt, Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he pulled out the blade. A bright and dazzling saber light appeared in front of everyone. In addition to being extremely dazzling, this saber light also carried a strong oppressive force. When this oppressive force landed on the bodies of the few domain realm cultivators in front, they felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their speed was reduced to 0. They could only stare at the dazzling saber light with teary eyes in horror as it disappeared before their eyes. The saber light flashed and disappeared as the long saber returned to its scabbard. Zichun returned to the center of the battlefield and stood there indifferently. The two attacks had taken less than a breath. The other cultivators around him had just gotten into position to attack when the battle was over. They gripped their domain weapons tightly as their bodies came to a halt. Their gazes were also directed to the front, where the 4 domain stage practitioners had joined forces to block Zichun. Under everyone's gaze, the vitality of the 4 domain realm cultivators was extinguished like a candle flame. Their eyes instantly lost focus and their bodies fell backward. After the saber was pulled out, the 4 of them died with horrified expressions on their faces. Wan Xiong's pupils shrank. The look in his eyes, which had already been cautious, changed once again. Miao Zhendong's eyes flashed as he looked at Zichen with deep fear in the depths of his eyes. Yin Fan's heart and mind were shaken. If that attack had been used on him, even if he had not died, he would have been seriously injured. The moment the saber was pulled out, the attack was sharp and swift. It was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. Compared to the other 3 domain realm cultivators, Ling Dong appeared to be very weak. This was because he was terrified and his body could not help but tremble slightly. Zichen had used a lot of mental energy to kill the 4 domain realm cultivators with one slash. He did not attack again. Instead, he held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand gently on the saber hilt. His body was slightly bent forward as he assumed the posture of pulling out the saber. When the other people around saw Zichen's action, their expressions froze. However, they did not dare to move forward again. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Moreover, in this world that was full of freedom, the other forces knew very well that the 3 forces had besieged Hu Pingxing and the others. They had all heard about how much trouble Zichen had caused them. For a time, Zichen's name had spread throughout the entire level. Because of Zichen, no one dared to look down on number 108 Hu Pingxing. In other words, after seeing Zichen, everyone deliberately ignored his background. This time, news of the 3 forces plotting against Zichen quickly spread after keeping it a secret in the beginning. Many cultivators had gathered in the area when the first battle between the 2 sides began. In addition to the numerous cultivators, the leaders of the various forces had also arrived. This included the leader of No. 61 Xuan City, Xuanming, whom Lin Yuan had met in the outside world. I never imagined that the leader of Hu Pingxing would be so terrifying this time. He's only at the mid-corporeal stage, yet he's able to kill 4 first-layer domain practitioners with a single slash. A domain practitioner beside Xuanming also spoke in shock. They had all seen Zichen's slash. The glaring blade light had caused them to narrow their eyes even though they were very far away. Another domain practitioner sighed. It is indeed terrifying. It's said that the 3 forces expended a great deal of effort when they surrounded and killed the others. However, it seems that they only managed to kill a few people. The others did not die at their hands. The people from Hu Pingxing this time are all extraordinary. These 3 forces are truly despicable. To think that they would do such a despicable thing. Aren't they afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the entire Shuntian prefecture if news of this spread? The people from the 3 forces have been far too arrogant during this period of time. It's not a bad idea to have Zichen dampen their spirits. Many people from Xuan City despised Zichen's act of taking advantage of the situation when they were in the outside world. However, after Zichen displayed his strength in this world, everyone undoubtedly acknowledged him. At the same time, they also greatly admired Zichen's brotherly love. The others in the distance were the same. They could not stand the actions of the 3 forces. Although everyone was dissatisfied with the 3 forces, they had no intention of taking action. Each and every one of them looked to the front, waiting for the second battle to begin. Faintly, they were also somewhat anticipating that Zichun would be able to slaughter everyone, even if this expectation was very unrealistic. There's something strange about this place. Xue Ming, who had not spoken all this while, withdrew his gaze from the distance and spoke in an indifferent voice. Evidently, apart from Xue Ming, from the slight frown on the faces of the leaders of the other forces, one could tell that they had also discovered something. However, before the others could ask in detail, the people in front of them began to move again. A stalemate was not a solution after all. Wan Xiong, who seemed to have guessed that Zichun was stalling for time, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The remaining dozen people roared one after another. Monstrous, murderous roars reverberated throughout the area. Immediately after, the dozen or so domain realm experts transformed into streaks of light and charged towards Zichun. Before the encirclement, everyone had some understanding of Zichun. They knew that he possessed extremely fast speed, so when they charged forward, each one of them maintained an almost uniform attack pattern. The purpose of this was to prevent Zichun from finding the gaps in their attacks, so that he could quickly avoid them. Swoosh! However, Zichun had no intention of dodging. At this moment, the beheading technique would not be of much use, so he could only use the sword drawing technique again. The dazzling sword light once again appeared in everyone's line of sight. Clang, clang, clang. However, this time, under the shroud of the dazzling sword light, the clear sound of metal clashing rang out in the sky. The dazzling light finally transformed into a surge of energy that spread in all directions. The dozen or so people who had charged forward also retreated one after another. Apart from the few people who had been attacked by Zichun, whose battle armor had dimmed, the others were unscathed. Because they had taken precautions, it was somewhat unrealistic for Zichun to use the same move to casually kill more than a dozen people. Zichun's breathing was somewhat ragged. The attack from before had been completely blocked by the battle armor on his body. However, because he had yet to make a breakthrough, the armor that had fused with the dragon scales was still a solid weapon. The luster on the armor had dimmed a little. Zichun, do you think our people died for nothing? We've already seen through some of your methods over the past few days. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, today will be the day you die. After blocking the attack, Ling Dong's confidence had grown a little. The expression on his face appeared somewhat crazed. Hehe, you'll die just like your friends. They're still waiting for you underground. Yin Fen laughed sinisterly, his eyes like a poisonous snake. Mind attacks are useless against me. Come at me if you want to kill me. Besides, do you really think that you'll be able to defeat me today? Zichun's expression was still indifferent. As his words rang out, a powerful aura was released from his body. This aura was no longer that of the mid-corporeal stage, but the late-corporeal stage. Moreover, it was an aura that was infinitely close to the first-layer domain stage. The aura instantly soared, causing everyone's expressions to drastically change. Chapter 1377. What's that? A Dharma treasure that can increase one's cultivation level? Zichun is really something to be able to increase his cultivation level in such a short period of time. The cultivators in the distance were in an uproar when they saw this. This is getting interesting. Xue Ming's eyes flashed with surprise before he chuckled softly. They were already wary of Zichun, who was in the middle stage of the corporeal realm and had carefully set up this trap. Now that Zichun was comparable to a half-step domain realm cultivator, they would have a headache. Zichun's move was obviously a trump card that most people didn't know about. However, Ling Dong knew a little about it because he had been in contact with Zichun before, so he wasn't surprised. After all, they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of both cultivation level and numbers. This is his only move. Kill him. Yin Fen laughed sinisterly. Swoosh. The thunder wings on Zichun's back vibrated as he took the initiative to launch an attack. This place was very strange and gave him a sense of danger. This feeling wasn't because of the others' calculations. Zichun was afraid that it would be disadvantageous for him if he dragged on, so he wanted to end the battle quickly. Taking the initiative to attack meant that he had the upper hand. This way, the others' movements would be uncoordinated. Uncoordinated movements meant that there were loopholes, and sometimes, even the slightest loophole could be fatal. Poof! A glaring light blade flashed as the sword-drawing technique appeared again. A blood mark appeared between the eyebrows of a domain realm cultivator. Zichun sheathed his long blade and retreated. Zichun killed another person, but he also suffered a lot of attacks because of this, which directly caused the soldier spirit in the armor to fall into a deep sleep. This armor could withstand one more attack. It was indeed very powerful for an actual weapon to have such power. No matter how strong Zichun was, he was still one person. When he attacked, they could attack a dozen times. Although they couldn't open up a domain here, they could still mobilize the oppressive power of the domain realm. They had an advantage over Zichun, so the death of their companion didn't scare them. Instead, it aroused the ferocity in their hearts. Die. As if they could see that Zichun's defensive armor wouldn't last much longer, they retreated and once again charged towards Zichun. This time, they began to adjust the frequency and speed of their attacks so that every attack that landed on Zichun would be a fatal blow. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Waves of energy swept out as numerous attacks landed on Zichun's body. The armor on Zichun's body finally reached its limit and disappeared. Then, numerous attacks landed on Zichun's body, causing bloody wounds to appear on his body. Golden blood flowed out from the wounds. Such a scene also stunned everyone. One had to know that these were all domain-level attacks, and they were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, they would have been chopped into pieces. However, when these attacks landed on Zichun, not only did they fail to cut his body open, they didn't even leave behind any serious injuries. They were just some superficial wounds. His attacks are so powerful, and even his defense is so terrifying. What kind of person is this Zichun? Everyone exclaimed repeatedly, their faces filled with disbelief. However, just as everyone was marveling at Zichun's powerful defense, there were also some people who were able to see the truth behind it. Just as Zichun's armor disappeared, there seemed to be an inexplicable spatial energy surrounding his body. Many of the powerful attacks that landed on Zichun's body were negated by more than half of their power. The battle in front was still ongoing, but without his armor, Zichun was even more terrifying. Gold and silver light circulated around his body, releasing a terrifying aura. Almost every blade light with gold and silver light was able to kill a domain-level expert. Although the number of wounds on Zichun's body was increasing, none of them were fatal. At this moment, the battle prowess that Zichun had displayed had shocked the hearts and minds of everyone present. An existence like this who could kill people of a higher level would be famous in the cities they were in. Although it was a carefully planned trap, the people from the three forces had miscalculated this time. They thought that they could kill Zichun with just over 20 domain-level experts, but they didn't expect that Zichun, who had displayed his full strength, would be so powerful that he could kill 8 of them in a row. If the three forces didn't have any other means, they could only choose to retreat. This was because if they didn't leave, they would never be able to leave. Die. There was a hint of madness in Zichun's eyes. The moment he unsheathed his saber, the dazzling light seemed to split into two. As the two saber lights flashed, the 2 domain realm experts in front of Zichun fell to the ground. This phenomenon was because the sword-drawing technique had improved again. Although it hadn't reached the second stage, it was much stronger than before. This time, the three forces lost more than 10 people. With the comprehension of the sword-drawing technique at the critical moment, the pressure on Zichun was greatly reduced. The blade light also flashed, and there was another ray of light. There were 3 rays of light in one blade. This was the limit that an early-stage domain-level expert could comprehend. Although Zichun's realm hadn't reached that level yet, he had this level of comprehension. Coupled with the gold and silver power in his body, his true battle strength wasn't weaker than a first-stage domain-level expert. Zichun had always been able to suppress people of the same level. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a dream for this group of people to take advantage of him today. Damn it! Wan Xiong and the others also saw this point. After looking at each other, they saw the anger on each other's faces. Then, the 3 of them nodded. Since they had planned this for so long, how could they only have this little trick up their sleeve? Many people rushed to the battlefield when they heard that Zichun was being besieged. There was no lack of people from the 3 forces among them. Almost all of them had come to see how Zichun would die. However, to their disappointment, they saw Zichen crazily slaughtering people. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they watched Zichen crazily slaughter a domain-level expert with a single slash. They asked themselves if it was possible for a person to be so powerful. With such battle strength, I'm afraid he isn't any weaker than those higher life forms. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Some of the cultivators even took out their crystal balls to record the battle before them. A domain-level expert was a true powerhouse in the outside world. However, in this place, he had become a target for slaughter. What was even more shocking was that the person who was slaughtering them was only at the mid-stage corporeal realm. Zichen, who was wielding his blade, had golden blood flowing all over his body. He looked like an ancient demon god. Every time he drew his blade, he could kill one or even several people. In the face of such a terrifying Zichen, everyone had no choice but to retreat. Although everyone had expected this scene, seeing it with their own eyes still caused an uproar among the distant forces. Could it be that the three forces' scheme against Zichen had failed? One had to know that a group of more than 21st grade domain-level experts had actually been defeated by Zichen. This was an elaborate scheme. During this time, the three forces had lost many people. Naturally, they wouldn't fail so easily. Just as they were retreating, the world suddenly began to tremble. The space in the sky began to distort crazily, as if a powerful force was about to tear it apart. Immediately after, a pattern with a radius of a few thousand meters appeared in the sky. This pattern was composed of many lines of light, and raging flames were burning on it. An extremely violent aura was released from the pattern in the next moment. When everyone saw the huge pattern in the sky, their expressions changed drastically. Then, they cried out in low voices, "This is a king-level array." In the sky, the flame pattern began to revolve. A powerful aura was released from the pattern, so powerful that it was almost suffocating. A king-level array. I didn't expect the three forces to have a king-level array as a backup. Everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with shock. A king-level array was controlled by an array master. Its power far exceeded that of a battle skill of the same level. King-level arrays were only divided into levels, not grades. Every level of array was equivalent to the highest level of king-level battle skill of the same level. With his keen senses, Zichen could feel the terrifying power from the array. This power was extremely powerful, and its offensive power was also greater than everyone else's. Through the Gowen brothers, Zichen had a certain understanding of the king-level array. He knew that although this level of array did not require a lot of resources to appear out of thin air, there was a drawback, which was that it would not last for a long time. Usually, a level 1 king-level array could only attack 2 to 3 times. As long as these attacks were blocked, the array would naturally dissipate. Zichen stared at the flame pattern in the sky, thinking about how to block it. As for his expression, other than being solemn, there wasn't much worry on his face. This was because he knew that it was impossible for a mere king-level array to kill him. This array can't kill Zichen. In the distance, Xueming slowly shook his head when he saw the large array slowly revolving in the sky. The other leaders also did the same. Obviously, Zichen's powerful combat power and strong defense wasn't something a mere king-level array could kill. Yin Fan and the rest seemed to have guessed the thoughts of the crowd. They gazed at Zichen, who was enveloped by the formation, as a mocking smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Since we have meticulously designed it, do you think that there will only be one formation? As soon as Yin Fan finished speaking, the space on the other side of the sky distorted again. Then, another large array appeared. 2 large arrays appeared in the sky, surging with powerful auras. One on the left and one on the right. They locked onto Zichen. Zichen raised his head, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Battle intent rose around him. 2 large arrays? Very well. Let's see if you can kill me, or if I can destroy you. Chapter 1378. 2 great killing arrays appeared in the sky, slowly rotating as they released a terrifying killing intent. The expressions of the surrounding crowd had long changed. The appearance of a king-grade killing array to kill a corporeal realm expert was a little overkill. However, After witnessing Zichen's methods, the crowd had no choice but to admit that the only way to kill Zichen was to use king-grade killing arrays. Xueming and the rest frowned slightly when they saw the two great killing arrays. At this moment, they did not dare to arrogantly claim that they could ignore the two great killing arrays. Zichen raised his head to look at the killing arrays as battle intent rose around him. He wanted to fight it out with the two great killing arrays. Yin Fan took in Zichen's expression. He snorted coldly and laughed mockingly. In the next moment, the crowd's expressions changed again as disbelief appeared on their faces. A stunned expression appeared on the faces of the leaders. Soon after, they all smiled bitterly and said, "This plan is indeed to not leave anyone alive." The battle intent that rose around Zichen also paused in the next moment as his expression involuntarily froze. Two great flame arrays appeared in the sky once again. "Haha, Zichen, do you really think that our meticulous plan is all that we have up our sleeves? These four king-grade arrays are all the same. They are called the Fire Dragon Killing Array and are controlled by 4 domain-grade experts. If you can break out of the array, I can consider sparing your life." As Yin Fan's laughter rang out, the stunned crowd finally reacted and burst into an uproar. For king-grade killing arrays, killing Zichen was practically a foregone conclusion. It seemed that the three factions had also seen today's scene and had fortunately prepared even more powerful backup plans. The simultaneous appearance of 4 king-grade battle arrays was indeed much more shocking than the 20 domain realm experts from before. Zichen's expression became more and more serious. He took a deep breath. The 4 great spell arrays made him feel a sense of danger. As the 4 great spell arrays activated, it was as if the shadows of the 4 great spell arrays were looming over them. However, at this moment, Zichen had no choice but to accept the challenge. In the sky, 4 figures appeared beside the 4 great arrays. Their expressions were indifferent as they looked down at Zichen from above, as if they were looking at an ant. "Kill him." Yin Fan and the rest retreated far away after the order was given. The 4 people in the sky nodded. Then, they began to form seals with their hands. Beams of energy shot towards the formation like beams of light. With the infusion of light and energy, the formation that had been slowly revolving began to move much faster. As the array formation operated, screens of light spread out. These screens of light spread out like ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, they greatly affected space, causing the power of space to become thicker and more viscous. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped repeatedly. Waves of gold and silver ripples spread out in all directions, forming a safe zone that was dozens of meters wide. However, in the next moment, with the activation of the array and the pressure of space, the gold and silver ripples were completely suppressed. They retreated towards Zichen, finally stopping within 3 meters of Zichen. However, 3 meters away from Zichen, the space was so thick that it was difficult for people to move. Seeing this, the leaders of the various forces were shocked. There was also some commotion in the crowd. Zichen is indeed powerful. The aura of the 4 great arrays can't completely suppress him. He still has 3 meters of space to move. It's indeed unusual. If it was someone else, even a domain realm expert, they would have been forced to the ground by the pressure. It's true that he has some tricks up his sleeve, but this time, he's facing 4 king-level killing arrays. He's dead for sure. The surrounding cultivators were also discussing in low voices. Suddenly, a low cry was heard. There was a surge of energy in the killing array in the sky. This was the sign that the killing array was about to be activated. Balls of flames appeared from the light patterns. The flames carried an exposed aura. Flame Dragon. For low cries sounded almost at the same time. The flames in the array diagram began to merge with each other. Roar. A tyrannical roar suddenly came from the array. Then, a huge fire python made entirely of flames appeared from the bottom of the array diagram. When the Flame Dragon killing array was comprehended to the extreme, it would summon a flame dragon from the array diagram. However, 4 fire pythons had appeared in the array diagram at the moment. This was because the 4 of them were too weak and did not have a deep understanding of the array. However, it was more than enough to kill someone of the same level. Therefore, even though they had only summoned 1 fire python, the 4 of them still looked proud. Then, they pointed at Zichun. For fire pythons descended from the sky and rushed towards Zichun. As the flames surged, the 4 fire pythons also opened their bloody mouths. It was as though one could still see the poisonous fangs that were transformed from flames, as well as their dense and ice-cold eyes. Zichun's range of movement was limited to the 3 meters around him. Therefore, he did not take the initiative to attack the 4 fire pythons. Instead, he was waiting. His left hand, which was holding the scabbard, was slightly trembling. His right hand, which was holding the scabbard, was also slowly exerting force. In the distance, everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Zichun. Although they had already predicted the outcome, many people still hoped for a miracle. Of course, this was not because they hoped for Zichun to survive, but purely because they wanted to see the expressions of the 3 factions when they miscalculated. The expressions of Xueming and the other leaders all became extremely solemn and serious. They had no choice but to admit that the schemes of the 3 forces were very meticulous. If it was them, they would have died long ago. Of course, this assumption was not reasonable, because each of them had a group of subordinates behind them. They were not like Zichun, who was alone. Wan Xiong and Miao Zhendong looked at the sky. Their lips were tightly pursed. It was obvious that they were somewhat nervous. On the other hand, Yin Fan and Ling Dong were filled with confidence. Yin Fan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely die. 1 hit, and he will die." As he spoke, the 4 fire pythons descended and viciously charged towards Zichun. Zichun's eyes instantly turned cold as he pulled out his scabbard. Clang! A resounding clang directly covered the roars of the fire pythons. A dazzling scabbard appeared in front of everyone. The instant the scabbard appeared, everyone seemed to see the scabbard split into 3 and shoot towards the 3 fire pythons. Boom, 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 boom. For explosive sounds of energy rang out in the sky. The place where Zichun was standing in the air was instantly flooded by endless fire energy. As the fire energy raged, waves of super-powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Even though everyone was a few miles away, they could still feel the powerful impact. Under this impact, everyone's hair and robes fluttered. However, their eyes were tightly fixed on the scene in front of them. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly the same. They were wondering if Zichun was still alive at the epicenter of the formation's bombardment. The array was very powerful. Some people could not help but shake their heads. With such a powerful attack, the possibility of Zichun surviving was not high. Even if he was alive, he would be on the verge of death. The berserk energy finally dissipated. The gazes of the 4 array masters in the sky were tightly fixed on the ground below. When the energy dissipated, the first thing that everyone saw was a 3-meter-wide space. Within this 3-meter-wide space, there was still some fire energy circulating and wreaking havoc. Droplets of golden liquid, like golden pearls, were also floating in this 3-meter-wide space. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the 3-meter space. An unbelievable guess appeared in their hearts. Soon after, their eyes looked towards the middle of the 3-meter space. A figure with tattered clothes appeared at that spot. However, his body was still standing proudly. Zichun. It was Zichun. At this moment, many people could not help but cry out in surprise. Their faces were filled with deep disbelief. Even the expressions of Xueming and the other leaders were violently fluctuating. Blocked. Zichun had actually blocked the combined attack of the 4 array masters. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. How is this possible? Ling Dong and Yin Fan jumped high in fright. Humph, aren't you going to die? Wan Xiong coldly said. His face was filled with great shock. Although Miao Zhendong did not speak, the twitching corners of his eyes revealed his current mood. After recovering from his shock, Yin Fan once again looked at Zichun. He could clearly feel that Zichun's aura had weakened a lot. Moreover, the golden color in the 3-meter-wide space was the blood that he had spat out. He calmed himself down and said, "Don't worry, the array has not dissipated. Zichun will definitely die. Moreover, he is now seriously injured." It is obvious that, however, before Yin Fan could finish his sentence, he saw 2 balls of light appear in Zichun's hands. The balls of light emitted a sparkling green light that was filled with vitality. That's king-level origin life liquid? Damn it. Why does Zichun have something like that? And 2 drops at once. Seeing this scene, the cultivators from the 3 powers became flustered and exasperated. Yin Fan, who had been very pleased with himself a moment ago, turned ashen in an instant. King-level origin liquid is indeed good stuff, but it still cannot protect Zichun at this moment. Someone gave an objective evaluation. Zichun had swallowed 2 drops of king-level origin liquid. If he was given some time, his injuries would naturally heal. However, no one would give Zichun any time to catch his breath at this moment. The array above his head was still operating. The reason why Zichun had been able to block the attack of the 4 arrays was because he had borrowed the power of his corporeal space. The 3-meter-wide space was his corporeal space, but very few people were able to see it. Even so, there were still many forces that had passed through the corporeal space to seriously injure Zichun. Our fire dragon killing array can only attack 3 times. As long as you can block it, the array will naturally dissipate. Now, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Above his head, an array master indifferently said. He dared to say such words because he was very confident in himself, even if he already felt that the 3-meter-wide space was a little strange. Just as Zichun's injuries were suppressed, the second wave of attacks descended from the sky. Chapter 1379. Flame Dragon Burst. As this indifferent voice rang out, another 4 fire pythons appeared within the formation. This time, the fire pythons that appeared to be very agile. An aura that was even stronger than before surged around their bodies. Zichun suppressed the blood that was about to spurt out. Facing the 4 fire pythons, he actually closed his eyes. The crowd was confused and in an uproar, not understanding what Zichun was doing. But some people understood that Zichun was healing his injuries. But the fire pythons had already descended from the sky. Wouldn't it be too late to heal now? Was it too late? Of course not. With the king-level origin fluid in his stomach, Zichun's injuries were suppressed. He only needed a little more time to fully recover. And Zichun had to fight for this time. He boldly chose not to attack this time, but to defend himself. A sea of energy surged out from his corporeal space, forming layer after layer of invisible defenses in the 3-meter corporeal space. At this moment, the crowd was unable to see from afar, but if they used special eye techniques, they would be able to see that at least several thousand corporeal realm defensive light shields had appeared around Zichun. Each light shield was a thin layer, but each of them possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. For fire pythons descended, but Zichun still didn't open his eyes. The crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? He gave up. He's actively seeking death. Sigh. Looks like he knows he's going to die. Fortunately, he's no longer resisting. The crowd shook their heads and sighed in pity. On the other hand, the 3 factions were secretly delighted. Xueming discovered the abnormality. His face was filled with shock because he faintly felt that this energy belonged to the corporeal space. But in this world, not to mention the corporeal space, even the domain space couldn't be opened. So how was Zichun able to use the power of the corporeal space? Just as Xueming was puzzled, the 4 fire pythons descended and exploded. A powerful destructive force appeared and rushed into Zichun's corporeal space, then began to wantonly destroy Zichun's external defenses. But at this moment, Zichun was using the power of his boundless space. Although he couldn't use too much of it to attack, it was more than enough for defense. Following the shattering of these light shields, in the next moment, new light shields would appear around Zichun's body, layer by layer. However, because this energy was too terrifying, the speed at which Zichun's barriers appeared was slower than the speed at which they were destroyed. In the end, the energy broke through all the barriers and arrived in front of Zichun. Under the impact of this energy, Zichun coughed up a large mouthful of blood. But because of the many barriers neutralized it, the energy wasn't life-threatening. Zichun had been able to block such a powerful attack, but the price was that his corporeal space automatically shrank and couldn't be opened for a while. A vacuum of energy formed around Zichun. After swallowing 2 more drops of king-level origin fluid, he stood there, quietly recovering from his injuries. Around him, violent energy dissipated in all directions. After a long time, the energy dissipated. Then, everyone was shocked to find that Zichen was still alive in the sky. Not only was he alive, but he seemed to be living well. How could this be? The cultivators from the 3 factions were all dumbfounded. Yin Fan's expression was ugly, but he keenly noticed something unusual. His defensive barrier is gone. He's dead for sure. Miao Zhendong and Wan Xiong also noticed this phenomenon, which was why they didn't get angry. In the sky, the 4 array masters also noticed this scene. Their shocked expressions eased a little. After exchanging a glance, a faint smile appeared on their faces. Zichen was dead for sure after the final attack. Therefore, they didn't want to fail after comprehending a king-level array. You should be proud of yourself for being able to block 2 of our combined attacks as a mere corporeal realm cultivator. However, you don't have any defensive means. You're dead for sure after the next attack. The array master in the sky spoke again, his voice indifferent. Zichen's injuries had mostly recovered. He opened his eyes and swept them across the 4 array masters in the sky. We'll know who lives and who dies after we try. Humph, shameless boasting. Our final attack is called the Flame Dragon Burst. It's also our strongest attack. Zichen's expression turned serious when he heard the array master's words, but he didn't say anything else. In the distance, the people from the 3 factions were completely relieved after hearing this. Big Brother, behind Xue Ming, a burly domain realm cultivator, couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Xue Ming smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat meaningful. There was also a small commotion in the direction of the other factions. In the sky, the 4 array masters once again formed hand seals. The array diagram revolved even faster as the spatial pressure directly enveloped Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen was practically unable to move. The array master smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. The people from the 3 factions also heaved a huge sigh of relief. This time, there would be no more unforeseen events. Zichen was dead for sure. As the final seal fell, a sinister killing intent flashed in the array master's eyes. Soon after, a cold shout rang out in the sky. Flame Dragon Burst. Roar. For furious roars rang out from the sky. Soon after, the 4 fire pythons appeared again. However, this time around, the power that filled the fire pythons was extremely violent. Waves of destructive auras were released one after another. Just as the array master had said, this attack was the strongest. Haha, Zichen, you're dead for sure. Yin Fan laughed heartily. A mere Hu Pingxing at the end of his lifespan dares to clamor with us here. This is your fate. Ling Dong also said coldly. Miao Zhendong also nodded and sneered. Wan Xiong also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, many of his men had been killed by Zichen. In the sky, the 4 berserk fire pythons descended from the sky. In the distance, everyone looked up at the fire pythons in the sky. Under the illumination of the flames, their expressions were very complicated. Big Brother, if it wasn't for Zichen last time, I would have been dead. He saved my life. Behind Xue Ming, a burly domain realm expert said. This person was the half-step domain realm expert who had fought with the Shadowblade Devil. The smile on Xue Ming's face did not fade. He nodded and said, well, then let's help him a little. As he spoke, Xue Ming's indifferent aura suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, a domain weapon appeared in his hand. This domain weapon was in the shape of a sword, and its entire body was shining brightly. The moment Xue Ming grasped the long sword, a sharp sword in tint appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Swoosh! A blinding sword light that was thousands of meters long, carrying an unparalleled sword in tint, rushed toward a berserk fire dragon in front of him. Just as Xue Ming attacked, a group of cultivators in another direction walked up to their leader and pleaded in a low voice, "My lord, when the 3 forces suppressed us last time, it was Zichen who came and killed them. This was the city where number 64 was located." The leader was a cold-faced man. He glanced at his subordinates and said indifferently, "He's here for revenge. He doesn't really want to save you." "We know, but he didn't take away the loot. It's still a kind of help to us, the cultivator said again. The cold-faced man nodded and said, "It's rare for you to have such thoughts. Fine, I'll help you this time." As soon as he finished speaking, a long saber appeared in his hand. The saber was as black as ink, and the moment it appeared, it emitted a heart-palpitating aura. He held the saber and slashed forward. A blade light that was thousands of meters long shot forward. However, just as he attacked, the cold-faced man saw a sword aura in the distance that soared into the sky. He was slightly stunned. The same scene occurred in 2 other places. Although this isn't a favor, and we don't have to participate in this matter, I have to say that the actions of the 3 forces this time are really annoying. Moreover, Embark Castle is only number 83. They're nothing compared to us. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying palm print followed the blade light and sword aura and rushed forward. The one who attacked was from number 69 city. Although we're ranked number 75, not everyone can scheme against us. 3 forces, tisk. Another terrifying attack rushed toward the fire dragons in the sky. The 4 attacks seemed to have been discussed in advance, and they all rushed toward the 4 fire dragons. This sudden change caused an uproar. The cultivators of the 3 forces were even more shocked. "Damn it, what are you doing? Are you trying to go against us 3 forces?" Wan Xiong and Miao Jindong's expressions turned ugly. Yin Fen couldn't help but curse. Ling Dong was so angry that he stomped his feet. Helpless, the 4 of them could only attack to intercept the 4 attacks. However, the speed of the attacks was so fast that it wasn't easy to intercept them. The sudden addition of 4 attacks surprised Zichun. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the array master in the sky snort again. Immediately after, Zichun saw that when the array diagram dissipated, a large screen of light descended from the sky and blocked the 4 attacks. Swoosh, swoosh. The power of the light screen wasn't strong, and the 4 attacks quickly passed through it. However, the crowd was shocked to find that 40% of the power contained in the 4 attacks was neutralized by the light screen. As for the other 60% of the attacks, they were no longer a threat to the 4 violent fire dragons. Boom. The 4 attacks landed on the fire dragons, but they didn't destroy them. They only depleted some of the fire dragon's energy. Even so, the power contained in the 4 fire dragons wasn't any weaker than the second attack. At this moment, Zichun didn't have any defensive means. Even the second attack was enough to kill him. When Schwimming and the rest saw this scene, each of them shook their heads. Clearly, 1 strike was enough. As for Zichun, he could only fend for himself. Chapter 1380. Dead. He was finally going to die. Today's plan to kill Zichun had been full of twists and turns. Wan Xiong and the others had been tense and relaxed several times. Fortunately, they were all cultivators with strong minds. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not have been able to bear it. This Zichun was indeed worthy of being the leader of Huping City. The difficulty of killing him was much greater than the previous few. The people from the 3 forces were relieved. It was obvious that there would be no more unforeseen events. Zichun had lost his defensive means and would definitely die in the face of the 4 fire pythons. Schwemming and the others shook their heads. They wanted to attack, but their opponent had many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps this was fate. Perhaps this was Zichun's fate. At this moment, those who did not believe in fate also believed in it. However, Zichun did not believe that he was not dead yet. At least, he was not dead yet. He flipped his hand, and a milky white pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl was the size of a walnut and emitted a white halo. This was the spirit-gathering pearl, which came from a domain realm cultivator in Embark Castle. It could be used once. The moment Zichun took out the spirit-gathering pearl, he controlled his powerful spiritual thoughts and directly absorbed the power in the pearl. After the power from the mid-stage domain realm entered his body, it quickly transformed into Zichun's own power. The power split into 2 and turned into gold and silver lightning power. Then, the gold and silver lightning power converged on the long saber in Zichun's hand. For a moment, the entire scabbard was suffused with gold and silver lightning. Zichun held the saber's hilt tightly and stared coldly at the four weakened fire pythons. In his sea of consciousness, the perfect spiritual thought was quickly analyzing the saber drawing technique. Now, he could split one saber into three. However, there were four fire pythons, so he had to split one saber into four. Amidst the dangerous aura and the pressure of death, the perfect spiritual thought, which was already effective quickly, unleashed its great potential at this moment. He drew his saber again and again, and the saber flashed again and again. Finally, when he drew his saber, it turned into four rays of light. In an instant, Zichen's eyes were filled with a cold light. He drew his saber instantly. Swoosh! The moment he drew his saber, the world began to flash with golden and silver lightning. The light was like tiny lightning snakes that surrounded Zichen. Surrounded by these tiny lightning snakes, the golden-silver saber light split into four and slashed at the four descending fire pythons. A powerful aura surged between heaven and earth at this moment. This aura was far stronger than any of the previous attacks Zichen had used, because the beginning of this attack had borrowed the power of the domain. After Zichen absorbed this power, he quickly turned it into gold and silver lightning power and activated it with the draw. This saber strike was dazzling and piercing to the point that people could not help but feel pain in their eyes. Tears involuntarily flowed down their cheeks. This slash was extremely powerful, far surpassing the power of the four fire pythons. It made people's hearts tremble. This attack was also beyond Zichen's limits. The saber light swept past the fire python, and the latter let out a wail before dissipating. At the moment when the four fire pythons dissipated, the saber light also soared into the sky, directly crushing the raging flames that filled the sky. The saber light dissipated, and so did the flames. Puff, 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 puff. The four array masters coughed up blood in the air. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they were shocked. Unforeseen event, another unforeseen event. In the distance, although the crowd had already become numb due to the many changes in their expressions today, they were also shocked and horrified by Zichen's stunning saber strike. The few leaders who had just attacked also revealed stunned expressions. However, they quickly began to laugh softly. It seemed that the people from the three forces were crying now. Indeed, at this moment, Yin Fan and the others had the urge to cry. Didn't they just plot against Zichen to kill Zichen? But Zichen could not have launched a desperate counterattack every time he was about to die. Furthermore, the counterattack this time was so thorough that Zichen himself didn't even have the slightest bit of injury. In the distance, many cultivators who had directly or indirectly received help from Zichen could not help but cheer when they saw this scene. Compared to the hateful three forces, they naturally did not want Zichen to die. As for the other onlookers, they were in an uproar because of this scene. Thinking back to Zichen's saber strike, it was indeed terrifying. Swoosh! However, just as the crowd was in a state of shock, Zichen made his move. With a burst of speed, he rushed to the side of one of the array masters in the sky and unsheathed the long saber that he had just sheathed. Clang! This time, the saber made a crisp sound as the saber light flashed. Although it was only a saber light this time, and its power was far less than before, it had no problem killing an array master who was not good at close combat. As the saber was sheathed, Zichen did not even look at the array master. With a move of his feet, his figure disappeared again. As if he had teleported or walked on the network of space, Zichen reappeared in front of the second array master. When the saber was unsheathed again, the array master's face was completely frozen with shock after the saber light disappeared. Hurry up and dodge, dodge. After killing two people in a row, the others finally reacted. From afar, they heard Wanxiong's shouts. Hurry up and retreat. Wanxiong kept shouting and waving his hand at the same time. But why did it have to be Wanxiong? Because the remaining two array masters were his people. As for the two from Yamba Castle and Miao Dongxing, they had already been killed by Zichen. Just as Wanxiong was shouting anxiously, Miao Zhendong glanced at Yin Fan with a gloomy face. The current situation was obviously the most dangerous moment. They had lost all their trump cards. Next, Zichen would kill them all. Although they had a few spirit-gathering pearls on them, None of them could display the power of the pearls to such an extent like Zichun. Cheers could still be heard in the distance. Obviously, there were too many cultivators waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. And it was true. If they did not have any tricks up their sleeves, they would be slaughtered one by Zichun. As for running, in front of Zichun, no one dared to say that they could escape. Just as Wan Xiong was feeling sorry for the two array masters, Miao Zhendong and Yin Fun looked at each other and nodded. Although the corners of Yin Fun's eyes twitched painfully, he still took out a round ball from his chest. This round ball flickered with bright lightning. It looked like a dazzling lightning ball. After a slight hesitation, he opened the lightning ball in his hand. Swoosh! At this moment, Yin Fun suddenly saw that Zichun had disappeared in front of him. He had a bad feeling. After a scream, he retreated. At the same time, he threw the lightning ball in his hand forward. Boom! When the lightning ball was 10 meters away from the body, it directly exploded. The void was directly blown into a huge black hole. The explosion of the lightning ball seemed to have shattered the space and connected to the spatial turbulence. A strong suction force was also emitted from the huge black hole. Zichun's figure appeared at the spot where Yin Fun was previously standing. The moment he appeared, he felt a strong suction force behind him. Without looking back, he could guess what happened behind him. His face changed slightly. Gold and silver lightning flashed around his body. He wanted to break free from the suction force. However, in the next moment, rays of light shot out from the black hole. Like ropes, they wrapped around Zichun's body and pulled him towards the black hole. Roar! A violent beastly roar came from the black hole in the next moment. Then, an extremely ugly head appeared in the black hole. This head was very ugly, but it was very scary. Its pair of ferocious eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. After the head extended out, its body followed closely behind. It actually possessed a human body. Two coarse large hands extended out and grabbed at the light ray that extended out. From the looks of it, it was actually trying to pull Zichun in. Such a sudden change caused everyone to be shocked once again. They did not expect that the three powers would actually still have a trump card up their sleeves. The big guy in the black hole did not look like a good guy. If Zichun was pulled in, he would be in big trouble. The big guy seemed to be unable to come out, so it could only stay in the black hole. It kept dragging the rays of light that wrapped around Zichun. Zichun's face changed dramatically. He kept unsheathing the long saber in his hand. Rays of light flashed. However, these rays of light were extremely tough. After falling on Zichun's body, they seemed to want to integrate into his body and his strength. Zichun slashed down with his saber. He felt that the meridians in his body were shaken, and a sharp pain came. At this moment, Zichun could not break free from the shackles of the rays of light. As he exerted his strength, he felt a sharp pain coming from his body. It was as if the rays of light had become a part of his body. They became his blood vessels, his meridians, his tendons, and his bones. Every time he moved, it was as if his bones were being dug out and his tendons were being pulled out. Hee, let's see if you can still survive. The power of the black hole was really strong. Moreover, the big guy looked very frightening. The others also retreated far away. However, Ling Dong was a step slower. At the same time, he turned around and smiled coldly at Zichun. Zichun seemed to feel the arrival of death. His eyes became crazy. He looked up to the sky and roared. The power in his body was pushed to the limit. Swoosh! Dazzling lightning was released from his body. Then, he used all his strength to rush forward. At this moment, the rays of light were stretched endlessly by Zichun. As he rushed forward, he screamed in pain. The pain was indescribable. He seemed to have gone crazy. His skin was covered in blood. However, he still endured the pain and rushed forward. Ling Dong, who had a look of sarcasm, changed his face in the next moment. He did not expect Zichun to be able to rush in front of him. Swoosh! The long saber in Zichun's hand lit up for the last time. The long saber was unsheathed and slashed towards Ling Dong. Pong! This slash successfully chopped off Ling Dong's head. However, the long saber itself had suffered too much power today and directly exploded. After using the last of his strength to pull out the saber, Zichun no longer had the strength to tangle with the rays of light. His whole body was pulled in just like that. Chapter 1381. The battle was finally over. That was what everyone wanted to say. The battle hadn't lasted long, but the various waves made everyone's mood fluctuate. The leaders of the three factions, in particular, had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow several times. Fortunately, it was all over. After this battle, they fully realized how powerful Zichun was. They also finally realized that besieging wasn't suitable for everyone. If Yin Fan hadn't decisively used his token to give up an opportunity, everyone present would have died. Zichun had been swallowed by the black hole, so it was unlikely that he would have survived. Although they didn't get what they wanted from Zichun this time, at least they killed Zichun. After witnessing how powerful Zichun was, it was enough to kill him. After a brief moment of joy, the three factions had to face another problem: the other factions. Many factions had gathered here because they wanted to kill Zichun. Although not everyone was present, it was enough to attract the attention of these cultivators. Swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light flashed as the cultivators from the three factions in the distance surrounded them, forming a huge encirclement. This time, the three factions had suffered heavy losses. Coupled with the death of the four array masters, their combat strength had been greatly reduced. If the other factions joined forces now, the three factions would definitely be in danger. The three factions were on guard, but the other factions didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Xueming glanced at Wan Xiong and the others and said indifferently, "Brother Wan, don't be too complacent." "What do you mean?" Wan Xiong frowned as he looked at Xueming. "I'm sure you know best whether Zichun's friends are dead or not. What if Zichun is lucky enough to survive? Still alive? How is that possible? This is the Manor realm. Anything can happen." Xueming smiled faintly and said, "Of course, Brother Wan, don't mind me. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else." With that, Xueming left. Hee, if Zichun is really not dead, and the companions you forced into a dead-end return, then there will be a good show to watch. Another leader smiled faintly and left with his people. Everyone left one after another, leaving behind the people from the three forces. However, there was no joy from victory on their faces. Instead, there was deep worry on their faces. Although the possibility of Zichun dying was very high, it was just as Xueming said. If he really didn't die, they didn't die either. Or rather, they didn't all die. Everyone, keep a low profile in the future. Our next goal is to break through. Wan Xiong muttered to himself for a moment before he indifferently said. After that, Miao Zhendong and Yin Fan also gave the same orders to their subordinates. It was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, working hard to cultivate was the way to go. Zichun lost the ability to resist and was brought back by the light. A trace of cruelty flashed across the big guy's ugly face. It wanted to tear Zichun apart. However, because Zichun no longer resisted, the speed of the beam of light retracted even faster. The big guy made a mistake in its judgment and failed to kill Zichun in one strike. Zichun's body was also dragged into the distance by the beam of light. The spatial energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. This energy tore apart Zichun's clothes and brought him to another place. Behind him, the ugly guy in human form was still chasing after him, roaring unwillingly. The opponent's speed was very fast, but at this moment, it couldn't catch up with the speed of the light. Zichun looked at the opponent with a trace of disdain. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. It was the light that dragged Zichun into something. A huge impact rushed from the back of his head. Zichun's vision turned black and he fainted. As he fainted, Zichun saw the ugly guy. The latter had already followed him. At that moment, Zichun realized that the light that was dragging him had vanished. He cried out inwardly as his vision turned black, and he immediately lost consciousness. In his coma, Zichun felt as though thousands of huge mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He panted heavily, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils gradually regained their luster. "I'm not dead." Zichun looked up and looked around. This was a spacious area, and there was nothing else in the surroundings. Even the ugly big guy from before had disappeared without a trace. Zichun crawled up from the ground. He appeared to be very confused as he subconsciously scratched his head. Then, he felt a piercing pain. There was a very large bump on the back of his head. Only then did Zichun recall that he had knocked into something and fainted. He was very puzzled. With his perfect body, shouldn't he have been smashed into something? Why was he still knocked unconscious? After Zichun turned around, he saw a tall stone monument. The stone monument was black and was 3 meters tall. Where Zichun stood, he saw that there were no words on the stone monument. There weren't even any patterns on it. As he looked up, Zichun realized that the wordless stone monument was broken. It was as though it had been shattered by a huge force. The stone monument's fracture was very irregular. As he carefully sized it up, Zichun realized that the stone monument was on a high platform, and he was now on it. In the surroundings, there was only one platform and one stone stele. As for Zichun, he seemed to understand everything. The thread that wrapped around him had pulled him here. After slamming into the stone monument, the thread disappeared. Or rather, the thread was emitted by the stone monument. But where was that ugly big guy? Why was there no trace of him? Back then, the other party had a murderous look on its face. It probably wouldn't have let him off, but why didn't it kill him? Zichun figured out some things, but he was still puzzled. He circled the stone monument a few times, but didn't find anything abnormal. Helpless, he could only walk down the high platform and walk around. After making a small round, Zichun turned back and returned to the group. He returned to the high platform and sat down around the stone monument. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to recover from his injuries. Although he had obtained a complete victory in the previous battle, he had also suffered serious injuries. Zichun sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. His cultivation technique began circulating as the purest lightning power circulated. Behind Zichun, the wordless stone monument released a faint halo in the next moment. Following that, a powerful pressure was released and spread in all directions. Zichun was enveloped by the pressure, but he didn't feel anything unusual. In the distance, a pair of cold and murderous eyes stared at Zichun. Zichun, who was recuperating, felt that the energy in his body seemed to have become very active. The efficiency of his healing had also greatly increased. Vaguely, he felt that he had reached the peak of the middle stage and seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. After about a day, Zichun opened his eyes again. His injuries had healed. During this time, his spiritual senses had been spread out in the distance, but he didn't find anything abnormal. What is this place? Is it a land of death or a cage? Zichun looked up at the gray sky. There wasn't even a basic day or night here. There was no change in time. After recovering from his injuries, Zichun left the high platform and decided to look around. A few hundred meters in front of him was a dark area. Before his injuries had healed, he stopped there. But now that his injuries were healed, he decided to go deeper. When his spiritual senses reached there, he couldn't extend them. Zichun could only walk over. Boom. But as soon as he stepped into the dark area, Zichun heard a rumbling sound. Then, a dazzling brilliance appeared in front of him. It was as if the darkness had turned into dawn in an instant. The dazzling brilliance made Zichun unable to open his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, Zichun felt a dangerous aura. He subconsciously took a step back. Bang! However, it was still too late. A powerful force directly hit his body, directly sending him flying. He flew for nearly 100 meters before Zichun fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zichun stood up again. His eyes were full of shock. Just now, he had seen an endless amount of lightning. Those lightning bolts were the source of the dazzling light. Apart from the lightning bolts, Zichun had also seen that ugly big guy. The reason why he had been sent flying was because of that big guy. If he had not reacted in time, he would not have been hit by that big guy. Instead, he would have been caught by that big guy. After standing up, Zichun retreated until he was in front of the high platform. Then, his eyes flashed with golden and silver lightning bolts. He used the yin-yang eye again. With the yin-yang eye, Zichun could see through the dark area in front of him. Sure enough, after passing through there was a sea of lightning. The dark area was like a light shield that blocked the sea of lightning. And in the sea of lightning, The ugly humanoid creature was bathed in the sea of lightning. Its eyes were also staring coldly at Zichun. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. Zichun could not only see the murderous intent in the other's eyes, but also the fear in the other's eyes. In addition, there seemed to be another emotion. As for the other's fear, it naturally came from the stone tablet. However, Zichun looked back. Under the yin-yang eye, the stone tablet was still the same. There was nothing unusual about it. As the light in his eyes disappeared, Zichun's vision fell into darkness again. Then, Zichun had to admit that he was trapped. That big guy was very strong. Zichun was no match for it. In the next 2 days, Zichun tried to break through the sea of lightning. However, it was impossible. The big guy was waiting outside without rest. As soon as he went out, it would definitely attack him. And after 2 exchanges, Zichun had to admit that the other had the qualifications to completely defeat him. During these 2 days, Zichun also tried to study the stone tablet. However, it seemed to be a wordless stone tablet. There was nothing special about it. Am I going to be trapped here forever? Regarding this, Zichun felt like crying. This was because he could not open his corporeal space. Clearly, it was suppressed by some kind of power. And if he could not open his corporeal space, it would be even more difficult for Zichun to break through. After being frustrated for several days, Zichun felt that he had to find a way to escape. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to think carefully about some problems. Chapter 1382. It took Zichun 2 whole days to recall what had happened. When Yin Fan threw that thing out, there was an obvious look of pain on his face. This proved that this place should be a place of opportunity and not a place of death. After those rays of light entered Zichun's body, they seemed to have directly integrated into his body. This integration did not make Zichun feel any discomfort. It was as if they were of the same origin. In the end, Zichun was brought to this place. The outside world was a sea of lightning. However, there was a wordless stone tablet in the depths. The stone tablet was located here, but it was isolated from the sea of lightning. During this period, Zichun explored the sea of lightning. When he fought with the big guy, he found that the big guy was very strong. However, it did not dare to come close to the space covered by the stone tablet. It looked at Zichun with eyes full of cruel killing intent. However, when it looked at the stone tablet, there was a touch of greed. All the signs indicated that this place was not ordinary. However, Zichun searched this place for a long time. Other than the stone tablet, he could not find anything else. Therefore, after thinking for 2 days, Zichun stood up. Under the resentful eyes of the big guy outside, he walked to the high platform and stood in front of the stone tablet. The broken stone tablet still gave people an extraordinary feeling. He felt that the root of all the problems was here. Zichun looked at the stone tablet and took a deep breath. Whether his guess was correct or not, and whether there was something strange about the stone tablet, would depend on the next moment. Zichun stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed on the stone tablet. Then, the pure gold and silver lightning power in his body began to surge and slowly pour into the stone tablet. The stone tablet was as black as ink. When Zichun poured his power into it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not even cause the slightest ripple. Zichun continued to pour his power into it, but the stone tablet did not have the slightest reaction. Zichun's face gradually became nervous. Did I guess wrong? After pouring a lot of energy into the stone tablet, there was still no reaction. Zichun's heart sank. As time passed, Zichun shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that he had to find another way. Sigh. Zichun sighed in disappointment. Buzz. However, in the next moment, the pitch-black stone tablet suddenly emitted a halo of light. At the same time, the entire stone tablet began to tremble slightly. A terrifying pressure was released from the stone tablet and swept out into the distance. Zichun was in the middle of the pressure, but he did not feel uncomfortable at all. In the dark area behind Zichun, a terrified roar suddenly rang out. The big guy was swept away by the pressure and jumped back like a frightened rabbit. The stone tablet trembled slightly. The light on the surface of its body was like a ripple that spread in all directions. Zichun raised his head and looked at the stone tablet. As the light spread out, words appeared on the stone tablet. Zichun's eyes immediately showed surprise. Then, he opened his eyes wide and stared at the words that appeared. The words that appeared were very ancient, so ancient that Zichun could not recognize them. However, there was some kind of brand on the words. Zichun immediately understood the meaning of the words. 9. This was the first word. Then, another word appeared from below. This word was as dazzling as the stars. Star. The second word appeared as well. It was as bright as the stars. 9 star. Seeing these two words, Zichun's face was filled with doubt. He wondered if this stone tablet was related to the mysterious star tribe. On the huge stone tablet, only these two words appeared. There was still a large space on the stone tablet, but the words did not appear anymore. Zichun could not understand the true meaning of these two words. Just as he was puzzled, he realized that even the light on the stone tablet was showing signs of dissipating. Zichun was stunned. Only then did he realize that his hand had left the stone tablet. He did not know why, but he quickly placed it on the stone tablet and continued to channel energy. The halo that was about to dissipate on the stone tablet became stronger once again. Little ripples spread out. Soon after, some words appeared on the stone tablet. Following the increase in the injection of the lightning energy in Zichun's body, the third word quickly appeared. It was a dazzling and violent word. It was also the word that Zichun cared a lot about. Using the meaning that Zichun understood, this word was called thunder. Zichun originally guessed that this word should be related to lightning. Now that he finally saw the word thunder, he was very excited. Just as the third word appeared, the fourth word also appeared on the stone tablet. It was a flamboyant and domineering word that meant king. When the four words appeared, it meant 9-star Thunder King. Zichun could not help but guess that it meant the tomb of the 9-star Thunder King. He guessed that this was the place where an expert fell or was buried. However, when the fifth word appeared, Zichun was stunned. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He saw that the fifth word, which carried a heavy aura, was actually the word body. Moreover, the fifth word was also the last word. When the 5 words were combined, it was the 9-star Thunder King body. Just from the words alone, Zichun could guess the meaning of these 5 words. This was an extremely powerful technique. Moreover, it was a rare body refining technique. Of course, this was a body refining technique from the Thunder tribe. Following the appearance of these 5 large words, some fine and small words appeared below them. These small words were concise and profound. They were the general principles of the 9-star Thunder King body. After fusing these words into his mind, Zichun felt his vision blur. The scene in front of him disappeared, and he found himself in a strange space of a sea of lightning. There was an imposing figure here. This figure was completely formed by lightning, and there was a violent aura flashing around it. He was in the space of a sea of lightning, and the boundless sea of lightning and the surroundings converged toward him. The lightning energy in this sea of lightning was constantly refining his body. Following the surging of the lightning energy in the sea of lightning, there seemed to be a few Xing-Qian flashing around this figure. In the space of a sea of lightning, this figure was using the lightning energy to refine his body. Although this looked very similar to the heavenly lightning body tempering art that Zichun had cultivated, the difference between the two was really too great. When the scene in front of Zichun disappeared and his blank eyes regained their clarity, the words on the stone tablet had completely disappeared. The stone tablet had once again become a stone tablet without words. However, Zichun clearly remembered the words that had just appeared on the stone tablet. 9-star Thunder King body. After regaining his consciousness, Zichun could not hide the excitement in his heart after understanding the 9-star Thunder King body. This was because this was a body refining technique that was specially created for the domain realm. Every star represented a level in the domain realm. After cultivating the 9-star Thunder King body, Zichun's physical body would be comparable to a 9th-level domain realm existence. Similarly, as long as Zichun cultivated to 1 star, his physical strength would be comparable to a 1st-level domain realm expert. This was simply a huge opportunity for Zichun, who had been unable to increase his Yuan power realm for a long time. In the outside world, The endless sea of lightning provided Zichen with the resources to advance to 1 star. Of course, it was not easy to smoothly absorb the energy there, because there was still a big guy eyeing him covetously. Following this, Zichen used an entire 7 days to comprehend the 9-star Thunder King body. After understanding some of the mysteries of cultivation, Zichen decided to start cultivating this powerful body technique. This body technique was obviously at the king level as well. However, it was at the peak of the king level, which meant that it was the best amongst the 9 levels. It was of a higher grade than all the techniques that Zichen had mastered so far. The first step of body refining was not to use the lightning energy of the outside world to refine the body. Instead, it was to use one's own lightning energy to refine the body, allowing the body's level to be equal to the level of one's spiritual power. Just from this point alone, Zichen, who possessed a perfect body, still had an enormous advantage. This was because his constitution had always been improving along with his level. Right now, Zichen's yuan power level was at the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. Naturally, his constitution was also at the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. Zichen sat down cross-legged as the gold and silver lightning energy in his body began to circulate. After using the refining method recorded in the 9-star Thunder King body, Zichen discovered that his constitution was like a dried-up desert meeting rain when it came into contact with his own lightning energy. His body began to frantically absorb the lightning energy in his body. This kind of absorption could no longer be called refining, it was pure absorption. Just like a sponge, Zichen's constitution already had very few impurities. The only thing that was lacking now was lightning energy. Under this kind of natural absorption, the lightning energy entered every part of Zichen's body. His bones, flesh, meridians, bone marrow, and even his cells. Every part of his body was frantically absorbing this energy. As his body continued to absorb, Zichen's constitution also improved by leaps and bounds. 5 days later, Zichen, who had reached the limit of his lightning energy absorption, could clearly feel the sound of thunder roaring in his body. Immediately after, an even more frantic and ferocious suction force emerged from every part of his body. Just as the sound of thunder dissipated and the crazy suction force in his body had absorbed enough energy, Zichen's physical body level broke through once again and reached the late corporeal realm. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach the 1-star level, the breakthrough in his constitution was still a huge improvement for Zichen. After all, many domain realm cultivators didn't even have the constitution of the late corporeal realm. Right now, his body's defensive power was comparable to wearing a late corporeal realm defensive armor. After the breakthrough in his constitution, Zichen could clearly feel that the speed at which his body absorbed energy had greatly decreased. In the end, his body had even stopped absorbing the yuan power in abdomen. Zichen knew that it was time to use the lightning energy to refine his body. At this point, Zichen had no choice but to consider how he should deal with the big guy outside. After all, with it guarding outside, it would be unrealistic for Zichen to cultivate there. Chapter 1383. Endless thunderbolts wreaked havoc in the sea of lightning. The power of the thunderbolts was extremely frightening. Even a domain stage expert would have to tread cautiously in this place. A single mistake could result in death. This was also the reason why Yin Fun chose to retreat after reaching this place. However, Zichen was a lightning cultivator and was immune to the power of the thunderbolts. Hence, there was no need for him to fear them. Similarly, the big guy seemed to have been born from this sea of lightning. Furthermore, it was indeed very strong and did not fear the thunderbolts. The big guy's eyes were fixed on Zichen. It did not rest or sleep. It could see every tiny movement of Zichen's. Naturally, the big guy's face was filled with hatred and greed when it saw the change in front of the stone tablet. Hence, the big guy had locked onto Zichen the moment he appeared. Roar. With a roar, the big guy released a powerful force. The originally violent sea of lightning became even more frightening in the next moment. As the thunderbolt surged, the big guy clenched its fist and attacked Zichen fiercely. The sea of lightning was violent and deafening sounds continuously rang out. The bright and glaring fist passed through the thunderbolts in the sky and arrived in front of Zichen. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He clenched his fist, and the blood in his body started to boil. Faint sounds of thunder rang out from within his body. A powerful aura was released from Zichen's body. He fully displayed the strength of his physical body. At the same time, the gold and silver thunderbolts in abdomen also appeared on the surface of his fist. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He also threw a punch fiercely. Boom! When their fists collided, the space where the two of them were located clearly shook. Soon after, a wild and violent energy was released. Under the surge of this energy, the surrounding surging thunderbolts were also forcefully pushed away. Immediately, a vacuum appeared between the two of them. However, there was wild and violent lightning strength surging within this vacuum. After throwing a punch, Zichun felt a huge force coming towards him. He could not help but take a few steps back. Immediately after, he tasted something sweet in his throat and almost vomited blood. Looking at the front again, the big guy's body swayed, but it also took a step back. In the past, Zichen would be defeated and injured in a single move when they fought. Today, however, he was able to force his opponent to take a step back. This was also due to the upgrade of his constitution. This remarkable effect caused Zichen's face to clearly show a hint of pride. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with excitement, and once again rushed towards the big guy. Again. As Zichen's loud roar rang out, his fist, which was flickering with gold and silver lightning, was once again thrown forward. Roar! Zichen's provocation infuriated the big guy. It roared at the sky, clenched its fist, and punched at Zichen. The power of this punch was so strong that it caused the surrounding space to distort. Zichen felt that his speed had been greatly reduced, and his expression changed. He had never expected that the latter would have such a trick up his sleeve. Bang! As the punch landed, Zichen was sent flying. As he flew backwards, Zichen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the light barrier behind him did not obstruct him, and Zichen landed in the safe zone of the stone tablet. Upon seeing Zichen disappear, the big guy roared again and again in anger. After standing up again, Zichen's face did not show any signs of dejection. Instead, there was a sliver of pride on his face. This was because when he was in the Sea of Lightning, he had managed to open a sliver of his corporeal space. After the two exchanges, his corporeal space had absorbed quite a bit of lightning power from the outside world. Although Zichen was currently unable to enter the corporeal space, he was still able to open a sliver of it and draw out the lightning power from within. The big guy was very strong, and of course, it also had some kind of intelligence. Therefore, Zichen pretended to be injured and sat in front of the stone tablet. Although he looked like he was healing himself, he was actually using the lightning power to refine his body. As the lightning power entered his body, a violent aura was released. The corners of Zichen's eyes could not help but twitch as an indescribable piercing pain spread from his body. Zichen had experienced many lightning tribulations along the way. He had even experienced many lightning tribulations when he was at the Earth Yuan level. However, compared to the lightning power he was currently absorbing, the pain was nothing. This was because the lightning power seemed to have entered the deepest part of his body. It was like 10,000 ants gnawing at his bones. It was extremely painful, but also extremely itchy. It was not easy for Zichen to pretend as if nothing had happened despite the pain. Time passed just like this. After Zichen had finished refining the lightning power, he would go outside and exchange a few blows with the big guy. Then, he would collect some lightning power and cultivate again. Soon, a month had passed. Zichen had improved a lot. When he fought with the big guy, he was no longer in such a sorry state. He was usually defeated after 3 to 5 blows. 2 months had passed, and Zichen's physical strength had improved tremendously. Then, 3 months, half a year, and finally, a year. While Zichen was working hard to break through to the 1-star Thunder King physique, the cultivators on the 9th level of the Serene Tower were also looking for their own opportunities. Because of Zichen, the 3 factions kept a low profile. However, because this was the Manor Realm, there were many opportunities. Therefore, many cultivators also made breakthroughs in the following days. More and more cultivators broke through to the Domain Realm. The half-step domain realm cultivators became the weakest existences. One by one, opportunities were discovered. The three factions, who had been holding a grudge against Zichun and the others, were completely relieved after a year. The name Zichun had finally become a thing of the past. Another year passed. Almost all the opportunities on the 9th level had been found. Many people and factions began to search for the passage to the 8th level. The main camp of the three forces was located on a piece of flatland. There were numerous buildings here. These buildings were all refined by cultivators and could be large or small. The leaders of the three factions were in the largest building. They were all in seclusion during this time. There were some domain realm cultivators patrolling outside the building. Every time their eyes fell on the building, they would show a sense of urgency on their faces. 2 years had passed, and Zichun was no longer a threat. However, the three factions could no longer maintain a high profile, because their leader was in seclusion and the other factions were deliberately suppressing them. Not only were they not imposing, they were even bullied by the other factions, which made them feel very sullen. It was said that several people from the other factions had broken through to the mid-stage of the first-stage domain realm. Moreover, they had all comprehended extremely powerful king realm battle skills. Boom! One day, a powerful aura spread out from the building. This aura was very powerful, far more powerful than that of an ordinary mid-stage, first-stage domain realm cultivator. The moment this aura appeared, it was accompanied by hearty laughter. Hearing this laughter, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City were all excited. They knew that their leader, Wan Xiong, was finally coming out of seclusion. Haha, after 2 years of seclusion, I finally comprehended a battle skill that belongs to me. Wan Xiong's proud laughter rang out again. When the crowd heard this, their expressions became even more excited. A battle skill that belonged to them had another name. It was called innate ability. Innate ability was the most suitable for them. Its power was much stronger than that of King Realm battle skills. Boom! Just as Wan Xiong's laughter fell, another powerful aura spread out from the building. This aura was very sharp and powerful. It was not weaker than Wan Xiong's aura at all. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Wan. Following this sound, another congratulatory voice rang out. Hearing this voice, the cultivators of Miao Dongsheng seemed to have found their backbone. They almost burst into tears of joy. In the past 2 years, they had suffered too much oppression. Now, their leader had finally come out of seclusion. Haha, Brother Miao, you're too kind. It seems that you've gained a lot this time. Wan Xiong's laughter rang out. It's nothing. Miao Zhendong smiled modestly, then said, I wonder how Brother Yan's cultivation is going? Thanks to the two brothers' acknowledgement, I've also gained a lot. In the next moment, a violent aura with raging flames spread out from the other side of the building. As this aura appeared, the entire building turned red as if it was on fire. Yin Fan turned into a man of fire. His body surged with the powerful aura of a mid-stage, first-stage domain realm cultivator. After his breakthrough, he had broken through another stage in just 2 years. This speed of breakthrough could only be achieved in the Manor realm. After the three leaders exchanged greetings, they appeared in the outside world. Outside, a group of cultivators was shouting their leader's name respectfully and excitedly. Wan Xiong glanced around indifferently. When he found that more than 90% of them were at the early stage first stage domain realm, he nodded in satisfaction and asked, What's the situation now? It would have been better if he had not asked. The moment he asked, everyone's mood immediately fell. Miao Zhendong frowned and asked, What's going on? Yin Fan's face darkened slightly. It's Xuancheng. He's gone too far. The people of Bo Wei City are also abominable. Immediately after, voices filled with resentment rang out. These people were complaining in front of their leaders. Humph, they've gone too far. After hearing the grievances of his subordinates, Wan Xiong snorted coldly and said, You don't have to keep a low profile in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, beat them back. 2 years ago, we plotted to kill Zichun. 2 years later, we can kill others. Whoever is not afraid of death or offending us, come at us. That's right. We're not afraid of anyone here. Miao Zhendong and Yin Fan nodded. The cultivators of the three forces cheered loudly when they heard this. From this moment on, They were free from resentment and could stand up again. Chapter 1384. A pair of twin brothers walked out of this space. The number on their bodies was 108. The two brothers were Go-won and Go-chong. When the cultivators from the three factions schemed against the people of Huping City, they did not find the two brothers. When the two brothers arrived, they quickly met and found a secret land. That was how they had their own opportunities. The two of them did not know what happened in the ninth layer. After more than 2 years, the two brothers reappeared. They had broken through to the first domain realm. They had also gained a lot. I wonder how Big Brother Zichun and the others are doing. After coming out, Go-won looked around. They should have gained a lot, the younger brother Go-chong said with a smile. Originally, the two brothers were not strong and did not have a suitable king-grade formation. They did not contribute much to Zichun, so they always felt guilty. Now that they had an opportunity, they were confident that they could do something for the team. As soon as the two of them appeared, they saw a cultivator in the distance. The two brothers looked at each other and flew forward. "Wait, friend, wait." When they were still some distance away, the younger brother Go-chong shouted. When the cultivator in front heard that, he paused for a moment. Then, he turned around and saw the two of them flying over. His expression froze as he looked at them. When the two of them approached, the cultivator also sensed the identity numbers of the two of them, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. 108, Huping City. Didn't everyone in Huping City die? Why are there two of you here? While the cultivator was in a daze, the two brothers arrived. The older brother Go-won asked politely, "Friend from Xuan City, do you know where the people of Huping City are?" "The people of Huping City? Yes, our boss, Zichun, and our friends. You should have seen them in the outside world," the younger brother Go-chong said. "They are all dead. Now, only the two of you are left in Huping City," the other party said calmly. "What? They are all dead? How is that possible?" The two of them were in disbelief. The strength of their team was extraordinary, especially Boss Zichun. His strength was unfathomable. Who could kill him? They're all dead. That Zichun you speak of, I saw him die with my own eyes. Your people were all tricked by those guys from the three factions. As for that Zichun, although he was powerful, he couldn't escape the other party's scheme in the end. In the end, he was swallowed by the black hole. Although I didn't see him die with my own eyes, it's been 2 years and he still hasn't appeared. Obviously, he's dead." After the cultivator finished speaking, he glanced at the two dumbfounded brothers and patted their shoulders, saying, "You guys be careful too. I heard that the leaders of these three forces have all reached the intermediate stage of the first domain realm. Moreover, they also possess innate divine abilities. They are very difficult to deal with. If they know that the two of you are still alive in Huping City, I'm afraid they won't let you go." With that, the cultivator from Xuan City left in a flash. Dead? How is that possible? The two brothers still found it hard to believe. It's impossible for them to be dead. At the very least, I don't believe that Big Brother Zichun is dead, the younger brother, Go-chong, said firmly. A wave of killing intent was released from Go-wen's body. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether Big Brother Zichun and the others are dead or not. We must avenge them." "That's right. We're array masters. We're the best at killing a group of people." The younger brother, Go-chong, nodded heavily. After that, the two brothers spent 3 days to find out the location of the three factions' headquarters. Of course, the two of them were not stupid enough to rush into the enemy's headquarters and set up an array. The two brothers concealed themselves with the array. After waiting for another 3 days, they saw the group of cultivators walking out of the headquarters. There were more than 20 people in the group, and they were all at the first domain realm. At this point in time, the domain realm was almost an ordinary realm. Those who were slightly lucky could break through. "Let's start with them in the first battle," Go-won said coldly as he looked in the direction that the group of cultivators had left. Then, the two brothers followed behind. The group advanced for a full 10,000 miles before slowing down. The two brothers went around the group of cultivators and stopped in front of the path that they had to pass through. "Big brother, what array are we going to use?" Go-chong asked. A cold light flashed in Go-wen's eyes. He looked into the distance and said, "Back then, They used the fire dragon killing array to deal with Big Brother Zichan. Let's use this array too. Okay, in the past 2 years, cultivators and battle spirits had found almost all of the opportunities that could be found in this area. It would be very difficult to find any more opportunities. In addition, the passage to the 8th level had not appeared for a long time. Therefore, many cultivators continued to try their luck. The 3 factions became arrogant again because the 3 leaders had come out of seclusion. 2 days ago, someone had snatched a token from someone else. It was said that it was a place of opportunity. After that, they used 2 days to gather people and walk toward that area. The leader was the domain realm cultivator who had snatched the token that day. After 2 years of searching and robbing, his strength was almost at the mid-stage. At this moment, he was fantasizing about what he could find in that place of opportunity. King-level origin liquid, king-level array formation, or some other good stuff. Just as he was fantasizing, he unknowingly led his group into the encirclement. Swoosh! In the sky, the power of space suddenly began to distort. Then, a huge array diagram appeared. Many rays of light connected to the array diagram burned fiercely like flames. It was the fire dragon killing array. Everyone was very familiar with this array formation. Back then, the 4 array masters had set up this array formation and almost killed Zichun with it. Damn it! Who's attacking us? How dare they scheme against us? Are they courting death? Do they want to kill us with a mere fire dragon killing array? Seeing the killing array in the sky, the majority of the people were cursing and swearing. Only a few of them had grave expressions. Naturally, one array formation could not kill them. Then, another fire dragon killing array appeared in the sky. It was almost the same situation as that day. After the 2 killing arrays appeared, another 2 killing arrays appeared in 2 other directions. Suddenly, 4 fire dragon killing arrays appeared. The violent aura swept through the sky, and the terrifying killing intent locked onto the group of people below. Everyone's expression finally changed when they saw the 4 killing arrays. When the brothers Go 1 and Yuan Shiqiang appeared, their identification numbers were also sensed by everyone. Huping City, Huping City. Aren't all the people in Huping City dead? Why are there still people alive? Everyone's expression became extremely horrified. They were not afraid of the 2 domain realms, and they were not afraid of the 2 array masters. However, they could not help but be afraid when facing the array masters who had already set up the array formation. The brothers looked down at the group of people below and said coldly, "The battle of revenge begins now." Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly sounded from the 4 killing arrays. Then, 4 slightly illusory fire dragons appeared. With a powerful aura, they charged toward the group of cultivators below. The group of cultivators below was horrified, but they could only work together to resist. As the first wave of attacks fell, the group of cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Himph! Fire dragon break. Gowan snorted coldly. The array formation in the sky was activated, and the second wave of attacks fell. Go 1 and Yuan Shiqiang started the first battle of revenge and won a great victory. In another direction, Yuan Shiwei appeared, and the second battle started by him. After breaking through to the domain realm, he obviously had some extraordinary means. In the second battle, he killed 5 people from the 3 forces. Thus, the battle for revenge began in full swing. As the cultivators who went out died one by one, the cultivators from the 3 forces gradually paid attention. They originally thought that it was the work of other forces, but after careful investigation, they found that the people from Huping City had returned. For a time, the cultivators from the 3 forces fell into panic. 2 years ago, Zichun and the others had caused them too much trouble. What are you panicking for? It's just 3 surviving evildoers. These 3 were just lucky that we didn't find them back then. After understanding the whole story, the 3 leaders appeared to be very calm. They were no longer the same as before. If they were to face Zichun and the others again, they were confident that they could kill them. Moreover, only 3 people had appeared this time, and 2 of them were array masters. As long as they planned carefully, there was no need to be afraid. Miao Zhendong ordered, "Go and make arrangements. Ask the other forces to help. As long as we can find traces of these 3 people, they will definitely die." Just as the cultivators from the 3 forces were looking for the 3 people, a huge mountain stone forest suddenly appeared in a space somewhere in the 9th level. Then, a giant with a black iron color appeared. The giant walked out of the stone forest in just a few steps. With every step he took, his body changed. By the time he walked out of the stone forest, he had already turned into the size of a normal human. However, he looked very strong. Yamba Castle, Miao Dongcheng, Mansure, Embark. A loud shout came from the strong man's mouth. The rolling sound scared away many birds. A dense forest suddenly appeared in this world. Then, a woman walked out of the forest. She was like a person from a painting. Her body emitted a gentle green light. She had a delicate face and beautiful big eyes. Step by step, she walked out of the dense forest barefooted. Her expression was indifferent. Her skin was like jade, emitting light like a fairy from the forest. After she walked out of the forest, her charming face gradually turned cold. She remembered what happened 2 years ago. She wanted revenge. Haha, damn you guys, your Lord Wu is back. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded from the sky. Then, a black light fell from the sky like a meteorite. It landed heavily on the ground. A human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. After a while, a person with a dusty face crawled out. He lay on the side of the crater and coughed continuously. Swoosh. Chapter 1385. Huping City was a city that all forces knew about. It represented the end of the 10,000 years. In the past, whenever a cultivator mentioned this city, their faces would be filled with disdain and disdain. It was a joke. No one would care about a mere Huping City. However, on the 9th floor of Tongyu Tower, all the cultivators' expressions would change when they mentioned Huping City. Among these changes, most of them would be shock and admiration. As for disdain and disdain, there would be none. This was because Huping City had made a name for itself here. It was even more famous than number 61 Xuan City. Compared to Huping City, the combined forces of Yamba Castle, Maidongqing, and Wanyuan City were a joke. That's right, a joke. 2 years ago, they had besieged and killed a group of cultivators who had plotted against Huping City. Even if Lu Guangqing was included, there were only 15 of them. 2 years later, the cultivators of Huping City had appeared one after another and started a war of revenge. They had directly beaten the 3 forces who had just become arrogant and had forced them to retreat. They thought that since the number of powerhouses had increased over the past 2 years, they would not be afraid of the people of Huping City at all. However, what they did not expect was that the strength of the people of Huping City had also improved a lot in the past 2 years. As soon as Mansure, the mountain spirit tyrant physique, appeared, he went to the 3 forces. Then, with his powerful physique, he directly charged towards the headquarters of the 3 forces. Coincidentally, the leaders of the 3 forces were not there. In that battle, Mansure had almost gone berserk, and the 3 forces had suffered heavy losses. Then, Wu Xie, the undying demon physique, appeared. Compared to the powerful Mansure, Wu Xie was even more bizarre. His combat strength might be weaker than Mansure's, but he strangely could not die. No matter how many pieces his body was cut into, he would always come back to life with full health in an instant. Compared to Mansure, Wu Xie was even more frightening. After that, the wood spirit girl, Shangguan Hong, appeared. Her body flashed with a green halo, and her face was beautiful. However, when it came to killing, she was not the least bit careless. As beams of green light shot out, like a magic trick, many domains directly turned into ancient trees of life. In the end, the beautiful illusory beast Dongqing appeared. She brought a group of descendants that were suspected to be higher life forms and slaughtered her way into the base camp of the 3 powers. After several attacks, the 3 forces had suffered heavy losses. In their panic and anger, they had no choice but to accept another cruel fact. These people actually met and joined forces. 7 people. In just a month, the Revenge Team, which originally consisted of Go Wan and his brother, expanded to 7 people. This 7-man team was not the slightest bit afraid when facing hundreds of domain realm experts from the 3 forces. During this period of time, the 3 forces once again schemed against each other. However, As they continued to scheme against each other, they also suffered heavy casualties. A group of several hundred domain realm experts had actually been scared witless by 7 people. Therefore, the 3 forces had become a laughingstock in this world. While many cultivators were watching the show, some of them were also guessing whether the leader of Huping City, Ziqin, was still alive. If that was the case, once Ziqin appeared, the 3 factions would truly be annihilated. Left with no other choice, the 3 leaders could only gather together to discuss. Damn it, I didn't expect these guys to be so difficult to deal with. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have attacked them. Wan Xiong was clearly flustered and exasperated. In just a month, his city of 10,000 origin had suffered heavy losses. We still haven't found the passage to the upper level. I didn't expect these damned bastards to all jump out. What's worse is that none of them are dead. Miao Zhendong's expression was also very ugly. Yin Fan was naturally angry, but he did not complain because he was the one who had caused this matter. After a dry cough, Yin Fan said, "It's useless to complain now. The most important thing now is to think of a way to kill them. Otherwise, when they attack us one by one, our people will all die." You make it sound nice. They are as slippery as fish. They don't even want to fight us head-on. How can we kill them? Wan Xiong said snappily. Miao Zhendong looked at Yin Fan and asked, "Do you have a way?" "I can't guarantee success, but I can give it a try." Yin Fan sighed and said, "Now, this is the only path we can take. If we don't work together to kill them, we will be the ones to die. Therefore, I plan to have a decisive battle." "Tell me about your plan." "It's very simple. It's to provoke them." "Provoke them? How?" Wan Xiong and Miao Zhendong were very puzzled. Yin Fan quietly whispered into the ears of the 2. A moment later, a knowing smile appeared on the gloomy faces of the 2 of them. 2 days later, a series of provocative voices could be heard from the 3 factions. "People from Huping City, do you dare to fight us to the death? If you don't dare to fight us to the death, then scram from this place. A bunch of old men, do you have the courage to come out in the open?" Following such provocative words, before the people from Huping City could say anything, the people from the other factions had already revealed expressions of disdain. These 3 factions were really shameless. They had several hundred people, yet they actually wanted to fight the 7 of them to the death. Moreover, they even dared to shamelessly say the words "to the death." One must know that when they killed Ziqin back then, they did not do it openly. When they schemed against others, they also did not do it openly. They're trying to provoke us. After hearing such provocation, Shangguan Hong said faintly. She stood on a huge rock, her jade-green dress fluttering in the wind. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her bright eyes were staring at the void in the distance. No one knew what she was looking at. Her body naturally emitted a faint fragrance. Wu Xia looked at Shangguan Hong's direction. His eyes were a little intoxicated. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Shangguan Hong and said, "They're trying to provoke us. Of course, we won't fall for it." Shangguan Hong did not pay attention to him. As for Dong Qing, who was grooming the Aurora Pegasus not far away, he did not even raise his head. Man sure stood in the distance. His body was constantly flickering with black light, as if he was cultivating. Shi Guowei leaned against an ancient tree, holding a withered grass in his mouth. The Go brothers stood in the distance. Although the 2 of them were no longer the same as before, they still did not have much say in this group. Everyone ignored the provocation, but were they really going to ignore it? Shi Guowei spat out the withered grass in his mouth and glanced at the group. An indescribable emotion flashed through his eyes. These people were all extraordinary. They were all heroes. Even if they were placed in the top-ranked cities, they would definitely be the leaders. But now, although they did not seem to have any conflicts, they were all arrogant and unruly people. They could not be unified in their actions, and no one could give a unified answer. It could be said that without Ziqin as the leader, the group was no longer a group. At this moment, Shi Guowei had to admit that Ziqin was indeed very powerful. He could actually become the leader of this group and make them obedient, especially the 2 thorns Wu Xia and Manshur. In the face of this level of provocation, everyone ignored it and continued to kill as usual. Although it was still very smooth, Shi Guowei saw too many problems in the group. One wrong move and this group would fall apart. Humph, What a bunch of gutless rats. They don't even dare to fight fair and square. Back then, Zichun was only at the mid-corporeal stage, yet he still dared to fight us fair and square. But what about you guys? Wuxia, right? No wonder you can only follow behind Zichun. You're far too lacking compared to Zichun. And that man sure. He's a fool to begin with. Without Zichun, he naturally doesn't know what to do. There were indeed capable people on the three factions side. Not only did they find out the names of these people, they also vaguely guessed that there were some conflicts among them. At this moment, they were using Zichun to provoke them. Wuxia, do you know why Shangguanhong doesn't like you? It's not because you're ugly, it's because you're gutless. You don't have Zichun's courage. Of course, you're also uglier than Zichun. It's only natural that she won't like you. The three factions used many methods to provoke each other. As these voices reached Wu Xia's ears, the latter finally became angry. Kill them. Let's go together and kill them. Wu Xia said angrily. This is just a provocation. Shangguanhong said indifferently. So what? We have the strength to kill them. What's there to be afraid of? Wu Xia was clearly unhappy that Shangguanhong was the first to stand out. Childish. Shangguanhong glanced at Wu Xia and said indifferently. Wu Xia fiercely glared at Shangguanhong, then looked at Manshur and said, Manshur, you come with me? Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Our leader is still Zichun. Manshur glared. Zichun is already dead. We are now avenging Zichun. Wu Xia said with a gloomy face. Dongqing and Shangguanhong turned around at the same time. They looked at Wu Xia and said word by word, Zichun is not dead. Seeing this scene, Ma Wei also came out to smooth things over. Everyone, let's not talk too much. In fact, Wu Xia also wants to take revenge as soon as possible. But we can't be too utilitarian. If we slowly nibble at them like this, they will all die one day. Wu Xia looked around and found that no one was looking at him. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Finally, he looked at the two brothers and said, You two come with me. I will lure their main force. You two set up the formation. The two brothers were stunned. What are you all for? Don't you want to avenge Zichun? Don't forget how Zichun treated you too. Wu Xia said coldly. The two brothers were hesitant. Of course, they were not hesitating about revenge, but who to listen to? It seemed that the people here could command the two of them. Humph, if you don't want to go, I will go by myself. Wu Xia was angry and turned around to leave. Do you think I am stupid? You are not avenging Zichun. You can't stand being bullied by them. You have to compete with Zichun. Manshur snorted and then shook his head, looking very shrewd. The two brothers saw that Wu Xia was really leaving. Their faces were full of worry, and they quickly followed. Chapter 1386. In the past 2 years, Zichun had been fighting with the big guy almost every day. During the battle, Zichun had also been comprehending king-level combat skills. In the past 2 years, he had completely comprehended several middle king-level combat skills and had even figured out a high-level combat skill. In addition, the power of Zichun's beheading technique had greatly increased. His sword-drawing technique had also improved, and he could almost split his blade into 6. Of course, although these improvements were great, they were nothing compared to Zichun's physical realm. 2 years had passed, and Zichun's physical body had reached the true limit. This limit could be called the half-step domain realm. Recently, he had often tried to take another half-step, but he was always just a little bit away from success. Let's try again. Walking down from the high platform, Zichun walked straight into the darkness outside. After 2 years, he would naturally not be as careful as before, even if the big guy was guarding the periphery. Swoosh. Zichun's figure suddenly disappeared as a roar came from the sea of lightning. In the big guy's eyes, Zichun had disappeared, so it looked back as if it was a conditioned reflex. There, a figure was like a bolt of lightning in the sea of lightning, rushing into the depths of the sea of lightning. Roar. With another roar, the big guy's eyes were filled with hatred. Then, it turned into a stream of light and chased after Zichun. This scene had been playing out for almost a year. A year ago, Zichun was no longer afraid of this big guy. This sea of lightning was very big, but also very small. It was big because Zichun had never explored it, but it was small because there was nothing here that Zichun needed. When he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward, vortexes appeared around Zichun's body. The lightning power in the sea of lightning entered Zichun's body through these vortexes and tempered Zichun's body. After 2 years of familiarity, Zichun had gradually gotten used to this kind of pain. But recently, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain when absorbing the lightning energy. This was a good thing for Zichun. This was because he had finally reached an extreme state. This was the sign of a breakthrough, but this was also a bad thing because Zichun had tried to break through the bottleneck several times, but had never succeeded. No matter how hard Zichun tried to absorb the surrounding lightning, it was no longer useful to him. Along the way, Zichun was also looking for other things in the sea of lightning. For example, a lightning snake with intelligence, a lightning dragon, a lightning deer, a lightning cat, a dog, and so on. Boom! There was a surge of energy behind him. The big guy had caught up with him. This sea of lightning seemed to be its domain. No matter where Zichun went, the big guy would be able to accurately locate him. On Zichun's back, the heavenly thunder wings unfurled, and he began to advance at top speed. When the big guy saw this scene, a hint of greed flashed in its eyes. It continued to chase after Zichun. Just like this, the two of them, one in front and one behind, began to shuttle through the sea of lightning. After 2 days, Zichun, who had gained nothing, stopped. At this moment, he decisively gave up. Right at the moment when he stopped, the large fellow chasing after him also stopped. The two of them looked around and didn't attack. However, a strong and oppressive aura filled the two of them. Zichun already knew that the big guy had intelligence. It was normal that the big guy didn't attack at this moment. At this moment, a strong aura was released from Zichun's body. This aura also contained a will that could determine life and death. At this moment, the lightning power in the sea of lightning also divided into two and rushed toward the two of them. After 2 days of rushing at top speed, the two of them had exhausted a lot of energy. At this moment, they both needed to recover. Zichun stood indifferently. Lightning surged around his body, making him look like a thunder god. He looked at the big guy in front of him and said, "You should be the only living creature here. This place is like your domain world. You can sense everything here. Once a new life appears, you will be able to detect it immediately. Then, take advantage of the fact that the other party is weak to destroy it." The big guy looked at Zichun quietly. Surprisingly, it didn't roar. There seemed to be a flash of wisdom in its murderous eyes. In the past 2 years, Zichun's strength had been increasing, and the big guy was also much stronger than before. Zichun guessed that this was because the big guy killed those weak creatures and then refined them. After recovering, Zichun said, "Let's start. You have always wanted to refine me, and now I also need to refine you to make a breakthrough. Who lives and who dies will depend on this battle." After speaking, Zichun flapped his lightning wings and rushed towards the big guy. This was the first time in 2 years that he took the initiative to attack with killing intent. As he charged forward, a wild and violent aura gushed out from within Zichun's body. He had directly activated his powerful Lightning King physique. It was as though there was an endless amount of thunderbolts bombarding his body. Streaks of gold and silver lightning energy were also released from within his body. A huge amount of power gathered on Zichun's fist, causing the already terrifying power of his fist to increase by another 30%. Die! Zichun punched out. Gold and silver light flashed, and a powerful force squeezed the lightning in all directions. Wherever the fist light passed, a vacuum zone would appear. Facing this punch, a rare solemn expression appeared on the big guy's face. It no longer roared, and just like a normal human, its eyes narrowed. A powerful and berserk lightning power was released from its body. Immediately after, it also sent a berserk punch towards Zichun. Boom! The two fists collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The endless thunder seemed to be suppressed at this moment. An intense energy shockwave spread out in all directions with the two at the center. Wherever it passed, the lightning power in the sea of lightning was completely destroyed. The energy shockwave produced from this collision was very strong. Zichun was directly forced back more than 10 steps. After suppressing the churning blood in his body, he relied on his powerful physique to pass through the shockwave and attack the big guy. The big guy was very powerful, and Zichun did not want to fight it unless he had no other choice. However, since he had made up his mind, he naturally would not hold back. Demonic Blade Slash. Along the way, a long blade appeared in Zichun's hand. A beam of gold and silver lightning power shot out from the long blade, carrying a domineering aura as it slashed forward. In front of him, the big guy clenched its fist and punched. His opponent's method of attack was his fists. However, his fists were comparable to domain armaments. Bang! With a loud bang, the blade light formed by the gold and silver lightning power was directly shattered. Immediately after, a powerful force landed on the long blade in Zichun's hand, instantly shattering the long blade. His fist had shattered Zichun's weapon, but there was also a trace of blood on his opponent's fist. Swoosh! Zichun threw away the hilt of his blade. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside the big guy. Immediately after, a ball of silver light appeared in front of Zichun. Within the silver light, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded. The shadow of a dragon appeared on the dragon soul spear. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the big guy. Bang! Bang! As the sound of explosions rang out, the dragon shadow and the big guy had already started fighting. Both sides were evenly matched for the time being. After all, the dragon shadow was in the corporeal realm. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Gold and silver light flashed around Zichun's body. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out from his body. Once again, a long blade appeared in his hand. The long blade surged with a powerful and suffocating aura. Decapitation. Zichun's eyes instantly turned cold. Wherever the blade passed, the space began to distort. Streams of spatial power appeared to be in a state of great oppression. Biffed! As the saber light flashed past, the big guy retreated more than 10 steps. A long gash appeared on its body. That saber strike just now had almost cut it in half. Just as the big guy retreated, it felt a darkness above its head. A huge object descended from the sky. It was a huge cauldron. It exuded an ancient and vast aura. It smashed towards the big guy's head. It was the everlasting pill cauldron that Zichun had not used for a long time. Boom! The huge cauldron smashed into the big guy's head. The big guy's body suddenly trembled, and he was sent flying again. However, while he was flying, the big guy threw out a punch and directly hit the dragon shadow back to its original form. The dim dragon soul spear turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Zichun. Zichun rushed forward again and struck out with the decapitation. As for why Zichun did not use the sword-drawing technique at this moment, it was because he had lost the scabbard from before, and Zichun could not pull out this scabbard. Swoosh! Swoosh! After gaining the upper hand, Zichun no longer held back. Relying on his speed and the cooperation of the everlasting pill cauldron, he also attacked the big guy. However, the big guy's strength was really strong. Zichun used all his methods, but he could not completely kill the big guy. Every time he left a wound on the big guy's body, it would automatically heal in the next moment. I don't believe that you won't die. The cold light in Zichun's eyes became more intense, and the gold and silver lightning around his body became more dazzling. Then, a series of powerful attacks fell on the big guy. The big guy had not roared since the beginning of the battle. Its expression became very serious like a human's, and there seemed to be a hint of struggle in it. Boom. Finally, after an unknown number of bombardments, the big guy's head finally began to shake, as if it was about to faint. Roar. At the same time, it let out its first roar. The roar shook the sky, and a powerful aura that surpassed the first domain realm was released from the big guy's body. Under this aura, the surrounding space of the Thunder Sea seemed to begin to tremble, and endless lightning fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge open space between the two of them. In this open space, the big guy's powerful aura was raging. However, Zichun was not affected by this aura. There was also a 3-meter space around him. This was a space that completely belonged to him. Die. A cold voice came from the big guy's mouth. It carried a powerful aura around it as it blasted a punch towards Zichun. This punch was extremely dazzling. Chapter 1387. This punch was vast and powerful. This punch carried with it a strong will that could destroy everything. Under this punch, a mere first domain realm cultivator seemed to have become an ant. Because of this punch, the sea of lightning went berserk. Endless thunder power surged as if it was cheering for the return of the king. On the opposite side, the big guy's power was completely berserk. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. The endless thunder in the sea of lightning cheered for it. Zichun's grave expression turned into horror after seeing this punch. He did not expect this big guy to have such a technique. His eyes were filled with fear because this punch was not something he could withstand at his current level. In the face of this attack, pure defense was a dead end. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Zichun's eyes were filled with madness. The veins on his forehead protruded as he gritted his teeth. In the next moment, a long saber with a scabbard appeared in his hand. This was the strange scabbard that he had obtained in the past. At this moment, Zichun could only use it to attack. Zichun's current strength was not enough for him to unsheathe the saber. Therefore, he used the scabbard to attack. This was the strongest attack that Zichun could perform at the moment. It was also a sure kill attack. Decapitation. A low roar came from Zichun's throat. A glaring gold and silver saber light slashed towards the big guy in front of him. Wherever the gold and silver saber light passed, the space began to distort violently. A dense killing intent swept through the area. At this moment, Zichun was completely crazy. The thunder wings on his back were vibrating at a high frequency. He needed to use his extreme speed to decapitate his opponent before the fist light landed. In this life and death crisis, Zichun's speed was instantly displayed to the extreme. However, the violent big guy's attack surpassed Zichun in both power and speed. Therefore, Zichun's perfect spiritual sense analysis showed that even if his opponent's attack landed on him, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. However, at this moment, Zichun had no way out. He could only fight head-on. As the fist descended, it looked as though it was about to hit Zichun. However, in the next instant, a trace of struggle flashed across the big guy's cold eyes. This trace of struggle caused the fist to pause in midair for a moment. For Zichun, this momentary pause was enough to change the entire world. Pooh! The shining blade light directly swept across the big guy's neck. The big guy's head also flew high into the air. Endless lightning flashed, but there was no blood spurting out. In the next moment, the fist light descended, bombarding Zichun's body. Zichun's body shook, and he was sent flying. As he flew, Zichun coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He flew hundreds of meters, and boundless lightning energy continued to wreak havoc, causing the surrounding lightning energy to violently tremble. The big guy's head was chopped off, and its huge body collapsed in the next moment. Zichun climbed up with difficulty, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His breathing was also very intense. Fortunately, it was over. Zichun's eyes, which had a trace of lingering fear, were now filled with excitement. In front of them, strands of pure lightning energy surged out from the dead big guy's body. Its entire body had transformed into a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning was very pure, but also very vast. It was like a dead lightning dragon, quietly lying there. The big guy turning into a lightning dragon surprised Zichun. This was because just by relying on his perception, he could feel that this lightning was extremely terrifying. The lightning energy contained within it was probably able to directly push his 9-star Lightning King body to the realm of 1-star greater mastery. Zichun stood up with difficulty. The punch just now had probably broken more than half of his ribs. At this moment, every move he made would cause a sharp pain, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. However, just as he stood up, before Zichun could walk forward, he was shocked to see that the lightning dragon in front of him, which should have been dead, actually moved. Zichun's eyes immediately turned serious. He did not understand why the lightning dragon moved. He was very sure that the lightning dragon did not have any signs of life. It It was already dead. Zichen's eyes immediately widened, and his expression changed greatly in the next moment. This was because he actually felt a new life aura from the lightning dragon. This life aura was very weak at first, but in just a few breaths, this life aura became extremely strong. In the end, it directly reached the domain realm, and not the first domain realm, but the second domain realm. Zichen's gaze was fixed in front of him, but in his heart, he was thinking about what to do and how to escape. At this moment, he was still very far away from the stone tablet. In addition to his heavy injuries, there was no way he could retreat in time. Swoosh! At this moment, the lightning dragon in front of him moved, and then a figure appeared below it. It was a man with an indifferent expression, and lightning flashed in his eyes. The aura emitted from his body was comparable to that of the big guy who had just unleashed a powerful attack. Zichen looked at the other party in shock. He had never expected such a turn of events. His eyes were filled with vigilance, and the veins on his arm that was holding the scabbard were bulging. The man with lightning in his eyes swept a glance at the lightning dragon in front of him, and then his gaze landed on Zichen. The two lightning bolts seemed to contain some kind of ability, and Zichen felt as if he had been seen through with a single glance. The aura released from the man's body made Zichen feel extremely pressured. At the same time, it also made him feel a sense of suffocation. He had the impulse to turn around and run, but he knew that he could not run now. Not only could he not run, but he also had to remain calm. Therefore, Zichen just looked at the man without any expression on his face. The two of them just looked at each other like this, and neither of them spoke. The sea of lightning that was surging around them seemed to have quietened down at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the two lightning bolts in the man's eyes gradually dissipated, and a pair of silver eyes appeared in front of Zichen. The other party's eyes were actually silver. This made Zichen feel a little surprised, but it did not show on his face. After the lightning in the man's eyes disappeared, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zichen and said, "Not bad, not bad at all." Zichen did not speak. "Let down your guard. Although I have killed countless people, I have never killed anyone from the Lightning Clan." The man smiled, and the powerful pressure around him instantly disappeared. Zichen's heart moved, and he asked, "Senior, are you from the Lightning Clan?" The man smiled and said, "I used to be." Zichen was stunned. "Before I fell, I was from the Lightning Clan. Senior has fallen?" Zichen was stunned when he heard this, and then his expression changed. He said, "Senior is now a battle spirit?" "That's right." The man looked at Zichen and said, "But you don't seem surprised." Zichen smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Senior, I once saw an awakened battle spirit. This thing was given to me by him." As he spoke, Zichen raised the scabbard in his hand. Looking at the scabbard, the man's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Oh, it's this thing. It seems that the power of the blade just now is related to this scabbard." Zichen wanted to ask about the origin of this scabbard, but since the man had no intention of explaining, he gave up. Instead, he looked at the dead Lei Long below and asked, "Senior, what's going on with this Lei Long?" The man glanced at the Lei Long, and there was a complicated emotion in his eyes. After a while, he said, "When I stepped into the domain realm, I had already awakened my memories. Finally, I found this place. I guessed that there was the inheritance of the Lightning Clan here, but I didn't expect that a creature would be born in this sea of lightning. At that time, I was very surprised when I saw that creature, and I wanted to refine it. The creature had the same intention, so after a battle, we were evenly matched, but that creature wanted to forcibly devour me. During the refining process, the creature's appearance changed greatly, but my spiritual sense didn't dissipate, and it didn't succeed." Zichen didn't expect the story to be so complicated. He asked, "Was the creature's attack suddenly stopped because of Senior?" The man nodded and said, "That's right. I seized the initiative at the critical moment, but I didn't expect that you would be able to kill it." The man lowered his head to look at the Lei Long's corpse and said, "This time, you helped me." This creature was split into two. Zichen's face immediately lit up. He wanted to kill that big guy in order to refine it. Although it was only half, it was enough for his Thunder King physique to reach 1 star. A light flashed in the man's hand, and the Lei Long was split into two. One half flew towards Zichun. Zichun thanked him and quickly put it away. You should have obtained the inheritance of the Lightning Clan at the stone tablet, right? The man asked. Zichun nodded and said, Yes, the 9-star Thunder King physique. 9-star Thunder King physique. The man was startled, and then he said, Come, follow me to take a look. Looking at the words on the stone tablet, the man's expression became extremely complicated. He did not say a single word until the words on the 9-star Thunder King body disappeared. Looking at the man's slightly disappointed expression, Zichun asked doubtfully, Senior, is there a problem here? The man sighed and said, What a pity, what a pity. The stone tablet was actually broken. Zichun was even more puzzled. What was a pity about the stone tablet being broken? Could it be that the stone tablet itself was a treasure? The man clearly liked to speak halfway. He didn't explain anything to Zichun. After retracting his hand from the stone tablet, he sat down cross-legged nearby and began to cultivate the 9-star Thunder King physique. What surprised Zichun was that the man didn't use the Lei Long at all. His physique had also reached the standard of 1 star. After refining half of the Lei Long, his physique also broke through from 1 star to 2 stars. A 2-star physique was equivalent to a 2-star domain. This scene made Zichun extremely envious. However, he also knew that the man was able to break through to 2 stars with the help of half of the Lei Long. After his physique broke through to 2 stars, the man bid farewell to Zichun. His figure flashed and left. Zichun also wanted to leave. However, before that, he had to raise his physical strength. Otherwise, he would have wasted these 2 years. Zichun sat down cross-legged, took out the half of the Lei Long, and began to refine it. Chapter 1388. As the Thunder Dragon was refined, the corners of Zichun's eyes twitched even more violently, and the pain increased exponentially. In front of him, the compressed Thunder Dragon was slowly disappearing as the refinement continued. The 9-star Thunder King physique contained great power, and the source of this power was the position of the heart. As his body absorbed more power, Zichun's heart beat even more vigorously. At this moment, the position of Zichun's heart had long been surrounded by streaks of lightning. The silver light was resplendent, just like the Lei Yuan back then. The only difference was that the Lei Yuan was in Zichun's heart back then, but now the lightning was outside of his heart. As the resplendent lightning surged, a dazzling Xing Qin slowly appeared in Zichun's heart. When the Xing Qin fully appeared, the pained expression on Zichun's face disappeared, and was replaced by a comfortable feeling that spread throughout his body. At this moment, his heart was beating vigorously. As his heart beat, streams of golden blood that contained great power flowed into every part of Zichun's body. At this moment, Zichun's Thunder King physique had officially broken through to 1 star. At this moment, his physical body was comparable to that of a first-grade domain realm cultivator. It's time to leave. Zichun turned around and glanced at the stone tablet. Then, he stepped forward and was about to pull the stone tablet out. Boom! As Zichun exerted his strength, the gold and silver light around his body became even more resplendent. At the same time, the entire sea of lightning trembled. Something big was happening in the 9th level of the lightning territory. The vengeful Huping city cultivators were finally enraged by the not-so-clever provocation of the 3 factions. They were currently engaged in an open and honorable battle to the death. There were only 7 people from Huping City. However, there were over 300 people from the 3 factions. Among these 300 people, there were over 200 who were at the first-layer domain stage, over 20 who were at the intermediate first-layer domain stage, and the rest were at the half-step domain stage. The moment the battle began, the 7 people from Huping Cheng's side displayed an extremely powerful fighting strength. This caused the 3 factions to suffer great losses. Helpless, the 3 factions could only continuously retreat, being chased like stray dogs. Such a scene caused the other powers to be in an uproar, and all of them had an even deeper understanding of the strength and terror of the cultivators of Huping City. However, this situation did not last for long before the 7 of them fell into an ambush. They were directly surrounded by many great formations, and they were trapped for a whole 7 days. During those 7 days, although the cultivators of Huping City displayed extremely powerful attacks, they were unable to break through the formation. Moreover, all of them were heavily injured. Outside the array, the leaders of the 3 forces appeared. Beside them, there were dozens of domain realm experts. As for the other experts, they had already entered the array and were waiting for an opportunity to kill Hu Pingqing's group of 7. Looking at the 7 people in front of him, Yin Fen coldly smiled and said, "So what if you are strong? Without brains, everything is useless." Miao Zhendong nodded and said, "That's right. Their battle prowess is decent, but unfortunately, their brains aren't good. They'll definitely die this time." Compared to the confidence of the 2 of them, Wan Xiong, who had suffered quite a few losses, was clearly much more cautious. He glanced at the nearly 20 formation masters in the sky and said, "How much longer will it take to separate the 7 of them?" Yin Fan snapped his fingers and smiled faintly. 2 hours. In 2 hours, the 7 of them will definitely separate. After that, it'll be time to take them down one by one. Only then did Wan Xiong relax and nod. He said, "That's good. We've paid such a great price this time, so we can't afford to make any mistakes." There were nearly 20 formation masters in the sky, and all of them were at the domain realm. It was naturally impossible for the 3 factions to gather so many formation masters. As for the other formation masters, they had temporarily borrowed them from other factions after paying a great price. They would automatically leave after killing Hu Pingqing's group of 7. No one was a fool. The strength displayed by Hu Pingqing's group of 7 made the other factions very fearful. Therefore, the borrowing this time was very smooth. Yin Fen confidently said, "Don't worry. If anything happens this time, there will naturally be people to help us." As for Hu Pingqing's group, they won't be able to win the hearts of the people this time. Last time, many factions had acted because of Zichen. At that time, Zichen was also considered a weakling. So many people sympathized with the weak. However, it was different this time. Hu Pingqing's group had forcefully appeared and took revenge. The strength they displayed made everyone fearful. This time, if they destroyed the 3 factions, they might destroy the other factions in the future. Even if they didn't destroy them, what if both sides encountered some kind of opportunity? Once a fight broke out, Hu Pingqing's group would naturally benefit. Therefore, when it involved everyone's interests, no one would help them this time. In reality, this was indeed the case. Many people hoped that Hu Pingqing's group would die because they were really too strong. Within the formation, Hu Pingqing's group of 6 and Lu Guangqing's group of 7 also had some conflicts. Manshur was covered in blood. Just a moment ago, he had blocked a lot of attacks for everyone. After the first wave of attacks ended, he swallowed a drop of king-level yuan liquid and said coldly, "I already told you not to be rash. Don't be rash. This is a scheme. However, you didn't listen and even dragged others into it." Not far away, the pale-faced Wu Xie said angrily, "You idiot, what do you know? How do you write the word scheme? Do you even know?" Manshur glared and asked, "Who are you calling an idiot?" "Of course it's you." "Oh no, I was wrong. You're not an idiot. You're just a pure idiot." Wu Xia also gave tit for tat. "You're courting death." Manshur suddenly stood up, his body filled with a tyrannical aura. Wu Xia also stood up, unconvinced. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened and closed. "Humph, it's all because of you. If you hadn't been so focused on comparing yourself to Zichun, how could you have been tricked? And you still want to compare yourself to Zichun? Other than being uglier than Zichun, what else do you have?" Sneered Manshur. "Go die." Wu Xie stomped his foot in anger when he heard that word. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to eat Manshur. Seeing this scene, Manshur couldn't help but shake his head. During the battle, these people wanted nothing more than to jump up and block all the attacks for the others. They were even closer than real brothers. However, after the battle, they all blamed each other. In Manshur's eyes, this group was truly strange. It was so strange that it was even a little deformed. "Enough. Are you two done yet?" A cold voice rang out. Shangguan Hong opened her eyes and glanced at the 2 of them. "If you still have energy, then charge out and kill. We still need to heal." After saying that, she closed her eyes again. Shangguan Hong was very clear that her words carried weight. It wasn't because of her strength, but because she was a woman. The two of them couldn't possibly compete with her. The two of them glared at each other fiercely. Although they no longer blamed each other, they had no intention of reconciling. This matter is our fault. If it weren't for us, none of you would have been involved. Gu Wan and Yuan Shiqiang walked out with a guilty expression. Hey, don't blame yourselves. This matter is Wu Xie's fault. It has nothing to do with you two. Manshur patted the two of them on their shoulders and said slowly, in other people's great array, they were still able to heal and blame others. It was all because of the safety zone that the two of them had set up for everyone. Glancing at everyone, Gu Wan said worriedly, it's impossible for them to kill us here. However, with so many great arrays here, they're clearly not as simple as they seem. I suspect that they'll make a big move soon. What big move? Everyone turned their heads and looked at Gu Wan. Scatter. They'll split us up and attack us one by one. Gu Wan gritted his teeth and said the worst possibility. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. They were very strong. When they worked together, their strength was so strong that the three forces were afraid of them. However, once they were separated and attacked one by one, the possibility of them surviving was too small. Moreover, they were in the enemy's array. A heavy atmosphere began to spread. Even Wu Xie and Manshur stopped arguing. After a while, Wu Xie stood up and said, this matter started because of me. If we still have a chance, I'll be in front. You two brothers will try to break the array, and we'll rush out like this. How? Relying on your immortal body? If your body can't regenerate in time, what awaits the others is death. Manshur waved his hand and said, forget it. I'm tough and have a strong defense. I'll be the first to rush out. Yuan Shiqiang shook his head again. This was indeed a strange team. Everyone was very strange. They were just blaming each other, but now they were thinking about the safety of others. Unfortunately, although the few of them had made up their minds, the three forces did not give them the chance. Haha, people of Hu Pingcheng, just wait for your death. As the laughter came from the outside, the entire array began to operate again. Wu Xie and the others in the array had a drastic change in their expressions. In the sky, nearly 20 domain realm array masters began to form seals. One array after another appeared in the sky. Then, waves of destructive aura rippled out from the array. Boom! With just one attack, the safe zone that the two brothers had jointly created was shattered. Immediately after, ripples of light appeared in the sky. These ripples of light were like walls. After they appeared, they separated the seven of them one after another. During this period, no matter how Manshur and the others attacked, they could not destroy the ripples of light. This was the strength of an array master. As long as they set up the array in advance, they could kill enemies above their level. At this moment, there was no problem for more than a dozen people to surround Hu Pingcheng's group. In the distance, the onlookers were in an uproar when they saw this scene. Once the seven of them were separated, they would be defeated one by one. The seven of them would definitely die. As if they could see the scene of the seven of them dying, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.